Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. It is 7 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and hey, just 4 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to start off with some breaking news here just coming in to the Live Now from Fox newsroom. Air raid sirens sounding on a South Korean island, and residents there evacuated to underground shelters after North Korea has fired more than 20 missiles, at least one of them in its direction and landing near the rival's tense sea border. South Korea quickly responding by launching its own missiles in the same border area. The launches came hours after North Korea threatened to use nuclear weapons to get the U.S. and South Korea to, quote, pay the most horrible price in history in protest of the ongoing South Korean U.S. military drills that it views as an invasion rehearsal. The White House maintaining that the U.S. has no hostile intent toward North Korea and vowed to work with allies to curb North Korea's nuclear ambitions. The North's barrage of missile tests also came as world attention was focused on South Korea following that weekend Halloween tragedy that saw more than 150 people killed and a crowd surge in Seoul in what was the country's largest disaster in years. Obviously, this is an ongoing situation, so as we do get more information, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. And let's get into the headlines here and the latest on a situation that we have been following very closely. Houston police investigating the death of popular rapper at a bowling alley in downtown Houston. A representative for the group Migos saying that Takeoff was shot and killed. Police say the 28-year-old and his uncle Quavo, also from Migos, were at a private party at 810 Billiards and Bowling when the shooting happened. Officers say Takeoff was shot around 2:30 yesterday morning after a fight broke out during a dice game. Two other people shot, taken to a hospital, but it's not clear their condition just yet. Our Fox team of affiliates across the country covering this from each and every angle. I do want to take you to the latest report here filed by our Houston team.
Got many calls from Houston and outside of Houston, and everyone spoke of what a great young man this is, how peaceful he is, what a great artist. And I'm calling up on everybody, our hip-hop artists in Houston and around the nation. We got to police ourselves.
That's a clear message from Houston police. They say the rapper killings must stop.
We all need to stand together and make sure nobody tears down that industry. And I'm calling to start here in Houston, here and possibly as early as next week. I want to meet with some of our artists and see how we can taper things down.
5 shots fired downstairs, from downstairs, outside.
That's 911 dispatcher audio from TMZ. Around 2:30 Tuesday morning, police say dozens of people had gathered at a Houston bowling alley for a private party. They received a call for shots fired. Medics rushed 2 people to the hospital for surgery. 28-year-old Takeoff, one-third of the group Migos, was pronounced dead at the scene.
People are no longer resolving their disputes or their arguments through a fist fight. But now everybody has access to guns. And so when there's a disagreement, people pull their guns and they start shooting. And then people are fatally shot and killed, or people are injured.
I think he's very impactful to the game. And, they gave a lot back to the community. He will be missed.
Fans were excited to hear Takeoff's new music that he and his uncle Quavo just released this week. Messy is the last song fans will hear Takeoff on.
All right, and this is a look at that scene just yesterday, a very active one as police worked to piece together exactly how this played out and search for the gunman responsible for the murder of Takeoff. Now, at this point, you can see as crews were there at 801 Billiards and Bowling in Houston, the scene of that deadly shooting. 2 other people also wounded, but at this point it is not clear how they are doing. Our Fox 5 New York team also providing this report with the latest information.
For discharging firearms. There's 5 shots fired downstairs, from downstairs outside.
This is the audio obtained from TMZ from dispatchers. First responders were called to 810 Billiards and Bowling in Houston early Tuesday morning.
Once officers arrived, they came upon a male who was deceased. That male has been identified as Kersnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He's a member of the Migos rap group. I want everybody to understand the pain, the suffering of a mother. Very tough. And I told her, as we stand with any victim of violence or any homicide victim, their family.
Takeoff was out celebrating a birthday with his uncle and fellow Migos member Quavo. Police releasing very limited details, but say there was an argument after the party was over, and then shots rang out.
There was a large group of people who gathered at the front door area just outside of the building, and it led to an argument where the shooting took place from the disagreement.
Takeoff was shot and killed, and 2 other people were injured. Video from TMZ shows Quavo trying to call for help after the shooting. The Grammy-nominated group is a family affair that includes Takeoff's uncle Quavo and his cousin Offset. The group broke through with their hit Versace in 2013 and continued to top music charts over the years.
Takeoff is a star. Takeoff is a celebrity. You know, he's a person that a New Yorker knows and someone from the southern region knows, West Coast, everyone knows the Migos.
A story that a lot of people are talking about as investigators do work to piece together exactly how this happened. So at just 28, rapper Takeoff had cultivated a rich hip-hop legacy with Migos, along with a reputation as the trio's most low-key member before he was killed in a shooting early Tuesday. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene outside of that Houston bowling alley seen in that video. Police there releasing a lot more information at a press conference late Tuesday. Now, at this point, they do say that no arrests have been made, and police are begging witnesses to come forward with any information. Our Fox Atlanta team with a little bit more about what we know about this ongoing investigation.
I heard gunshots and people screaming.
Around 2:30 Tuesday morning, Houston police responded to a shooting near the entryway to Billiards and Bowling on San Jacinto Street in downtown Houston. When they arrived, they found the body of 28-year-old rapper Kersnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He was one of 3 members of the popular and internationally known hip-hop group Migos. Quavo, one of the members of Migos, is seen in a video circulating online leaning over Takeoff's body and crying out for help.
Mark my word and mark it. This great city, with our great citizens, with our police department, we will find who's responsible for it.
The rappers were attending a private bowling party. Sources tell Fox 26 that a dice game in the entryway led to an altercation, at which point Takeoff, who sources say was just a bystander, was shot and killed.
Based on what people say about him, he's well respected, nonviolent. I would not expect him to be involved, okay? But I do want to wait on the investigation, but we have no reason to believe that he was involved in anything criminal.
Police say they believe there were 2 separate shooters. A 23-year-old man and a 24-year-old woman were also shot. They were taken to the hospital in private cars, and they're expected to survive. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene.
My thoughts and prayers, again, go out to his family, to his friends. But at this day and time, what I'm saying across the board, not just in this city, but across the country, we have to confront this issue.
Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner says this is yet another grim example of how a petty argument can lead to young men of color killing one another.
Young men who are with guns, and let me underscore with guns, when they're getting into an argument, it's no longer just a fist fight, okay? It's no longer just pushing and shoving. Everybody is carrying guns. And when they get in these emotional settings and tempers flare, it's just so easy to pull your gun and start shooting.
I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 26 Houston team, our Fox 5 Atlanta team, and Fox News for providing those reports. As we do get more information here, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to another story that we have been following now for several days. The man accused of breaking into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home, beating her husband, and seeking to kidnap her, told police that he was on a, quote, suicide mission and had plans to target other California and federal politicians. That is according to a court filing that was filed on Tuesday. David DePape was ordered held without bail during his arraignment Tuesday in San Francisco. His public defender entered a not guilty plea on his behalf, and it was his first public appearance since the early Friday attack. In that court filing, prosecutors detailed the attack in stark terms as part of their bid to keep DePape behind bars. Paul Pelosi was knocked unconscious by a hammer attack and woke up in a pool of his own blood. That is according to that filing. DePape's intent, quote, could not have been clearer. That is according to the San Francisco district attorney. He forced his way into the Pelosi home, intending to take the person third in line to the presidency of the U.S. hostage and seriously harm her. Thwarted by Speaker Pelosi's absence, he continued on his quest and would not be stopped, culminating in the near fatal attack on Mr. Pelosi, again hitting him in the head with a hammer. Pelosi was taken to the hospital where he has undergone surgery, and his family says that he is recovering. I do want to take you over to a Fox News report here with the latest on what happened in that courtroom during the arraignment just yesterday.
David DePape in a California court for his first public appearance since his arrest last week. He's the 42-year-old suspect accused of breaking into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home Friday morning and hitting her husband with a hammer.
I look forward to representing Mr. DePape, to providing a vigorous defense for him.
DePape is facing a number of state and federal charges in connection with that attack. If convicted, he could face life in prison on state charges alone.
We did seek a criminal protective order requiring him to stay away from both Speaker Pelosi as well as Mr. Pelosi.
DePape told police he had planned to take the speaker hostage and perhaps break her kneecaps. According to a federal complaint, DePape viewed Nancy as the leader of the pack of lies told by the Democratic Party. House Republican Whip Steve Scalise was shot by a Bernie Sanders supporter back in 2017. He condemned the attack on Mr. Pelosi.
Stand up against any kind of violence. That's something I've been hearing loud and clear all around from all ends of the political spectrum, as it should be.
While many Republicans have denounced the violence, others, like Arizona's Republican gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake, are facing backlash for appearing to mock the incident.
Nancy Pelosi, well, she's got protection when she's in D.C. Apparently her house doesn't have a lot of protection.
Their silence and their jokes are giving people a green light out there.
The U.S. Capitol Police says Friday's attack is under review. They're also asking for more resources to help protect lawmakers. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you so much. As we mentioned here, we do have crews that are across the country covering this story from each and every angle. This is actually video from Friday morning that shows the scene as police were on the scene working to investigate and figure out exactly what happened there. You can see there were several cruisers blocking that area after Paul Pelosi had been hit in the head with a hammer. That suspect taken into custody fairly quickly as police say they did witness that attack. our Fox San Francisco team with a little more about what happened in the courtroom and where the case stands.
There's also been a lot of speculation regarding Mr. DePape's vulnerability to misinformation, and that's certainly something that we're going to look into, that we're going to delve into as his defense team.
Cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom. 42-year-old David DePape was escorted in, wearing orange jail clothing, his arm in a sling, an injury his attorney says happened when he was taken into custody. DePape entered not guilty pleas to attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, and other felony charges. The district attorney has said that there's been a lot of misinformation already spreading about this case, and once again emphasized that she says this was a targeted attack, apparently with a political motivation. Her office served DePape with a protective order to stop any attempt he may make to reach out to the Pelosi family. The Pelosi family apparently also tried to view the proceedings using Zoom, but the judge said that those plans did not reach her desk in time. This coming Friday, DePape will be back in court to set a date for his pre-trial hearing. Prosecutors say that pre-trial hearing could take 5 hours. And this coming Friday, prosecutors will also push their case to deny his release before trial.
Absolutely, I consider him to be dangerous. Not only is this someone who engaged in a pre-planned attack on the speaker in her home, but someone who was willing to enact violence that was politically motivated. And so, yes, we certainly view him as a public safety risk to the city of San Francisco, certainly to the speaker as time goes forward. And so that is why we filed that motion to detain him without bail.
Thank you so much to our Fox San Francisco team, as well as Fox News and our affiliates all across the country for providing us the latest information there on some major stories that are happening all over the country and, of course, all over the world. It is now 7:17 on the East Coast and 4:17 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but much more of our coverage here on Live Now from Fox coming up, and that includes a lot of information about the midterm elections, which, believe it or not, now less than 1 week away. Stay with us here on Live Now. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to talk about the midterm elections because, hey, we're less than a week away. Next Tuesday is Election Day. We do know, of course, that many people have voted early in record numbers. But next Tuesday is the official midterm election day. The latest Fox News power rankings show Republicans are expected to gain control of the House, but the Senate, at this point, it's anyone's guess. President Biden was in Florida to rally support for Democratic candidates there. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more on the midterms and what we can expect.
7 days to save this planet. Took 7 days to make it. Let's save it again in 7 days.
Celebrities and the commander-in-chief on the campaign trail helping the Florida Democratic ticket.
We need to elect Democrats up and down the ballot.
But Florida's most watched races aren't razor thin like other states. According to the latest Fox News power rankings, 4 states have toss-up Senate races and will determine control. Fox News polling shows in Arizona, Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has a slight lead of 2 points. Tuesday, the Libertarian candidate dropped out of that race and endorsed the Republican candidate, Blake Masters. Also a tight race, Georgia.
I'm running because I say I'm sick and tired of these people. They're trying to lie to you.
In Wisconsin, a closer than expected race. Republican Senator Ron Johnson has a 3-point lead. In Ohio, also GOP leaning, both candidates faced questions from voters. J.D. Vance keyed into the Republicans' economic message.
The cost of living a good life in this country has gone up a lot.
While Congressman Tim Ryan doubled down on the issue of reproductive rights.
I think we go back to Roe v. Wade. We don't want J.D. Vance and Ted Cruz and all these guys in the doctor's office.
In Pennsylvania, it is a total toss-up for that seat. The nonpartisan group Open Secrets estimates more than $130 million in outside money has poured in for that race. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
So a lot of very important races that are going to be decided next Tuesday. Some might take a little bit longer, though, to tally all of the votes because, as we mentioned, people are voting in record numbers. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has been looking very closely to keep an eye on the different races there, and I do want to send you over to their latest report with more on the race for governor between Ron DeSantis, the current governor, and former governor, that is, of course, Charlie Crist.
The governor knows as well as anyone how finicky Florida can be.
This state was 0.5 of a percentage point away in 2018 from going in a much different direction.
To be exact, 0.395 percentage points was the difference between him and Andrew Gillum. But this time, against Charlie Crist, polling averages show he's ahead by 12 points. To the point he's willing to lend his time to Republicans in races that appear tighter.
You know, I was just up in New York campaigning for our governor candidate up there.
But with big pockets of Democratic supporters in area like Miami, Crist and Senate candidate Val Demings, who was down by an average of 8 to Marco Rubio, aren't lying down. They got a boost from President Biden tonight, who wants to show Florida is still competitive.
We're at an inflection point in history. It comes about every 5 or 6 generations. So much has changed in America and around the world that the decisions we make, the decisions you make over the next 2 to 3 years are going to determine the fate of this country.
But some Democratic operatives are angry the National Party has left their candidates to largely fend for themselves financially, especially with the president's approval ratings in the low 40s and Republicans now in the lead in state party registrations. Former President Barack Obama is campaigning this week, but not in Florida.
The national parties know the math. You've got a 50-50 Senate. They're focusing much of their time and money on closer states, and those states happen to be first and foremost Pennsylvania and Nevada.
If Democratic candidates are able to repeat 2018's performances, which saw Gillum and Bill Nelson both lose by less than a point, or even win next week, national attention will again be ripe for 2024's races for president and Senate.
If we vote, if we turn out and we vote in high and big numbers, we're going to win. We're going to win big.
But if DeSantis and Rubio coast and the cabinet goes Republican and they tighten their grip on the legislature, Florida will be even more red. more red than Bush or Gore could have ever imagined. Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
We are grateful to our Fox 13 Tampa team for breaking down some big races there in the state of Florida on midterm election day. Do want to head a bit north to the state of Georgia because we are just a week away from the midterm elections, and Governor Brian Kemp says he is not letting up. He campaigned with former Vice President Mike Pence, who joined him for a rally here. I do want to take you to a report from our Fox 5 Atlanta team with more on that.
Vote, Georgia, vote to re-elect Governor Brian Kemp to 4 more years.
With Georgia now a key battleground state, former Vice President Mike Pence encouraged people to get out and vote, endorsing Republican incumbent Governor Brian Kemp at a rally in Cumming. Candidate Kemp saying there's a lot riding on the outcome of this election, urging supporters to continue their ground game.
The ultimate poll is going to be this coming Tuesday. We're very confident that if our folks get out and vote and we keep working like we have been literally since the day after the primary victory, that we're going to win on Tuesday.
If enough of us make our voices heard, I promise you, things will get better.
Stacey Abrams brought out a little star power of her own. Former President Barack Obama came to College Park Friday campaigning for the gubernatorial candidate trying to unseat Kemp.
We deserve a governor who actually wants to invest in our families, invest in our futures, but also willing to spend the resources that hardworking Georgians and federal Democrats have delivered to the state to do more now, instead of giving money to the wealthy and the powerful.
And that was our Fox 5 Atlanta team reporting there. 1 week to go until Election Day, and President Biden is hitting the road to contrast his administration's policies with the other side of the aisle as Republicans are becoming more confident about their chances to take not only the House but also the Senate. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with more on that for us.
Hello, Hollandale Beach. God love you.
It's the Sunshine State for President Biden as he focuses on Social Security and lowering prescription drug costs.
If Republicans in the Congress have their way, the power we just gave Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices goes away. Gone. $2,000 cap on prescription drugs. Gone.
The event in a state where Republicans are quickly making ground in their gubernatorial and Senate races.
Joe Biden and the Democrats control the White House, the House, and the Senate for 22 months, and what they've produced for our country is inflation, runaway immigration, crime problems around the country.
A new Wall Street Journal poll found in a generic congressional race, the Republican candidate polled 2% higher than the Democrat. The top issues were the economy and inflation, though they're not the only concern.
I think it's not just gas prices.
I have to support anybody that's for women's rights.
I want to see the power reversed in the Senate.
The latest Fox News power rankings show the GOP is expected to gain control of the House, but the Senate is far closer, with 4 states listed as toss-ups: Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Republican strategists are celebrating their chances in the Senate.
I think things are looking really good. I think right now we are at 50, and then it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia.
According to the United States Election Project, more than 24 million have voted early. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
We will continue to follow each and every race as once again we are less than 1 week away until midterm election day. You can watch our coverage that night, of course Tuesday night, into the following day, as it's likely that many of those races might not be called right away. 7:29 on the East Coast and 4:29 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of our coverage here coming up on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 7:32 on the East Coast and 4:32 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into the headlines and a story that we have been covering day after day, it seems, here on Live Now from Fox. More anti-Semitic messages found. This time we're going to head over to Georgia. Let's head to the Brookhaven suburb of Atlanta. Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner joins us with more about some of those messages that were found over on a townhome and on a church's sign. Brooke, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. And unfortunately, those messages were seen and found yesterday. We have some images of those messages that we'll show you in just a moment. But the message, we're told, has since been painted over. Police have been notified. They are investigating. But many people who saw these messages say they were infuriated by it.
This graffiti, I was really angry.
This picture shows the anti-Semitic message spray painted on the wall of a townhome in Brookhaven. The image shows the words "Jews kill blacks" that could easily be seen near the intersection of Apple Valley Road and Dresden Drive.
It's mortifying and disgusting that these types of messages are conveyed in public settings.
Other hateful messages could also be seen nearby. Our crew found an ethnic slur toward Jewish people on a stop sign and the words "Jews enslave black lives" on the sign of a church down the road. These aren't the first anti-Semitic messages we've seen lately. Hundreds of anti-Jewish flyers were scattered across neighborhoods in Carrollton. And more recently, a message projected on the stadium at the Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville. The message read, "Kanye is right about the Jews," in reference to comments made recently by the rapper now known as Ye.
They're all coming from different types of groups, right? The flyers in Carroll County came from the Goyim Defense League. Kanye West has been a very outspoken, unfortunately, anti-Semite.
Dov Wilker, the regional director of the American Jewish Committee, believes the hate messages in Brookhaven may also be related to Ye as well.
We appreciate everybody standing in solidarity with us to condemn these heinous acts.
Now, meanwhile, officers here in Brookhaven, they are documenting all of these acts of violence, and they are currently looking for any video evidence that may help them identify whoever is behind this. Of course, we will keep you posted on any developments when it comes to this investigation. Josh?
Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we won't have you reporting on this again, but unfortunately I think we probably will.
Thank you.
Time now 7:34 on the East Coast and 4:34 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will go back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox in just a couple minutes. Back to the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Houston police investigating the death of a popular rapper at a bowling alley in downtown Houston yesterday. A representative for the group Migos says that Takeoff was shot and killed there. Police say the 28-year-old and his uncle Quavo, also from Migos, were at a private party at 810 Billiards and Bowling. Officers say Takeoff was shot around 2:30 after a fight broke out during a dice game. We know that 2 other people were shot. However, their conditions at this point are just not known. The violence on Halloween stretched across the country, leaving more than 20 people injured and unfortunately several people dead. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin has more.
Several shootings casting a shadow over Halloween celebrations overnight. In Houston, at least one person was killed outside of a bowling alley and pool hall early Tuesday. Police confirmed rappers Takeoff and Quavo from the rap group Migos attended the private party. Takeoff was found dead at the scene. Authorities now working to determine a motive.
We are still in the process in the early stages of this investigation, and we're looking for the public's help or anybody who was at the party or at the event that witnessed this.
Here in Chicago, police are investigating a drive-by shooting that left at least 14 people injured. Several of those wounded are children. Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown says 2 shooters appeared to fire randomly into the crowd on the city's west side. The attack lasted just 3 seconds.
There was a vigil that we understand that was the balloon release was happening, but there may have also been others gathered for other various reasons. It's a very common corner to be where people congregate and have, different meetings and gatherings.
And earlier Monday, multiple people were killed in shootings across Philadelphia and Brooklyn. An annual FBI crime report shows murders increased by 4.3% from 2020 to 2021. With just 1 week to go until the midterm elections, the spike in crime remains a key issue for voters.
We have to stop this madness and start really enforcing the laws.
Chicago police say they're waiting until the victims are treated at the hospital to interview them. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Parkland shooter Nikolas Cruz's 2-day sentencing trial is officially underway. It's the first time that victims' families were able to speak to the shooter directly since his trial there, where a jury did hand down a life sentence for him, life in prison without the possibility of parole. We heard a lot of messages yesterday, again directly to Cruz by the victims' families. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller with more on that.
When you die, it is my fondest hope that they take you and and burn you and take your ashes and throw them in the garbage dump. You know why? Because garbage to garbage.
One by one.
He is a sociopath that does not deserve to live amongst us.
The families of the 17 people killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, stood up in court to unleash their grief and anger. It was the first time families were given unrestricted access to confront shooter Nikolas Cruz as part of his 2-day sentencing trial.
I wish no peace for you. I wish nothing but pain.
During Cruz's 3-month trial, victims' family members and survivors were restricted in what they could tell the jury during testimony. That wasn't the case Tuesday, when many expressed their anger over Cruz's life sentence after jurors were unable to reach a unanimous verdict on the death penalty.
If killing 17 innocent people and wounding 17 more does not warrant the death penalty, then what possibly does?
Other family members verbally attacked Cruz's public defenders, accusing them of misleading jurors into believing Cruz suffered from mental illness due to his mother's excessive drinking while pregnant. The defense eventually asked the circuit judge to intervene and stop those type of remarks. But prosecutors argued parents had a right under state law and the Constitution to be heard. After families finished speaking, Cruz will be formally sentenced to life in prison on Wednesday. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And that is expected to happen today. So Nikolas Cruz shot and killed 17 people inside Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School there in Broward County, Florida, which is in the southern part of the state, back on Valentine's Day of 2018. 17 people also wounded in that attack. Now, Cruz entered a guilty plea 1 year ago to the charges against him, and after a 3-month trial, a jury did recommend a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. That sentence is expected to be handed down today after we hear from more of the victim's family members. That hearing, as you see on your screen, set to begin around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, our Fox 13 Tampa team was inside the courtroom just yesterday and filed this report.
Anger and anguish muzzled for 4 years was finally unleashed.
I have emptiness, I have sadness, and I have grief. I am broken. I am broken. I am broken.
At his sentencing Tuesday, convicted mass killer Nicholas Cruz sat and listened to the lifetime of pain and suffering he has inflicted on so many families, including Deborah Hickson, who lost her husband, Chris.
You stole him from us, and you did not receive the justice that you deserved. You, however, you will die as nothing, because you are nothing.
Cruz pled guilty to killing 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. Recently, he dodged the death penalty and instead was sentenced to life in prison. The jury's verdict was seen as a huge betrayal and injustice to the victims' families. Elisa Hallidaff's grandfather did not hold back.
I hope your maker sends you directly to hell to burn for the rest of your eternity.
I have a great idea for you while you're spending your time in jail. You should write a book on how you and your defense counsel beat the judicial system and got away with murder.
And those who survived the school massacre spoke too.
I used to be eternally happy and relatively carefree, but now I have worries and fears that seem unreasonable to most.
I am now afraid of tight spaces because if something were to happen, I would not be able to escape.
More family impact statements expected Wednesday. Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
We will bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Again, day 2 of that sentencing hearing for Nicholas Cruz, expected to start around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time today, so a little bit later than it did get underway yesterday. Dr. Debbie Goodman, a criminologist with St. Thomas University, told me this whole thing is the end of the road for this case that has been ongoing now for several years.
This truly becomes the finish line to this case. You and I were together, as you mentioned, during the actual assessment and conversation here of the verdict. And as we went down the list of the 12 jurors, we quickly saw, although we may have had an idea that it was going more in a death penalty outcome, but as we said last time, and just to remind the viewers, this jury, 3 of 12 individuals, decided that the aggravating conditions did not outweigh the mitigating conditions. And again, a reminder of what that is. We know that a mass shooting in and of itself is beyond atrocious and astounding. But legally, when we talk about aggravating conditions, those are things that were involved in the crime before, during, and after that could potentially heighten the outcome. Things such as the gun, the assault rifle, taking the Uber, going on media platform to literally express his intentions of killing 20 people and saying the location and stating that everybody would know his name and it would be a big event. So we were looking at those issues. However, and clearly in conclusion here, the defense team was successful in their platform of mental health, of early onset trauma, of potential fetal alcohol syndrome and brain damage. So here we are. Nothing will change. I've had a lot of colleagues and citizens, email me about some different things that were shared, you and I speaking, and just their own curiosity, and many of whom have asked, could the judge make an alternative decision? And the answer is no. she will maintain the life sentence without parole, and it is not within her purview or legal jurisdiction or framework as the judicial officer to come and alternate that posture and position of which the jury recommended the life sentence without parole.
And thank you so much to Dr. Debbie Goodman. We will, of course, have the latest on that hearing that does begin around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go international right now, because you may remember that Rishi Sunak has been named the new UK Prime Minister after Liz Truss did resign from the position after serving about 44 or 45 days in office. This right here, Rishi meeting with King Charles, who did introduce him officially as the new Prime Minister. So right now, live, raw, and unfiltered, you can see that the House of Commons asking him questions here. He is addressing those questions for just the second time since taking office. I do want to dip in and just take a quick listen here to what is going on.
Question, and I'm delighted, as has been announced today, the Prime Minister is going to be leading our delegation to the COP, and I can tell him that we are working to ensure the speedy take-up of a whole range of technologies across the piece in order to ensure that we can deliver the net zero targets and stay on track.
It is a mad world when the new government makes the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset look like an eco-warrior, because he was in favour of lifting the ban. And this is just one example of their failure. We're way off track from meeting our climate targets. The net zero strategy was ruled unlawful. The PM sacks the COP president. And all this when the UN is telling us we are heading for 2.8 degrees of global warming. Isn't the truth, Mr. Speaker? This year began with a Prime Minister who made grand promises that haven't been fulfilled, and it ends with one who has to be dragged kicking and screaming even to turn up.
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman knows that this country, it was the government of which he was part, of course, that had to be dragged kicking and screaming by the Conservative Party to pass the Climate Change Act in the first place. It is this country which, since he left office, has moved us from renewables less than 7% of electricity to more than 40%, has seen the transformation of the energy efficiency of our housing stock, and it is this Prime Minister who will not only lead us at COP, but will take us forward, and we are on track to meet our net zero targets. We will meet our carbon budgets, and it is this party and this government which is the one that has a track record of action rather than rhetoric, and I have to admit the Right Honourable Gentleman's increasingly good at that.
Number 4, sir.
Speaker, every major report published this year shows progress on bringing warming projections down compared to last year, but we are still far from a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. That's why we need to see more countries, especially the major emitters, implement their Glasgow commitments, and I welcome the fact that 26 countries have new or strengthened NDCs as part in response to the Glasgow Climate Pact.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The global methane pledge that emerged from COP26 committed its signatories, including the UK, to collectively reduce methane emissions by at least 30% below 2020 levels by the end of this decade. Can the Minister tell the House by how much has the government reduced UK methane emissions in the year since the COP26 summit, and when will it outline a strategy to meet its 2030 commitment in full?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will have to write to the Honourable Gentleman with a very detailed response, but I hope he will welcome the progress that is being made. For example, we have people at the Montreal Protocol Agreement right now, and that's why we also welcome the US government ratifying the Kigali Amendment. It's other measures as well, through F-gases and elsewhere, that will help us achieve, hopefully, that 1.5 degrees Celsius.
James Gray. My right honourable friend not very concerned that the Arctic countries, the temperature is rising sometimes something like 4 times faster than the rest of the world, in some places 6 times faster than the rest of the world. What more can we do to assist the Arctic countries to resist the worst effects of the rise in the oceans and the rise in temperature?
Well, I know my honourable friend has long been concerned about this, and he's right to be so. That's why we'll continue to work with high-level ambition partners and work towards our 30 by 30 ambitions right around the world, which will also preserve the Arctic and Antarctic.
Lloyd Thompson.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the UK's presidency, my right honourable friend
the member for Reading West has engaged with all parties, including cooperating closely with the upcoming Egyptian presidency on the issue of loss and damage. Addressing loss and damage will continue to be a priority for the UK presidency in the run-up to and, of course, at COP27.
Owen Thompson.
Speaker, the Egyptian president.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is live from London, England, because we don't just cover news here in the U.S., but also internationally as well. The new UK Prime Minister not quite answering questions just yet in the House of Commons. At this point, it does appear just to be a lot of screaming back and forth. But as we do hear him answer some questions, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you now to some breaking news that we have just coming into our newsroom here. We have learned that Tropical Storm Lisa has officially strengthened into a hurricane. Still fairly weak. It is considered to be a Category 1 hurricane, with the winds just barely reaching that threshold. But I did want to let you know that Tropical Storm Lisa officially strengthening into a hurricane. We know that Tropical Storm Martin is also out there, and the National Hurricane Center says that storm also likely to strengthen into a hurricane within the next few advisories at some point today. We'll take a closer look at their track here coming up a little bit later, but if you see those squiggly pink lines there, the one that is on the bottom of your screen is Lisa, and the one that's at your top of your screen there is Martin. Martin not really posing any threat to the U.S., just kind of staying out there in the water. But of course, you can see that Central America could be hit there by Lisa. We'll keep you updated as we do get more information on that. Do want to take you to another breaking story that we are following at this hour here. Let's take you to a live look at CVS Health agreeing to a $5 billion settlement in an opioid lawsuit. The information here just coming in. So here is what we know so far. CVS Health has announced an agreement in principle that would make it the first major pharmacy chain to reach a nationwide settlement of lawsuits over how it handled prescriptions for powerful and addictive prescription opioid painkillers that are linked to an overdose epidemic. The Woonsocket Rhode Island company would pay about $5 billion over 10 years under a deal that, if accepted, would be one of the largest settlements over the crisis. Other pharmacies, including Rite Aid, Walgreens, and Walmart, have reached agreements with individual states, but nothing to this effect. CVS did announce its proposed deal Wednesday as it released its quarterly earnings. The company did not admit liability or wrongdoing and said that non-financial terms remain to be resolved. We will follow this story and bring you more information, because here at Live Now from Fox, we are breaking news 24/7. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here in the U.S. coming up in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We are approaching the 8 o'clock hour in the morning on the East Coast and the 5 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. We've talked about a lot of serious issues, and before we get back into those headlines, I want to bring you something a little bit fun here. Let's talk lottery. Powerball fever sweeping the country, with the current jackpot becoming the largest prize in more than 6 years. We're talking $1.2 billion with a B. Folks are lining up to get their shot at becoming the next millionaire or billionaire. Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse has those details.
I'm going to buy me a house. I'm going to pay some bills off, pay my son's college off, help the needy.
$2 buys you the right to dream about winning the lottery, and folks across the country are plunking their money down, hoping to hit a gigantic jackpot.
Hopefully this is the winning ticket.
Wednesday's Powerball jackpot stands at least $1.2 billion, making it the second largest Powerball in history. And that number is expected to increase before the numbers are pulled. The prospect of all that cash sparking lottery fever in 45 states, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to win, but I don't necessarily think I'm not going to win.
But if you actually win the $1.2 billion prize, fact is you'll only be a billionaire for mere seconds. The IRS automatically takes 24% of the purse, and you'll still owe more at tax time. Plus, that $1.2 billion is what you'll get if you take the annuity, stretching the amount over 29 years. If you take the cash, which most do, you're looking at just under $600 million. The odds of winning are about 1 in 292 million. That's about the entire U.S. population. Still, many are feeling incredibly lucky.
Don't want to be the one that missed out. It turns into a cultural event. You just kind of want to be part of it. Say that got your ticket, gave it a shot.
So the drawing is going to be held Wednesday night at 10:59 p.m. Eastern. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
So make sure to buy your tickets because, again, that drawing for $1.2 billion is tonight. Back into the headlines, South Korean officials admit responsibility and apologize for failures in responding to the Halloween crowd surge that killed more than 150 people, including several Americans. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan with more from London.
Mourners in South Korea are paying their respects at a makeshift memorial 3 days after a deadly crowd surge killed more than 150 people, leaving the country in shock. Victims and their families now allowed to collect the belongings left behind at the scene. And on Tuesday, officials began taking responsibility for the disaster, starting with the head of the National Police, who said his forces failed to respond to more than 100 calls warning of the danger posed by the crowd.
I feel an infinite responsibility for public safety through this accident, and we will do our best to prevent such a tragic event from happening again.
An internal police investigation is now underway, and other officials, including the Interior Minister and the Mayor of Seoul, also offered apologies on Tuesday. But survivors say that doesn't go far enough, and they'll be pushing for more accountability in the coming days.
If the right measures are in place, things like this don't happen. I'm constantly thinking about all the dead bodies I saw, and I know that their families would want something done about this.
Officials also say the country needs more research and expertise on crowd management, including drones and other tech solutions. The U.S. is offering to help with that process, hoping to ensure another tragedy just like this one doesn't happen again.
As allies, partners, and friends, the United States stands with the Republic of Korea during this incredibly difficult time.
South Korea's president has declared a one-week period of mourning, which is set to end on Sunday. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And back here in the U.S., this weekend does mark 1 year since 10 people were killed in a fairly similar situation at a concert in Houston, Texas. We're, of course, talking about Astroworld. I spoke with a crowd control expert who breaks down how situations like these can be avoided, because he says they can be, but unfortunately they will happen again in the future. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, Josh.
So when you see something like what happened in South Korea, we're talking a stampede essentially that killed more than 150 people. How does something like that even happen?
Well, when I heard about it, I thought, here we go again. First of all, it's not the first time. It won't be the last time until we change the way we deal with crowds. It happens, or it happened in this situation, like many, a failure to manage the crowd. In other words, a failure of crowd management and a failure to have an emergency plan to address overcrowding and crowd densities. So too many people in too small a space and nobody taking charge.
The first thing I thought of, this reminded me a lot of Astroworld, I guess on a larger scale, because we're talking 150 plus people dead, but several people lost their lives in Astroworld as well. Does that kind of stick in your mind when you're thinking about something like this?
Absolutely. Astroworld is coming up on its first anniversary, November 5th. 10 young people were crushed to death, over 1,000 injured at that festival. It suffered from similar problems: overcrowding, standing room, a failure by all parties involved, both public and private, to manage the crowd and to have an effective emergency response.
South Korea officials there, their leadership, is actually taking responsibility for this and saying that they are at fault. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's proper. I think in this case, that's proper and admirable that they accept that. Nobody's accepted blame in Houston, Texas. They've done the opposite, tried to make the problem go away. And it's proper in Korea to compensate the victims. But compensation and apologies don't change anything, unfortunately, and don't create justice necessarily. South Korea has to move forward with a new look at their crowd safety policies and programs and institute new standards to prevent the Halloween festivities in Seoul from occurring again. That's what needs to be done. Otherwise, 154 young people plus probably will still go up that died, and the hundreds that were injured, it will all be in vain. And a civilized country can't allow that. We have to learn from these mistakes. And in the area of crowd management, see, the problem is with that industry is we keep making the same mistakes over and over again. We're in the 21st century. How is it that Moses could lead the Israelites out of Egypt through the Red Sea in safety? How is it that we've learned nothing from the Romans who built the Colosseum and moved people around? Or the Chinese, who probably you could credit them with building the first crowd control barricade, the Great Wall. You know, nothing is new when it comes to crowd safety. We have the solution. In fact, I would tell you, Josh, the solutions are on the internet for free.
And that's what I was going to say, is you touched on this a lot there, but what can be done and who has to, I guess, get the ball rolling for this sort of thing to be taken care of so that we don't see incidents like this in the future?
When it comes to, let's say if we're focusing on young people who often are the victims of these abusive environments, we need standards that are from our political leaders, because the industry, live entertainment industry, has proven they're incapable of handling it themselves. We need our political leaders, as has occurred in this country, to rise up to protect the public safety, elected officials, public safety agencies, and create standards and laws to require crowds be handled in a safe way and every reasonable precaution be made. That's what we need. And in some communities, Cincinnati, the state of Rhode Island, in New York, in other areas in the country, we have those. They usually are established after a disaster. But when you talk about Houston, it's the worst response I've seen in my 40 years, since the 1979 Who concert tragedy, when 11 people died. There's absolutely been, 1 year later, nothing substantive has been done whatsoever to change the way, the problems that created Astroworld.
And one thing a lot of people don't know about that situation with the WHO, and I've heard about it a lot, especially recently when you're talking about the situation there in South Korea and, of course, Astroworld. Can you tell me and break down for me exactly what happened at that concert?
Well, I think you know I was there that night. I was there in my role as public information officer for the city. What occurred was, again, overall the umbrella, failure of crowd to manage the crowd. It wasn't the first time there were problems, just like all these other situations, South Korea, Houston. It's not the first time they had problems at those events. The crowd was left outside, not lined up or anything. A mass of people, maybe 10,000, 12,000 people. December 3rd, cold night off the Ohio River, just left to their own devices. Many people in the crowd thought the concert had started without them. And at the time, the Who was the biggest band in the world, kind of like the Rolling Stones still are today. And you had a festival seating ticketing system for most of the venue. Festival seating tickets is standing room. It's a ticket for an unreserved space. The benefit to the promoter is it saves the promoter money. It's easier to oversell. It's easy to sell every ticket because theoretically there's no obstructed view, okay? So people are forced to compete against each other in the crowd to try to get in to that perfect place in front of the artist. In crowd safety, you don't want people competing against each other in the crowd. You want people working together for the common good of the crowd. So you had all this going on, doors open, people heard sounds, doors open momentarily, closed, open, closed, open, closed. And surges began as people thought there was movement in. People, just like in Seoul, collapsed, were forced down to the ground. People were trampled, people were crushed to death, some of them even standing up in the pressure.
Are we going to see more situations like this in the future?
I say it every time after one of these disasters. Yes, until we change our ways in the United States and in other communities around the world, until we value the lives of young people more than we value the profit we receive from them, these tragedies will continue to occur. In fact, they occur more often, even in the United States. You know, you mentioned the Who tragedy, December 3rd, 79. It wasn't until 2003 that there was a similar mass casualty disaster, nearly more than 20 years. And that was the station fire and crowd crush in West Warwick, Rhode Island, where 100 people died and over 200 people were injured in a crowd of about 465 people. Over 20 years till another disaster. Since then, we've had the E2 nightclub, we had Indiana State Fair, stage collapse, death, failure to notify the people. We've had Woodstocks, all of them, 99. We've had other festivals. We've had Las Vegas. Now we've got Houston. All just years apart from each other now. So are things getting better? No, they're getting worse. And nobody in, let's say just the United States, is doing anything significant about them. You know, Michael Rapino, head of Live Nation, the biggest and most powerful promoter facility operator in the world, in my opinion, could change crowd safety overnight at their festivals. They were the promoter at Astroworld. He was asked to appear before a congressional subcommittee after the Astroworld and was asked to answer a number of questions. The 8th question was, what is Live Nation doing today to make sure these kind of terrible incidents don't happen again, such as Astroworld? Still don't know. Haven't heard an answer yet. And Live Nation hasn't come forward with a solution and a commitment to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Paul Wertheimer, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything else that you want to add about all this before I let you go?
This is the Rhode Island report, produced in about 6 months. This is the Chicago report, after the 21 dead, 100 dead, after about the same period of time. This is the Cincinnati report with over 70 recommendations, the first guidance in the United States for live entertainment events, 11 dead. This is a report from Wisconsin that created legislation against an outdoor venue that was overcrowding, that was unregulated. Okay? Took about the same amount of time. This is the Houston report. Basically, it took 6 months to produce 6.5 pages of text. A total 10 dead, and this is what you get. Meant to, with over 40 people, so supposedly 40 industry experts involved in this report. And this is what it was. 6.5 pages of text.
Wow. Well, Paul Wertheimer, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you so much. He has a lot of great information and obviously was at that Who concert several decades ago. Well, power has returned to Kyiv after an intense day of Russian missile attacks. Power companies, however, are warning the blackouts are not over. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has more on the ongoing European conflict.
Russia ramping up its efforts to gain ground in Ukraine, targeting more than a dozen towns and villages in eastern Donetsk. Shelling destroyed several buildings, sections of railway track, and brought down power lines and mobile communications in some areas early Tuesday. Meanwhile, in Kyiv, water and power has been fully restored just a day after a massive missile and drone strike left nearly 80% of the city without basic utilities. Power is, however, only temporary. Utility companies are warning of longer blackouts in the months ahead as Russia continues targeting the country's power stations.
What sounds as very uncomfortable for normal people living in a peaceful life, it gets okay when you get used to it.
While most Ukrainians say they are willing to live with rolling blackouts for the sake of war, many are worried about the winter. In recent days, residents have started stocking up on blankets, warm clothing, and power banks to charge electronics. To ease people's burdens, energy companies have also started announcing daily blackout schedules.
We will do everything to give people electricity and heat this winter, but we must understand that Russia will do everything to destroy the normality of life.
Also on Tuesday, Russia announced it added 120,000 men to its forces through its annual fall draft. This comes ahead of an anticipated Ukrainian push to recapture the vital southern port city of Kherson. Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you so much. I do want to get back to this breaking news we brought you about an hour ago. Air raid sirens sounding on a South Korean island, and residents there evacuated to underground shelters after North Korea fired more than 20 missiles Wednesday, at least one of them in its direction and landing near the rival's tense sea border. South Korea quickly responding by launching its own missiles in the same border area. The launches came hours after North Korea threatened to use nuclear weapons to get the U.S. and South Korea to, quote, pay the most horrible price in history in protest of the ongoing South Korean-U.S. military drills that it views as an invasion rehearsal. The White House has maintained that the U.S. has no hostile intent toward North Korea and vowed to work with allies to curb North Korea's nuclear ambitions. The North's barrage of missile tests also came as world attention was focused on South Korea following that weekend Halloween tragedy that saw more than 150 people killed in a crowd surge over in Seoul in what was the country's largest disaster in years. We will continue to follow this story and bring you updates as we get them here on Live Now from Fox. Time now is 8:17 on the East Coast and 5:17 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to get you to a quick commercial break, and on the other side of that, we will get back into the headlines. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look inside the House of Commons, as that is Rishi Sunak, the newest UK Prime Minister. Hard to believe, but he was just sworn in last week. It has only been a little more than 1 week. He is now answering questions from Parliament in the House of Commons, so I do want to dip in and listen raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, and I apologize in general. There's normally a lot of yelling in these.
Saying the very purpose of the IEA, shrinking the state, is political. Is it right this body receives charitable tax status? And will the PM meet with me to discuss the influence bodies such as the IEA exert on politicians, including what influence they still have with him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously charitable status is a matter for the Charities Commission, but more generally, I actually do believe in free speech and vibrant debate of ideas. That is a good thing, and we should do absolutely nothing to stamp it out, even when we disagree with it.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the run-up to the autumn statement, will my right honourable friend do everything he can to persuade the Chancellor to assist those people who took out mortgages in good faith and now are at risk of losing their homes through unaffordable increases?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise mortgage payments. It's why it is absolutely crucial that we put our public finances on a sustainable footing to limit the increase in interest rates, because ultimately that is what puts pressure on people's mortgage payments. That's what this government is determined to do. And in the short term, there are support available through the welfare system for those with mortgage payments, and I hope he can direct his constituent to those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the continued Russian invasion and the now illegal annexation of parts of Ukraine, will the Prime Minister recommit his government to pursuing the full and proper accountability, including through the International Criminal Court, of those who violate international law in territories that they occupy? And in particular, will he pursue the rigorous application of the 4th Geneva Convention in terms of the treatment of civilian populations in militarily occupied areas?
The honourable gentleman for his question, which is absolutely right. I can confirm we will continue with the policy that the previous government put in place, and I think it's something that we can be proud of, that we provided, I think, the earliest technical support to gather evidence to put cases together for future prosecutions at the ICC. We will continue to gather evidence, provide support to the Ukrainians, because he's absolutely right. What we are hearing is abhorrent, it's wrong, and those who are conducting these things must be held to account.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend and I both represent rural constituencies, and he will know the difficulty in securing both NHS dentistry and GPs in rural areas. We on this side of the House know that the financial decisions that he and the Chancellor are going to be taking are going to be tough. Notwithstanding that, can I urge him to ensure that as many initiatives as possible can be supported and put in place in order to make sure that GPs and dentists know that working in rural areas is an attractive place, and to encourage their recruitment and retention?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the importance of healthcare provision in rural areas, which our constituents feel acutely because of the distances they have to travel. He has my assurance we will continue to prioritise both dentistry and GP recruitment to make sure that everyone in this country has access to the primary health care that they need and deserve.
Chris Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to be bullied into silence by anybody in this House. With the highest peacetime tax rates, food inflation running at 11.6%, mortgage rates rising dramatically, and a £50 billion hole in the public finances, the Prime Minister knows that Britain's broke. What is it about the 12 years of Tory rule and 5 years of him as a minister that has made such a mess of Britain?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the economy, the honourable gentleman just failed to mention the single biggest cause of the challenges that we face right now, which is absolutely the aftermath of a global pandemic which has affected supply chains across the world, and an illegal war being conducted by Putin, which is leading to high energy prices. These are the root cause of the challenges we are facing. The challenges we are facing are global in nature. It is wrong to say that they are particular to this country now, and we will, of course, do what we always do on this side of the House, deliver a strong economy for the British people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In last summer's heatwave, people across Essex witnessed terrible fires. And last month in Ethiopia, I witnessed the horrific climate change-driven drought that is forcing millions of people across the Horn of Africa to the brink of famine. I've discussed climate change with my right honourable friend. I know he cares, and it's great that he's going to Sharm el-Sheikh. But we, the UK, brought the world to Glasgow for COP26. It's vital that we remain world leaders on climate change. So please confirm this government will fulfil the promises that we, the UK, made in Glasgow.
Minister. Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her work and role that she has played in us championing the fight against climate change. And I agree with her. There is no long-term prosperity without action on climate change, and there is no energy security without investment in renewables. That's why I will attend COP27 next week to deliver, Mr. Speaker, on Glasgow's legacy of building a secure, clean and sustainable future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Prime Minister was secretly recorded boasting to friends that he had helped divert money away from deprived areas like Coventry towards wealthy areas, staff of Coventry's hospital are still paying £600 a year to park at work. So when will the Prime Minister stop hammering working people in my community?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Lady was asking about car parking in NHS hospitals, if I understood her rightly. We did introduce temporary free car parking during the pandemic. That was the right thing to do. And now all NHS trusts that charge for parking have implemented our free parking manifesto commitment for those in the greatest need, including hard-working NHS staff who work overnight.
Anthony Bagdell.
Speaker, on Back British Farming Day, will the Prime Minister recognise with all members of the House the important role that farmers take and recognise that public money for public good means producing food in this country? But could he also recognise the value that our trade deals are doing in allowing us to export our high-quality produce around the world, in particular the Australia Agreement, where a member of this House will be able to enjoy a certain delicate cut in his bush trucker trials?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend. British farmers are indeed the lifeblood of our nation. I join him in celebrating their contribution. I agree with him we need to prioritise food security, and he is right to champion free trade deals. They open up new markets and new opportunities for great British produce, and we will continue to open up more markets for our farmers everywhere.
Boris Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the first Prime Minister from Yorkshire for a very long time, but and I'm trying to be kind to him this morning. Isn't it the fact that since he resigned as Chancellor of the Exchequer on the 5th of July, we've had the most turbulent economic and political disaster in our country than any of us can remember? And when he reflects on that, would he also think why, when he was the Chancellor of the Exchequer, he did not help ordinary working people as well as he could? Yes? And can he now take the opportunity to tax the non-DOMs, who are 70,000 of them, that are getting away with avoiding tax? And will he bring in a tax on windfall profits on the gas and oil industry?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of my record as Chancellor in this country. And maybe the honourable gentleman could talk to the 10 million people who had their jobs saved through furlough. Maybe he could talk to the millions of those on the lowest incomes who benefited from the changes we made to universal credit. This will always be a fair and compassionate government that has the most vulnerable at our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With only 2 out of 10 autistic adults currently in employment, it's clear that much more needs to be done to realise their potential. Will my right honourable friend work with me to make sure that business and industry help close that alarming employment gap?
Well, I know this is an area that my right honourable friend rightly champions and knows an enormous amount about. I look forward to working with him closely to get his recommendations on how we and industry can improve the lives of those who need our help.
Sarah Jones.
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 8:30 on the dot on the East Coast and 5:30 over on the West Coast. Thanks so much for being here. If you were watching a few minutes ago, I did let you know that there's going to be a lot of screaming here, as always, inside of the House of Commons, as the newest UK Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is answering questions from Parliament. This happens every week, and this would only be his second time answering these questions. It does get loud in there, so I apologize for the volume, but I do want to dip back in for just a few minutes to listen as Rishi Sunak, seen right there, does answer some more questions from Parliament.
Was really serious about this, they would realise that we have to stop illegal migration, that we have to stop the exploitation of vulnerable people abroad. But they have opposed every single measure we have taken. They're not serious about this problem because they don't think it matters.
Tom Hunt! Very much, Mr. Speaker. Both myself and many of my constituents remember fondly the Prime Minister's visit to Ipswich when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer. We spoke about levelling up, and he made it clear to me levelling up isn't just about one part of the country, it's a national mission. Therefore, does the Prime Minister agree that a great way to show people of Ipswich this would be supported of our levelling up fund bit to get Ipswich active, £18 million, £15 million for Gaines Resort Centre, £3 million for the outdoor Lido in Broomhill?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right. Levelling up is about spreading opportunity in every part of our United Kingdom, ensuring people have pride in the place they call home. I look forward to seeing his Levelling Up Fund bid, and I know it will be being considered over the course of this year, and I wish him every success.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Just let all.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was a live dip inside of the House of Commons as new UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who was just sworn into office a little more than 1 week ago, is answering questions from Parliament there inside the House of Commons in England. And as you heard, it gets pretty loud as essentially people are screaming questions at him and he talks very loudly back to them. That seems to be a common theme there in those meetings. It's kind of a question and answer type situation with the Prime Minister. Time now is 8:33 if you are watching us over on the East Coast, and just 5:33 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to get back here to the U.S. and bring you the headlines here coming up, but first, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, though, back into the headlines with the latest on this deadly shooting in Houston involving a member of Migos killed there. We're talking about Takeoff, and we will have the latest information. Stay with us here on Live Now. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 8:36 on the East Coast and 5:36 on the West Coast. It is the second day of November. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Before the break, we went international, and I want to head back to the U.S. here for the stories that are making headlines. And this is a big one that we have been following here for the last 24 hours. Many questions remain after the shooting death of Migos rapper Takeoff. The 28-year-old, known as the trio's most low-key member, died after gunfire erupted at 801 Billiards and Bowling in Houston, Texas, early Tuesday morning. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene, police say. They add that Takeoff and his uncle Quavo, also from Migos, were at a private party when a fight broke out during a dice game. Gunshots were fired. Takeoff was hit, along with 2 other people. Their conditions are not known. At last check, no arrests have been made and no suspect information has been released. Our affiliates across the country covering this from each and every angle. Migos is from Atlanta, and our Fox 5 Atlanta team starts off our coverage.
I got many calls from Houston and outside of Houston, and everyone spoke of what a great young man this is, how peaceful he is, what a great artist. And I'm calling up on everybody, our hip-hop artists, in Houston and around the nation. We got to police ourselves.
That's a clear message from Houston police. They say the rapper killings must stop.
We all need to stand together and make sure nobody tears down that industry. And I'm calling to start here in Houston, here and possibly as early as next week. I want to meet with some of our artists and see how we can taper things down.
5 shots fired downstairs, from downstairs, outside.
That's 911 dispatcher audio from TMZ. Around 2:30 Tuesday morning, police say dozens of people had gathered at a Houston bowling alley for a private party. They received a call for shots fired. Medics rushed 2 people to the hospital for surgery. 28-year-old Takeoff, 1/3 of the group Migos, was pronounced dead at the scene.
People are no longer resolving their disputes or their arguments through a fist fight, but now everybody has access to guns. And so when there's a disagreement, people pull their guns and they start shooting. And then people are fatally shot and killed, or people are injured.
I think he's very impactful to the game. And, they gave a lot back to the community. He will be missed.
Fans were excited to hear Takeoff's new music that he and his uncle Quavo just released this week. Messy is the last song fans will hear Takeoff on.
Thank you so much to our Fox Atlanta team for that report. Well, Quavo, who was also at the party, was Takeoff's uncle, and Offset was his cousin. The trio raised in large part by Takeoff's mother. Takeoff was the youngest of the 3 members of Migos and was known as the most laid-back one. As Houston police work their investigation, our Fox 26 Houston team brings us the latest from there.
I heard gunshots and people screaming.
Around 2:30 Tuesday morning, Houston police responded to a shooting near the entryway to Billiards and Bowling on San Jacinto Street in downtown Houston. When they arrived, they found the body of 28-year-old rapper Kershnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He was one of 3 members of the popular and internationally known hip-hop group Migos. Quavo, one of the members of Migos, is seen in a video circulating online leaning over Takeoff's body and crying out for help.
Mark my word and mark it. This great city, with our great citizens, with our police department, we will find who's responsible for it.
The rappers were attending a private bowling party. Sources tell Fox 26 that a dice game in the entryway led to an altercation, at which point Takeoff, who sources say was just a bystander, was shot and killed.
Based on what people say about him, he's well respected, nonviolent. I would not expect him to be involved, okay? But I do want to wait on the investigation, but we have no reason to believe that he was involved in anything criminal.
Police say they believe there were 2 separate shooters. A 23-year-old man and a 24-year-old woman were also shot. They were taken to the hospital in private cars, and they're expected to survive. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene.
My thoughts and prayers, again, go out to his family, to his friends. But at this day and time, what I'm saying across the board, not just in this city, but across the country, we have to confront this issue.
Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner says this is yet another grim example of how a petty argument can lead to young men of color killing one another.
Young men who are with guns, and let me underscore with guns, when they're getting into an argument, it's no longer just a fist fight, okay? It's no longer just pushing and shoving. Everybody is carrying guns. And when they get in these emotional settings and tempers flare, it's just so easy to pull your gun and start shooting.
I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
I do want to bring you to the latest news conference here that was held by Houston police just late yesterday here with the latest information as the search for those 2 shooters does continue. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered.
First, before we do anything, I spoke to this young man's mother just an hour ago. Flew in here from out of town. I want everybody to understand the pain, the suffering of a mother. Very tough. And I told her, as we stand with any victim of violence, or any homicide victim, their family, we stand with them in this city, in this police department, and everybody that's standing behind me. I want to thank our homicide unit under the direction of Commander Spears for doing great work time and time again. I'm going to speak briefly, and I'm going to turn it over to the investigator, homicide investigator Arrington. After he speaks, I'm going to get Commander Garcia to come up and translate in Spanish, and he'll go over some of the investigative parts. But let me speak to this just right. We understand and we know it. This morning at about approximately 2:34 a.m., officers received a call of a shooting in progress. Officers arrived there shortly thereafter. The location is in the downtown location, the billiards bowling alley located at 1201 San Jacinto Street here in the downtown area. Once officers arrived, they came upon a male who was deceased. That male has been identified as Kersnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He's a member of the Migos rap group out of Atlanta. And I want to pause again because sometimes the hip-hop community gets a bad name. And I know, and evident from this city and people who I have a personal relationship, a lot of great people in our hip-hop community. And I respect them. But back to Takeoff. I got many calls from Houston and outside of Houston, and everyone spoke of what a great young man this is, how peaceful he is, what a great artist. And I'm calling up on everybody, our hip-hop artists in Houston and around the nation. We got to police ourselves. It is so many talented individuals, men and women, in that community who, again, I love and I respect. And we all need to stand together and make sure nobody tears down that industry. And I'm calling to start here in Houston, here and possibly as early as next week. I want to meet with some of our artists and see how we can taper things down. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to the investigator, and we'll our commander translate, and the mayor is here for questions as well. But I want to pray for, ask that we all pray for his mother, his family, and all of his friends who are in deep pain and shock still right now. Thank you. Investigator, come on up.
Thank you again, Chief, and thank you all for coming here, and good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Michael Arrington. I'm a sergeant with the Houston Police Department's Homicide Division, and earlier this morning, as he said, our patrol officers received a call at approximately 2:34 a.m. of a shooting just occurred at the 810 billiard and bowling alley. From there, we were notified that there was a single male who was shot and pronounced deceased on the scene on the third level outside, just outside the front door. We were also informed that two other individuals had reported themselves by personal vehicle to local area hospitals on their own, both of them with non-life-threatening injuries, but a 23-year-old male and a 24-year-old female. Like I said, both of them are going to be okay, and we have spoken and gotten information from them to help us in this investigation. But the officers arriving on the scene, initial statements from employees working at the establishment notified us that there was an incident that occurred after the party had ended. There was a private party that was booked out for the event. And then after that ended, there was a large group of people who gathered at the front door area just outside of the building. And it led to an argument where the shooting took place from the disagreement. A lot of the people that were there fled the scene and did not stick around to give a statement. So we're asking them to either call us at the Homicide Division at 713-308-3600, or if they would like to remain anonymous, they can call Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. We're looking for any information at this time, any videos, any information. We do know that the media has received a lot of phone calls, text messages, Twitter, tweets, vines, videos. We need all of y'all to send those to us so we can solve this case. We're looking for anything to help us. From there, as the chief said, we want to find justice for this family. They're going through a lot right now. And the only thing that we can do is hope that y'all reach out and assist us in any way to lead to evidence that will help us to apprehend and get charges and arrest on the person responsible for the death of Takeoff.
Thank you. Let me say something right quick, just to follow up. I just want to say something to our city. It's Houston. And every brother and sister in the neighborhoods, I'm calling you to action, to step up. There were 40 people at least at this event, and people left possibly out of fear. I ask you one thing, and I want this to resonate with everybody. What if it was your brother? What if it was your son? You would want somebody to step up. So please step up, get the information to us so we can bring some closure to this family who's hurting right now. Commander, come up to translate for us. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Antes que nada, le queremos dar el sincero pésame a la familia de la víctima. A nombre del jefe y del alcalde, les mandamos nuestras oraciones a los seres queridos.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to a news conference from late yesterday. This is with Houston police on the shooting death of Takeoff, the rapper from Migos, happening yesterday morning in Houston, Texas. They are giving the information and then they are translating it into Spanish for the Spanish viewers. Then it appears that they will be taking questions from the media. So while this is going on, I do want to give you a quick update on everything that we do know so far, including the fact that there does appear to be 2 shooters involved in this. So many of these questions do remain after the shooting death of Migos rapper Takeoff. The 28-year-old, known as the trio's most low-key member, died after gunfire erupted outside of 801 Billiards and Bowling in Houston, Texas. This happening around 2:30 a.m. local time yesterday. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, Houston police say Takeoff and his uncle Quavo, also from Migos, were at a private party when a fight broke out during a dice game. Gunshots were fired and Takeoff was hit along with 2 other people. Now at this point, their conditions are not known. At last check, no arrests have been made, no suspect information released. However, police did say they do believe there were 2 shooters involved, and they say they will release more information as they get it. They are urging anyone who was there or might have any information to give them a call, as they are still looking to solve this high-profile murder. Our affiliates across the country covering this from each and every angle, so we will have their live reports and their recorded reports a bit later on this morning into this afternoon and evening, as we do continue to follow this story around the clock, especially as the search does continue for whomever is responsible for shooting and killing Migos rapper Takeoff there in Houston, Texas, early yesterday morning. I do believe they are about to go back into English here, and they will take questions from the media. There are reporters that are from several different portions of Texas that have turned out there. We're talking Houston, Texas, as well as Dallas, sending reporters as well, as this is a very high-profile murder investigation. So they will take questions from the media here in just a second.
Just a note before turning back over to Chief Fenner. As you have heard, this was a private party last night of about 40 people. In that group, somebody or people know who the actual shooters were. And let me just ask, like has already been asked, that anyone who has information on the shooters to provide that information to HPD. And let us solve this situation. Let us bring justice to this family. But I'm asking for any of the persons who were at this private party that know, that have information on the shooters, please provide that information to HPD and let us solve it. We will solve this particular case. We will find the shooters. But information provided will help to expedite that. But we will. I do want to extend my condolences to the mom of Takeoff, to all the family members of Takeoff, to the families and friends. So I do want to, I want to do that, because it doesn't matter how famous you are. You may not be famous at all. Anybody who loses his or her life is a life loss. And there are family members and friends who are grieving as a result. What I've consistently said over the last several months is that I'm concerned with this age group, young group between 16 and 24, let's say 16, 24, 16 and 30. There are too many young men of color that are killing young men of color. And we do need to have that conversation. We do need to deal with it head on. This was a private party, private event coming at the end, and then we have the shooting, and now one person is no longer with us. And it's not just in the hip-hop community, and I just don't want to demonize this group, but it's across the board with this demographic, where people are no longer resolving their disputes or their arguments through a fist fight, but now everybody has access to guns, and so when there's a disagreement, people pull their guns and they start shooting, and then people are fatally shot and killed, or people are injured. And that's unfortunate. In my day, you have a disagreement, fist fight, and you deal with it. In this day, if there's a disagreement, in those few seconds when the emotions are running high, people pull their guns and then they're shooting. And as a consequence of that, we have too many young men of color that are being injured or fatally killed, and their future is cut off, and family members and friends are left to mourn. This does not have to be our reality, and it need not be our future. And so as it relates to this particular incident, what I would say to the people in this city and even beyond, we will solve this crime. Let us solve this crime. Let us bring the persons to justice, and we will. And then we will continue to move to make our city a safer city. It's disappointing after putting in place One Safe Houston, which is still in place, when the numbers are trending in the right direction, when homicides in the city of Houston are below, 11% below last year, when the numbers of violent crime in almost every category are down in comparison to last year. But one incident, one loss of life through shooting is one too many, irrespective of the numbers trending in the right direction. So just wanted to let people know this particular crime will be resolved and it will be addressed. But if you have any information for those in the hip-hop community, to those who were there last night, please provide that information to HPD, and then let us work to quickly resolve it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, go ahead.
There is some speculation on social media that Takeoff may not have been involved in the beef of whatever went down. Is there any indication that he was caught in some sort of crossfire, or even perhaps shot by a associate of his?
I don't want to speculate, but I do want to say, based on what people say about him, he's well respected, nonviolent. I would not expect him to be involved, okay? But I do want to wait on the investigation, but we have no reason to believe that he was involved in anything criminal at the time, just as people described him, a very peaceful, loving, great entertainer.
Was there a dice game going on when this happened? Was that the root of the altercation?
That's still part of the investigation. I don't want to speculate on that. I want to determine that, and we're still on the early stages. It's only happened a few hours ago, I meant to say. So go ahead.
Can I ask you or the detective, based on the shell casings that you found there and other information, how many firearms were used in this incident?
At least two right now, and with the processing of the scene, and we trace casing, so we're in the process of doing that.
So it sounds as though the suspect or suspects were at this private party.
We believe so. Yeah. Go ahead.
Outside or inside?
Outside.
And Chief, you mentioned that you don't believe that Takeoff was involved in the altercation. Are you confident saying that you don't believe Takeoff may have been the intended target here?
I'm not comfortable in saying that. I don't want to speculate, not at this time. Go ahead.
But based on the comments of young men killing black men, do you think this individual is the suspect might be younger than, let's say, 20?
I think they were probably all in their 20s, okay? But again, I don't like speculation. We want to wait until we nail it down. I want us to all understand the family is hurting, and I don't mind the questions. I mean, that's a part of it. But if we send our family, our loved ones who are looking and listening on a roller coaster, that's what I always caution against as the police chief. I want to make sure that we're taking them into consideration. But we are gonna, bottom line, mark my word, and mark it. This great city, with our great citizens, with our police department, we will find who's responsible for it. Go ahead.
Chief, the artistic roots to hip-hop run very deep in this city. Are you a little surprised that 40 people have not stepped up and
I don't want to judge them at this moment right now. I want to call them to action. And the mayor said it, and this is very important. And I don't want my message to get twisted up either, because sometimes people take a portion of what you say and they take away from the context of the message that you're trying to bring. It's not just hip-hop. It is that age, and we need to give them some help. We've done a lot of things in our city. We need to cultivate them, be there and support them. Now, there's a few in any population or any community that are just evil, and that's a very few. And I don't know the backgrounds of these people. Let us find out who did it. Let us do our investigation. But those individuals that I talked about that are committing crime after crime, don't know if this is the case here, but we do have at least two individuals pulling triggers around here. We're going to get them in custody, okay?
Chief, I know you mentioned that...
Let me get her, and then I'll come back. I want to get, and then if we got time, we'll get back. Yes.
Right now, no suspects, no one detained. Any idea? I know there's some surveillance footage out there.
We're viewing it as part of the investigation, and that may uncover something, but the best thing that we have, because even if we have a face, the best thing is somebody can stand up, because somebody knows exactly who it was. And I'm really confident that somebody's going to step up. Anybody over here, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Did the argument,
and I'll come back to you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Chief, did the argument start at the party, or was it an argument or a disagreement that had...
That's still part of the investigation. At some point, I think there was a disagreement on something, and we're still trying to determine that and work that out. But again, once we determine it, we'll put it out there. Okay? Go ahead, sir.
Chief, is there anything you can share with us about the private party?
I don't know right now, just the private party at that location. That's going to be part of the investigation. We need to talk to management. We need to talk to individuals who were actually there. A lot to go in this investigation, still early on. Go ahead, Sinjay.
Chief, could you just talk a little bit about where this fits in the sort of broader picture of what Houston's been dealing with for the last couple of years, right? I mean, the mayor did mention...
I don't think it's, Sinjay, it's just Houston. I think it's society, and I've said this probably 1,000 times, over the last year and a half or so. Nobody knows, okay? This thing with COVID, criminologists are going to be studying this here for years, So go ahead, Mayor.
Let me address that, because I want to make it very clear that this is not a Houston unique situation. And I know all this year and all these months, people have been trying to make this a Houston unique situation. Just this morning, I'm looking at all the crime stats of all of the major cities. Okay? Houston is not the worst city. Far from. Okay? Every city in this country is facing issues. But the good news in this city, what I can say, is that we are trending in the right direction. We have 46 fewer homicides this year than we had last year. If it was 46 more than last year, you'd be hearing about that. And you would be reporting on that. But no one is reporting that we have 46 fewer homicides this year than the same time last year. Homicides 11% below where we were last year. But I will say this. This was not an incident that happened at just like in an open club where people can come in and come out and nobody knows everybody. This was a private event. And based on the investigation of about 40 people, it is important for the hip-hop community, for everybody else, for the city, for the family. It is important for those who have information on who the shooters were to make that information known. There's a responsibility and accountability on all of us to do that. And that's why I want to deal with the subject matter, that there are too many young men of color that lives are being cut short from other young men of color. And that has to stop because that's tragic. And so I want to again to plead to the persons who were there, who have information on who these shooters were. Give HPD, law enforcement, that information so we can solve this situation sooner rather than later. So you don't have others out there trying to solve it for themselves, okay? We owe that to Takeoff's mom and to the family. And I want the mother to know and the family members to know that this city is praying for them. And we value their family members' life, okay? And we intend to solve it. And that's why we're all standing here. We intend to solve it, okay? Because these type of shootings just can't happen, and then we move on to the next one.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to take a couple of more. Somebody who hadn't asked a question yet. Go ahead.
Was his uncle Quavo there when the shooting occurred, and is he working with investigators?
I'm not sure exactly who was there. We're going to determine that. I don't say that anybody hadn't been working with us. It's just happened 2:30 a.m. this morning. So we expect family members and everybody to work with us, and we'll get with you on that. Who was it? Juan, go ahead.
The two people who were injured, were they shot also, and were they friends of Takeoff?
We don't know the relationship right now. We just know that they're in a hospital. I think our investigators had an opportunity to briefly talk with them, but they're being tended to. So we'll get back at them maybe later on today or tomorrow.
But were they shot also, or do you know their
Yes. Go ahead.
Chief, I wanted to go back to something you mentioned earlier. Outside of the blanket call for evidence and people to come forward, as kind of we're used to hearing, I felt like you had a moment there where it almost felt personal here. And I'm just curious for everyone to hear one more time. For the dozens of witnesses who saw this play out, what is your message to them?
You asked for my personal, and I don't like to put it on Troy Fenner, but I'm proud of my city. I love this city. I love this department. And I know the heart of our people. I spent the majority of 55 years in this city, and I know what we're about. So that's what I'm trying to wake up. And if I got to do that and calling people, that's what I want to do. And it is personal. But it's not only personal for this incident. Anybody that's killed in our city, like our mayor has said time and time again, you take it personal. And I don't know how a chief of police don't take it personal. Now, it may, I don't have any gray houses and bald-headed, okay? It may do that to me. May add a little bit of stress, but you know what? I don't know how police chiefs in our nation don't care. And I can tell you most of them care as much as I care.
but I got a lot of strong men and women on our team, and we're going to get justice for this family.
And for the witnesses who saw this play out, what would you ask them?
Just step up. Real simple. Just like I said, I've always said, people, what if it was your family member? What would you want them to do? Real simple. Let's get a.
I was just going to ask you.
And I'll come back to you.
Speaking of the personal angle, from your office, you can clearly see Green Street, probably the spot where this happened. In general terms, though, downtown, the entertainment district, this is highly unusual, no? Especially when you consider all the fans here for the World Series, too, who may be looking at this from afar thinking, what's going on in Newark?
We want to put it in perspective. Crimes can happen anywhere, but don't forget, private event. And I'm not trying to diminish it in any, it's a private event. It's not a random just out on the street. So I want people to understand that. Got a great city with a lot of great people. And we're going to be fine here. But we got work to do, and I'm going to take 2 more because all my investigators are behind me, and they got to get back, okay? I'm going to get you, and then I'm going to come back at you, okay? It's all right? Yes, ma'am.
Chief,
Go ahead.
did the party end at 2:30, or was this group outside for quite some time?
I'm not sure on that. I hope events are ending at least at 2 a.m. That's part of the investigation, but I know the shooting did occur outside, okay? Yeah, go ahead.
Chief, at this time, do you guys know how many times Takeoff was shot?
I don't know right now. And unfortunately, he has to. The autopsy will take place, and that, I don't know, probably sometime tomorrow they'll get that information to us again. I don't want to speculate, but again, in closing, pray for that family. Pray for everybody involved. His mom, I don't know her, but my heart goes out to her, and people don't understand the human element. And that's what we want these young men to think about. Stop just pulling the darn trigger. Think and calm yourself down a little bit, you know, but that's what we got to work on as a society. So thank y'all. All right.
Thank you.
That right there was the latest news conference held by Houston police just late yesterday, speaking about the murder of Migos rapper Takeoff, who was killed in that shooting early Tuesday morning outside of the bowling alley in Houston, Texas. That was 801 Billiards and Bowling there. We are continuing to cover this from each and every angle. Our Fox 5 New York team's Lizette Nunez kind of breaks down everything we know so far.
For discharging firearms. There's 5 shots fired from downstairs outside.
This is the audio obtained from TMZ from dispatchers. First responders were called to 810 Billiards and Bowling in Houston early Tuesday morning.
Once officers arrived, they came upon a male who was deceased. That male has been identified as Kersnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He's a member of the Migos rap group. I want everybody to understand the pain, the suffering of a mother. Very tough. And I told her, as we stand with any victim of violence or any homicide victim, their family.
Takeoff was out celebrating a birthday with his uncle and fellow Migos member Quavo. Police releasing very limited details, but say there was an argument after the party was over, and then shots rang out.
There was a large group of people who gathered at the front door area just outside of the building, and it led to an argument where the shooting took place from the disagreement.
Takeoff was shot and killed, and 2 other people were injured. Video from TMZ shows Quavo trying to call for help after the shooting. The Grammy-nominated group is a family affair that includes Takeoff's uncle Quavo and his cousin Offset. The group broke through with their hit Versace in 2013 and continued to top music charts over the years.
Takeoff is a star. Takeoff is a celebrity. You know, he's a person that a New Yorker knows, and someone from the southern region knows, West Coast, everyone knows the Migos.
We will continue to follow the latest on this story and bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. Once again, we do know that the search is on for 2 possible shooters in connection with the murder of Migos rapper Takeoff, who was killed in that shooting early yesterday morning outside of that bowling alley in Houston, Texas. As we do get more information, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get into some other headlines right now. The man accused of breaking into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home, beating her husband, and seeking to kidnap her told police he was on a, quote, suicide mission and had plans to target other California and federal politicians. That is according to a court filing that was filed just yesterday. David DePape was ordered held without bail during his arraignment yesterday in San Francisco court. His public defender entered a not guilty plea on his behalf, and it was his first public appearance since the early Friday attack. In the court filing, prosecutors detailed the attack in stark terms as part of their bid to keep DePape behind bars. Paul Pelosi was knocked unconscious by the hammer attack and woke up in a pool of his own blood. That is, again, according to that filing. DePape's intent, quote, could not have been clearer. San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins writing in that filing, quote, he forced his way into the Pelosi home, intending to take the person third in line to the presidency of the U.S. hostage and to seriously harm her. Thwarted by Speaker Pelosi's absence, the defendant continued on his quest and would not be stopped, culminating in the near-fatal attack on Mr. Pelosi. Madeline Rivera with Fox News providing us the latest information.
David DePape in a California court for his first public appearance since his arrest last week. He's the 42-year-old suspect accused of breaking into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home Friday morning and hitting her husband with a hammer.
I look forward to representing Mr. DePape, to providing a vigorous defense for him.
DePape is facing a number of state and federal charges in connection with that attack. If convicted, he could face life in prison on state charges alone.
We did seek a criminal protective order requiring him to stay away from both Speaker Pelosi as well as Mr. Pelosi.
DePape told police he had planned to take the speaker hostage and perhaps break her kneecaps. According to a federal complaint, DePape viewed Nancy as the leader of the pack of lies told by the Democratic Party. House Republican Whip Steve Scalise was shot by a Bernie Sanders supporter back in 2017. He condemned the attack on Mr. Pelosi.
Stand up against any kind of violence. That's something I've been hearing loud and clear all around from all ends of the political spectrum, as it should be.
While many Republicans have denounced the violence, others, like Arizona's Republican gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake, are facing backlash for appearing to mock the incident.
Nancy Pelosi, well, she's got protection when she's in D.C. Apparently her house doesn't have a lot of protection.
Their silence and their jokes are giving people a green light out there.
The U.S. Capitol Police says Friday's attack is under review. They're also asking for more resources to help protect lawmakers. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
You want to start the little ones? Good. Stand by.
All right, everyone. I'm Josh Breslow here, 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. I do want to start getting to some lighter news here, and let's talk about National Pumpkin Destruction Day. Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin joining us live here to explain what's going on with Pumpkin Destruction Day, and I think we're hopefully going to destroy some pumpkins.
Wish granted, Josh. Good morning to you from Williston, Florida. National Pumpkin Destruction Day is what day, Mr. Michael Hill?
This Saturday.
Okay, he runs the Amber Brook Farms in two different cities, Williston and Eustis, Florida. We're at the Williston property this morning. This Saturday, you're asking the public to come out to both farms and do what exactly?
Yeah, so our full-time job, we grow strawberries, blueberries, and peaches, and we do the fall festival. And we have all these pumpkins left over, so we decided what not better to have a day to destroy them, and then we can feed it. We can give them to all our local ranchers, and they use them as feed.
Beautiful. Let's start with Paul here, who's got what kind of weapon in his hands?
He's got a big old school mallet.
All right, mallet. Paul, take it away in 3, 2. Oh, nice work. Bravo. Man, he's a strong boy too. He had his Wheaties this morning. All right, Paolo, the cameraman's going to go inside this region called the Slide Hill here on the farm. Let's start with our kiddos on the left here. Let's drop a pumpkin. What's the idea here, my friend?
So this is obviously a spot for the kids to play on all day long. You can come out here and do all the activities. But we're today and this weekend, we'll be rolling them down the hill, destroying more pumpkins.
Nice. The idea is to get as far as the gate and the fence here, and yeah, some of them are doing it, no question about it. Now, is there a ticket cost to all of this?
Yes. It's $15 at the door, $13 online, but it gets you into everything. We have live music, all the activities for the kids. We have You Pick Sunflowers. We got beer, wine, all the fun stuff for a full day, and the football games will be on.
Wow, there's so much to do here. It's a huge farm, 100 acres.
Yeah, no, and it's absolutely beautiful piece of property. It's a slice of heaven for sure.
Let's send our last 3 pumpkins down all at the same time. Kiddos in 3, 2, 1, all 3. It's like a little race here.
Yep.
That's oddly satisfying, isn't it?
It is, and only one of them busted, but I promise you they all will.
Right, because they're not quite as rotten as they need to be. Let's get Paolo, the cameraman, out of the gate. All right, now for Josh, the moment you've been waiting for. A cannon, a bona fide pumpkin cannon that can shoot pumpkins as far as how much?
10 football fields, 1,000 yards.
All right. We have Thomas here who has primed the pump and the cannon is ready. Buddy, are you ready for this? Ready to go. All right, let's count them down from 5, all right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, man. It's still going. I hope Paolo, the cameraman, can see it because it's so far out there. It's like shooting a golf drive. Man, nice work. That's what it's about. What's the website for all the info?
AmberBrookFarms.com.
Amber Brook Farms, Brook with an E, AmberBrookFarms.com. Good luck this Saturday. I hope you destroy a lot of pumpkins.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it back to you in the field, Josh.
Yeah, that was oddly satisfying. Thank you so much, Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin. We appreciate it.
All right, you bet.
Time now 9:19 over on the East Coast and 6:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world, and sometimes watch pumpkins shoot out of cannons. We have it all here on Live Now. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to the headlines here with everything you need to know to start your Wednesday. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and believe it or not, we are less than 1 week away from U.S. midterm election day. Very hard to believe. 6 days left in all. And the latest Fox News power rankings show Republicans are expected to gain control of the House, but the Senate, it's anyone's guess. President Biden was in Florida to rally support for Democratic candidates there. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more on the midterms.
Aren't razor thin like other states. According to the latest Fox News Power Rankings, 4 states have toss-up Senate races and will determine control. Fox News polling shows in Arizona, Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has a slight lead of 2. Races aren't razor thin like other states. According to the latest Fox News Power Rankings, 4 states have toss-up Senate races and will determine control. Fox News polling shows in Arizona, Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has a slight lead of 2. Races aren't razor thin like other states. According to the latest Fox News Power Rankings, 4 states have toss-up Senate races and will determine control. Fox News polling shows in Arizona, Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has a slight lead of 2. Races aren't razor thin like other states. According to the latest Fox News Power Rankings, 4 states have toss-up Senate races and will determine control. Fox News polling shows in Arizona, Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has a slight lead of 2. Races aren't razor thin like other states. According to the latest Fox News Power Rankings, 4 states have toss-up Senate.
Not sure what's going on there. My apologies, but Lauren Blanchard repeating herself a couple times there. Let's get back into the headlines, though. No surprise here. Our Fox affiliates are covering the midterm elections here around the clock. We are getting reports from each and every state as we keep you covered here at Live Now from Fox. Our Fox 13 Tampa team, great at covering politics basically on a daily basis, but they do break down for us several races, including the race for governor, where Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, will take on the former governor, Charlie Crist, a Democrat.
Knows as well as anyone how finicky Florida can be.
This state was 0.5 of a percentage point away in 2018 from going in a much different direction.
To be exact, 0.395 percentage points was the difference between him and Andrew Gillum. But this time, against Charlie Crist, polling averages show he's ahead by 12 points. To the point he's willing to lend his time to Republicans in races that appear tighter.
You know, I was just up in New York campaigning for our governor candidate up there.
But with big pockets of Democratic supporters in area like Miami, Crist and Senate candidate Val Demings, who was down by an average of 8 to Marco Rubio, aren't lying down. They got a boost from President Biden tonight, who wants to show Florida is still competitive.
We're at an inflection point in history. It comes about every 5 or 6 generations. So much has changed in America and around the world that the decisions we make, the decisions you make over the next 2 to 3 years are going to determine the fate of this country.
But some Democratic operatives are angry the National Party has left their candidates to largely fend for themselves financially, especially with the president's approval ratings in the low 40s and Republicans now in the lead in state party registrations. Former President Barack Obama is campaigning this week, but not in Florida.
The national parties know the math. You've got a 50-50 Senate. They're focusing much of their time and money on closer states, and those states happen to be first and foremost Pennsylvania and Nevada.
If Democratic candidates are able to repeat 2018's performances, which saw Gillum and Bill Nelson both lose by less than a point, or even win next week, national attention will again be ripe for 2024's races for president and Senate.
If we vote, if we turn out and we vote in high and big numbers, we're going to win. We're going to win big.
But if DeSantis and Rubio coast and the cabinet goes Republican and they tighten their grip on the legislature, Florida will be even more red than Bush or Gore could have ever imagined. Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that breakdown. I want to head to a neighboring state now and talk about what's at stake for each party in Georgia. Here is our Fox 5 Atlanta team with a look at the races there.
Vote, Georgia. Vote to re-elect Governor Brian Kemp to 4 more years.
With Georgia now a key battleground state, former Vice President Mike Pence encouraged people to get out and vote, endorsing Republican incumbent Governor Brian Kemp at a rally in Cumming. Candidate Kemp saying there's a lot riding on the outcome of this election, urging supporters to continue their ground game.
The ultimate poll is going to be this coming Tuesday. We're very confident that if our folks get out and vote and we keep working like we have been literally since the day after the primary victory, that we're going to win on Tuesday.
If enough of us make our voices heard, I promise you, things will get better.
Stacey Abrams brought out a little star power of her own. Former President Barack Obama came to College Park Friday campaigning for the gubernatorial candidate trying to unseat Kemp.
We deserve a governor who actually wants to invest in our families, invest in our futures, but also willing to spend the resources that hardworking Georgians and federal Democrats have delivered to the state to do more now, instead of giving money to the wealthy and the powerful.
Our Fox 5 Atlanta team, they're working on exactly what races they are keeping an eye on there over in Georgia. So we'll have more on that coming up a little bit later. But as I mentioned, less than a week to go until Election Day. President Biden hitting the road to contrast his administration's policies with the other side of the aisle as Republicans are becoming more confident about their chances to take not only the House, but also the Senate.
Hello, Hollandale Beach. God love you.
It's the Sunshine State for President Biden as he focuses on Social Security and lowering prescription drug costs.
If Republicans in the Congress have their way, the power we just gave Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices goes away. Gone. $2,000 cap on prescription drugs. Gone.
The event in a state where Republicans are quickly making ground in their gubernatorial and Senate races.
Joe Biden and the Democrats control the White House, the House, and the Senate for 22 months, and what they've produced for our country is inflation, runaway immigration, crime problems around the country.
A new Wall Street Journal poll found in a generic congressional race, the Republican candidate polled 2% higher than the Democrat. The top issues were the economy and inflation, though they're not the only concern.
I think it's not just gas prices.
I have to support anybody that's for women's rights.
I want to see the power reversed in the Senate.
The latest Fox News power rankings show the GOP is expected to gain control of the House, but the Senate is far closer, with 4 states listed as toss-ups: Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Republican strategists are celebrating their chances in the Senate.
I think things are looking really good. I think right now we are at 50, and then it's going to come down to Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia.
According to the United States Election Project, more than 24 million have voted early. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, let's head out live as we do here on Live Now from Fox. I want to listen into this news conference going on in New York City, where the police commissioner is attending the NYC Marathon Blue Line painting ceremony. This is going on right now in Central Park, and right after that, the police commissioner and other police executives will provide the security briefing for the New York City Marathon. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Who believed that a big city marathon was possible. It takes the incredible spirit of the pioneers of 6 women who believed that women 50 years ago should participate along with the men. It takes the support of our friends and family who believe in us and help us train and will be following us through the race app on race day. And it takes incredible partnerships like the folks we're celebrating here today, who believe in keeping the city safe, in keeping it clean, in keeping it healthy. These partners here quite literally clear, clean, sweep, and pave the roadways for the world to come and run. On Sunday, November 6th, we're looking forward to welcoming 50,000 participants to the finish line of the TCS New York City Marathon. We'll be cheering for you, and we believe in you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. You can tell why this partnership has been so strong and has really helped elevate our organization as we've continued to grow alongside TCS. So thank you for those words. So that now that we've all been represented, now the fun part is about to begin. So I am going to invite everybody, and we're going to start the ceremonial painting of our finish area here as the blue line, and Giannis's team is going to continue that across the 5 boroughs. You are only responsible for this area right here. But thank you so much for everyone for being here. We're excited to be with you and alongside you on Sunday, November 6th. So come on out and watch. Thank you. And now we're going to listen to Trina.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are watching the ceremonial painting of the blue line here at the New York City Marathon site. We did have some officials speaking there to kind of speak about the organization and setup for that New York City Marathon, and now they are doing a little bit of painting there to paint what I believe would be the finish line. Not entirely sure on that, but yeah, fun way to spend your Wednesday morning by painting the ground. Not quite sure if they're going to speak again after this, but you can see they are stopping for a photo op as they do paint there on the New York City Marathon site. So essentially what's going on here is the police commissioner is attending the New York City Marathon blue line painting ceremony. As you'll notice, though, not all the paint is blue, it's multicolored, but they're attending that ceremony in Central Park, which is underway right now. Right after that ceremony, the police commissioner and other police executives provided a security briefing for the New York City Marathon. And it appears that they are going to speak just a little bit more on that topic here, but right now they are still doing that ceremonial painting. So while that is underway, I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. If they do speak a little bit more, we will dip back in here live, raw, and unfiltered. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is 9:36 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 6:36 on the West Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back into the headlines here, as many questions, so many, remain after the shooting death of Migos rapper Takeoff. The 28-year-old, known as the trio's most low-key member, died after gunfire erupted outside 801 Billiards and Bowling in Houston, Texas, early Tuesday morning. Takeoff was pronounced dead there at the scene. Houston police say Takeoff and his uncle Quavo, also from Migos, were at a private party when a fight broke out during a dice game. Gunshots were fired. Takeoff was hit, along with 2 other people. Now, their conditions this morning not known. At last check, no arrests have been made and no suspect information has been released. However, police do say they believe there are 2 gunmen. This is not the only incident that did happen on Halloween and the following morning. Fox's Mike Tobin has a look at that.
Several shootings casting a shadow over Halloween celebrations overnight. In Houston, at least 1 person was killed outside of a bowling alley and pool hall early Tuesday. Police confirmed rappers Takeoff and Quavo from the rap group Migos attended the private party. Takeoff was found dead at the scene. Authorities now working to determine a motive.
We are still in the process, in the early stages of this investigation, and we're looking for the public's help or anybody who was at the party or at the event that witnessed this.
Here in Chicago, police are investigating a drive-by shooting that left at least 14 people injured. Several of those wounded are children. Chicago Police Superintendent David Brown says 2 shooters appeared to fire randomly into the crowd on the city's west side. The attack lasted just 3 seconds.
There was a vigil that we understand that was the balloon release was happening, but there may have also been others gathered for other various reasons. It's a very common corner to be where people congregate and have, different meetings and gatherings.
And earlier Monday, multiple people were killed in shootings across Philadelphia and Brooklyn. An annual FBI crime report shows murders increased by 4.3% from 2020 to 2021. With just 1 week to go until the midterm elections, the spike in crime remains a key issue for voters.
We have to stop this madness and start really enforcing the laws.
Chicago police say they're waiting until the victims are treated at the hospital to interview them. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much. I do want to move on to some of the other headlines here. In just a few hours, day 2 of the sentencing hearing will start for Nicholas Cruz, seen right there. Cruz shot and killed 17 people inside Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Broward County, Florida. That is in the southern part of the state. Back on Valentine's Day 2018, 17 people also wounded in that attack. Cruz entered a guilty plea 1 year ago, and after a 3-month-long trial, a jury recommended a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. That sentence will be handed down today in a hearing that does begin at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This hearing is the first time that victims' families were able to speak to the shooter directly since the jury handed down that life sentence. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller tells us what happened on day 1 of that hearing.
When you die, it is my fondest hope that they take you and and burn you and take your ashes and throw them in the garbage dump. You know why? Because garbage to garbage.
One by one.
He is a sociopath that does not deserve to live amongst us.
The families of the 17 people killed in the 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, stood up in court to unleash their grief and anger. It was the first time families were given unrestricted access to confront shooter Nicholas Cruz as part of his 2-day sentencing trial.
I wish no peace for you. I wish nothing but pain.
During Cruz's 3-month trial, victims' family members and survivors were restricted in what they could tell the jury during testimony. That wasn't the case Tuesday, when many expressed their anger over Cruz's life sentence after jurors were unable to reach a unanimous verdict on the death penalty.
If killing 17 might
innocent people and wounding 17 more does not warrant the death penalty, then what possibly does?
Other family members verbally attacked Cruz's public defenders, accusing them of misleading jurors into believing Cruz suffered from mental illness due to his mother's excessive drinking while pregnant. The defense eventually asked the circuit judge to intervene and stop those type of remarks. But prosecutors argued parents had a right under state law and the Constitution to be heard. After families finish speaking, Cruz will be formally sentenced to life in prison on Wednesday. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
David, thank you. Again, day 2 of that hearing expected to get underway around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so several hours from now. The hearing is expected to end today as the judge does hand down that official sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Our Fox 13 Tampa team was also inside that courtroom and filed this report with a look at what happened.
Anger and anguish muzzled for 4 years was finally unleashed.
I have emptiness, I have sadness, and I have grief. I am broken. I am broken. I am broken.
At his sentencing Tuesday, convicted mass killer Nicholas Cruz sat and listened to the lifetime of pain and suffering he has inflicted on so many families, including Deborah Hickson, who lost her husband, Chris.
You stole him from us, and you did not receive the justice that you deserved. You, however, you will die as nothing, because you are nothing.
Cruz pled guilty to killing 17 people at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. Recently, he dodged the death penalty and instead was sentenced to life in prison. The jury's verdict was seen as a huge betrayal and injustice to the victims' families. Elisa Hallidaff's grandfather did not hold back.
I hope your maker sends you directly to hell to burn for the rest of your eternity.
I have a great idea for you while you're spending your time in jail. You should write a book on how you and your defense counsel beat the judicial system and got away with murder.
And those who survived the school massacre spoke too.
I used to be eternally happy and relatively carefree, but now I have worries and fears that seem unreasonable to most.
I am now afraid of tight spaces because if something were to happen, I would not be able to escape.
More family impact statements expected Wednesday. Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
Sir, you can put your hand down.
So as you heard, many of those families, if not all of them, wanted the death penalty for Cruz, but ultimately the jury chose life in prison without parole. The judge could have changed the death penalty to life in prison, but cannot go the other way and change life in prison to the death penalty. So he will be sentenced there to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dr. Debbie Goodman, a criminologist with St. Thomas University, briefly explains how that works.
This truly becomes the finish line to this case. You and I were together, as you mentioned, during the actual assessment and conversation here of the verdict. And as we went down the list of the 12 jurors, we quickly saw, although we may have had an idea that it was going more in a death penalty outcome, but as we said last time, and just to remind the viewers, this jury, 3 of 12 individuals, decided that the aggravating conditions did not outweigh the mitigating conditions. And again, a reminder of what that is. We know that a mass shooting in and of itself is beyond atrocious and astounding. But legally, when we talk about aggravating conditions, those are things that were involved in the crime before, during, and after that could potentially heighten the outcome. Things such as the gun, the assault rifle, taking the Uber, going on media platform to literally express his intentions of killing 20 people and saying the location and stating that everybody would know his name and it would be a big event. So we were looking at those issues. However, and clearly in conclusion here, the defense team was successful in their platform of mental health, of early onset trauma, of potential fetal alcohol syndrome and brain damage. So here we are, nothing will change. I've had a lot of colleagues and citizens, email me about some different things that were shared, you and I speaking, and just their own curiosity, and many of whom have asked, could the judge make an alternative decision? And the answer is no. She will maintain the life sentence without parole, and it is not within her purview or legal jurisdiction or framework as the judicial officer to come and alternate that posture and position of which the jury recommended the life sentence without parole.
All right, and thank you so much to Dr. Debbie Goodman for that information. Once again, that sentencing hearing will get underway at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It's likely we'll show at least some of that here on Live Now from Fox, but don't forget you can go to YouTube and search Live Now from Fox. You will find our live stream where it will be shown uninterrupted. I do want to talk about some health news right now, as fears are growing that flu, COVID, and RSV could result in what's known as a triple-demic or tridemic this winter, and there could be a new tool for containment on the horizon. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has more from LA.
Science moves in a very deliberate way.
It's a possible breakthrough more than 3 decades in the making. Pfizer has released new data showing its RSV vaccine was highly effective when given to pregnant women. The shots were about 82% effective in preventing severe cases of RSV in babies in the first 3 months after birth. That number dropped to 69% after 6 months, but there were no signs of any complications in either moms or kids.
We would like to protect the mom, but also, importantly, some of that protection will cross the placenta, protect that newborn.
The announcement comes amid a major surge in RSV. Health officials are warning of a triple-demic this winter, with flu, COVID, and RSV all circulating in big numbers. That makes today's announcement even more important, because Pfizer says the vaccine offered strong protection to older patients as well.
Among older individuals, it can cause pneumonia, and it's very hard to distinguish that from influenza or COVID-19.
Once the vaccine is available, the challenge will turn to distribution, convincing a vaccine-weary public to roll up their sleeves again.
There is absolutely good reason to believe that these are going to be very safe products.
Pfizer says it plans to ask regulators to approve its RSV vaccine by the end of the year. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you for that. Want to stick with health news now, as the American Cancer Society now estimates there will be roughly 237,000 new lung cancer cases this year alone. And during Lung Cancer Awareness Month, Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez is taking a closer look at the deadliest cancer in the U.S. and its impacts.
It's the #1 cause of cancer-related death in both men and women. And with November marking Lung Cancer Awareness Month, health officials are sounding the alarm about the disease. The American Cancer Society estimates more than 130,000 combined deaths this year, citing more women than men will be diagnosed.
In fact, more women will die from lung cancer than breast cancer, ovarian cancer, and uterine cancer combined.
And while smoking is the #1 risk factor, it doesn't guarantee you will develop lung cancer.
About 20% of women who are diagnosed with lung cancer will never have smoked in their lifetime.
Health officials expect cases to decline as fewer people take up smoking and as more people quit.
It's important to try to quit smoking, as it will help lower your risk for lung cancer, other forms of cancer, as well as improve your outcomes on treatment if you are diagnosed with lung cancer, as well as reduce your risk of heart disease, stroke.
Doctors stress the importance of early detection and how it can increase a patient's chances of survival.
If you do currently smoke or have previously quit in the last 15 years, talk to your doctor about a screening CT for lung cancer and see if that's right for you.
Because smoking is linked to lung cancer, doctors say the disease can lead to stigma. Officials say the simplest way to support those diagnosed is to show empathy and kindness. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
A lot of good information, as it is Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the month of November. And believe it or not, we are already at November 2nd. A lot going on so far this month. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on. 9:52 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 6:52 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but after that, we will get back into the headlines right here in the U.S. and internationally. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to take you to the latest international news that we do have going on today, because there is a lot, and we've been following this story for quite a while. South Korean officials are now admitting responsibility and apologizing for failures in responding to the Halloween crowd surge that has now killed more than 150 people, and that death toll could continue to rise. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from London.
Mourners in South Korea are paying their respects at a makeshift memorial 3 days after a deadly crowd surge killed more than 150 people, leaving the country in shock. Victims and their families now allowed to collect the belongings left behind at the scene. And on Tuesday, officials began taking responsibility for the disaster, starting with the head of the National Police, who said his forces failed to respond to more than 100 calls warning of the danger posed by the crowd.
이번 사고를 통해
I feel an infinite responsibility for public safety through this accident, and we will do our best to prevent such a tragic event from happening again.
An internal police investigation is now underway, and other officials, including the Interior Minister and the Mayor of Seoul, also offered apologies on Tuesday. But survivors say that doesn't go far enough, and they'll be pushing for more accountability in the coming days.
If the right measures are in place, things like this don't happen. I'm constantly thinking about all the dead bodies I saw, and I know that their families would want something done about this.
Officials also say the country needs more research and expertise on crowd management, including drones and other tech solutions. The U.S. is offering to help with that process, hoping to ensure another tragedy just like this one doesn't happen again.
As allies, partners, and friends, the United States stands with the Republic of Korea during this incredibly difficult time.
South Korea's president has declared a one-week period of mourning, which is set to end on Sunday. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Well, power returned to Kyiv after an intense day of Russian missile attacks. Power companies, however, warning the blackouts are not over just yet. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has more on this ongoing European conflict.
Russia ramping up its efforts to gain ground in Ukraine, targeting more than a dozen towns and villages in eastern Donetsk. Shelling destroyed several buildings, sections of railway track, and brought down power lines and mobile communications in some areas early Tuesday. Meanwhile, in Kyiv, water and power has been fully restored just a day after a massive missile and drone strike left nearly 80% of the city without basic utilities. Power is, however, only temporary. Utility companies are warning of longer blackouts in the months ahead as Russia continues targeting the country's power stations.
What sounds as very uncomfortable for normal people living in a peaceful life, it gets okay when you get used to it.
While most Ukrainians say they are willing to live with rolling blackouts for the sake of war, many are worried about the winter. In recent days, residents have started stocking up on blankets, warm clothing, and power banks to charge electronics. To ease people's burdens, energy companies have also started announcing daily blackout schedules.
We will do everything to give people electricity and heat this winter, but we must understand that Russia will do everything to destroy the normality of life.
Also on Tuesday, Russia announced it added 120,000 men to its forces through its annual fall draft. This comes ahead of an anticipated Ukrainian push to recapture the vital southern port city of Kherson. Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, let's fly right back here to the U.S., where Delta pilots voted overwhelmingly to go on strike. The announcement coming ahead of the holiday season. We are just, 2 months away from Christmas at this point. But the pilots say their goal is not to strike and hope they can reach a deal over wages and work conditions. Fox's Rose Schmidt has more on the strike and the uncertainty hovering over your holiday travel plans.
Our goal is not a strike. Our goal is an industry-leading contract, but we are ready and willing to strike today.
Pilots at Delta Airlines have voted overwhelmingly to authorize a strike, but there are many hurdles to jump through before that could happen. Union leaders say they want a deal that reflects their hard work over the past few years.
We've been working incredibly hard through the pandemic, a record amount of overtime to get our customers where they want to be.
The union says Delta pilots are working under the same pay rates and benefits that were negotiated 6 years ago. And labor law experts point out a lot has happened since then.
We're in a period of not only labor shortages and staffing shortages, but we now have rising inflation.
Professor David Larson says couple that with Delta's announcement of a record revenue in the third quarter, and pilots are bound to feel frustrated.
And if anything gets under your skin, it's the idea that things aren't improving for you, but at the very upper end, things are going wonderfully.
Pilots at United Airlines are also fighting for what they feel they deserve. On Tuesday, they voted to reject United's contract offer. Larson says the effects of the pandemic have already meant disruptions for travelers.
We know from last summer, there was all kinds of problems with luggage and scheduling and cancellations, record cancellations. So the public's really frustrated, but the pilots are frustrated too.
And now heading into the holiday travel season, he says airlines will likely do whatever they can to avoid strikes, but that given the many steps in the process, it's unlikely that Delta pilots would walk off the job before Thanksgiving. Rose Schmidt, Fox 9.
And thank you so much to our Fox 9 team for providing that information. As we do get more details on that Delta strike, and if a deal is reached there, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines here as we are now at the 10 a.m. hour and the 7 a.m. hour if you are over on the West Coast. And a story we are following very, very closely. So many questions still remaining after the shooting death of Migos rapper Takeoff here. The 28-year-old, known as the trio's most low-key member, died after gunfire erupted at 801 Billiards and Bowling in Houston, Texas early yesterday morning. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene. Now, Houston police say Takeoff and his uncle Quavo, who is also from Migos, were at a private party when a fight broke out during a dice game. Gunshots were fired, Takeoff was hit, and so were two other people. Their conditions not known. At last check, no arrests have been made and no suspect information had been released. However, police do believe there are two shooters. Our affiliates across the country are covering this from each and every angle. Migos is from Atlanta, and our Fox 5 Atlanta team starts off our coverage.
I got many calls from Houston and outside of Houston, and everyone spoke of what a great young man this is, how peaceful he is, what a great artist. And I'm calling up on everybody, our hip-hop artists in Houston and around the nation. We got to police ourselves.
That's a clear message from Houston police. They say the rapper killings must stop.
We all need to stand together and make sure nobody tears down that industry. And I'm calling to start here in Houston, here and possibly as early as next week. I want to meet with some of our artists and see how we can taper things down.
5 shots fired downstairs, from downstairs, outside.
That's 911 dispatcher audio from TMZ. Around 2:30 Tuesday morning, police say dozens of people had gathered at a Houston bowling alley for a private party. They received a call for shots fired. Medics rushed 2 people to the hospital for surgery. 28-year-old Takeoff, 1/3 of the group Migos, was pronounced dead at the scene.
People are no longer resolving their disputes or their arguments through a fist fight. But now everybody has access to guns. And so when there's a disagreement, people pull their guns and they start shooting. And then people are fatally shot and killed, or people are injured.
I think he's very impactful to the game. And, they gave a lot back to the community. He will be missed.
Fans were excited to hear Takeoff's new music that he and his uncle Quavo just released this week. Messy is the last song fans will hear Takeoff on.
Thank you so much to our Fox 5 Atlanta team for that report. Quavo, who was also at the party, was Takeoff's uncle, and Offset was his cousin, the trio raised in large part by Takeoff's mother. Takeoff was the youngest of the 3 members of Migos and was known as the most laid back. As Houston police work this investigation, our Fox 26 Houston team brings us the latest.
All I heard gunshots and people screaming.
Around 2:30 Tuesday morning, Houston police responded to a shooting near the entryway to Billiards and Bowling on San Jacinto Street in downtown Houston. When they arrived, they found the body of 28-year-old rapper Kershnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He was one of 3 members of the popular and internationally known hip-hop group Migos. Quavo, one of the members of Migos, is seen in a video circulating online leaning over Takeoff's body and crying out for help.
Mark my word and mark it. This great city, with our great citizens, with our police department, we will find who's responsible for it.
The rappers were attending a private bowling party. Sources tell Fox 26 that a dice game in the entryway led to an altercation, at which point Takeoff, who sources say was just a bystander, was shot and killed.
Based on what people say about him, he's well respected, nonviolent. I would not expect him to be involved, okay? But I do want to wait on the investigation, but we have no reason to believe that he was involved in anything criminal.
Police say they believe there were 2 separate shooters. A 23-year-old man and a 24-year-old woman were also shot. They were taken to the hospital in private cars, and they're expected to survive. Takeoff was pronounced dead at the scene.
My thoughts and prayers, again, go out to his family, to his friends. But at this day and time, what I'm saying, across the board, not just in this city, but across the country, we have to confront this issue.
Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner says this is yet another grim example of how a petty argument can lead to young men of color killing one another.
Young men who are with guns, and let me underscore with guns, when they're getting into an argument, it's no longer just a fist fight, okay? It's no longer just pushing and shoving. Everybody is carrying guns. And when they get in these emotional settings and tempers flare, it's just so easy to pull your gun and start shooting.
I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
So the impact of this deadly shooting being felt across the country, from Houston, Texas, where the murder happened, to Atlanta, Georgia, where the group is from, and to New York, where fans are in mourning. Our Fox 5 New York team's Lizette Nunez with that report.
For discharging firearms. There's 5 shots fired from downstairs outside.
This is the audio obtained from TMZ from dispatchers. First responders were called to 810 Billiards and Bowling in Houston early Tuesday morning.
Once officers arrived, they came upon a male who was deceased. That male has been identified as Kersnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He's a member of the Migos rap group. I want everybody to understand the pain, the suffering of a mother. Very tough. And I told her, as we stand with any victim of violence or any homicide victim, their family.
Takeoff was out celebrating a birthday with his uncle and fellow Migos member Quavo. Police releasing very limited details, but say there was an argument after the party was over, and then shots rang out.
There was a large group of people who gathered at the front door area just outside of the building, and it led to an argument where the shooting took place from the disagreement.
Takeoff was shot and killed, and 2 other people were injured. Video from TMZ shows Quavo trying to call for help after the shooting. The Grammy-nominated group is a family affair that includes Takeoff's uncle Quavo and his cousin Offset. The group broke through with their hit Versace in 2013 and continued to top music charts over the years.
Takeoff is a star. Takeoff is a celebrity. You know, he's a person that a New Yorker knows, and someone from the southern region knows, West Coast, everyone knows the Migos.
Once again, the search does still continue for those 2 shooters. Police in Houston asking anyone who was there at that party at 801 Billiards and Bowling to give them a call. It appears they are saying that most of the witnesses are calling into media rather than to police. So they're saying if you have any information, please give them a call first before you call a news station. That is definitely some good advice. I do want to get to some breaking news right now that we are following. This is coming out of Washington, D.C. And we have just learned here that President Joe Biden will deliver remarks tonight on threats to democracy as he seeks to raise the stakes for voters less than a week before these midterm elections. Biden, who has repeatedly said that, quote, democracy is on the ballot, on November 8th will speak from Capitol Hill, the site of the January 6, 2021 insurrection. That is according to a White House senior advisor. That spokesperson saying, quote, it's from Capitol Hill because that is where there was an attempt to subvert our democracy. This speech was not planned, had not been released until really just moments ago. Previewing Biden's remarks, the spokesperson said Biden, quote, will be very clear tonight that he is speaking to people who don't agree with him on any issues, who don't agree on his agenda, but who really can unite behind this idea of this fundamental value of democracy. On that same note, we are keeping an eye on a feed coming in out of Philadelphia here. I do want to head over there so you can see we do have the DA there with the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. He is speaking about threats to democracy during voting. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Mr. Cipriano, what's your explanation for not being at the Inquirer anymore? What is that, sir? Should we talk about that? Mr. Cipriano, you're either going to observe the rules here or we're going to ask you to leave. That's all we can do. Tom, I'm sorry, but sir, I'm asking you to leave. I'm asking you to leave. Mr. Cipriano, other people follow the rules. Other people respect journalism. They allow others to speak. Thank you, sir. We'll see you another time. All right. Is everybody ready? Good morning, and thank you all for being here. We are here for a very specific purpose, and we have people whose schedules are very tight. So before I say much more, I just want to say that that purpose is to get a message out very early that extremists of any type who are pondering interfering in any way with a free, fair, and final election better be warned. We have handcuffs, we have jail cells, and we have Philadelphia juries that will be here. If you are unclear on where the line is about legal and illegal conduct, if you have been misled about what the Second Amendment means and what you are allowed to do, then we're going to clarify that here, and we're going to clarify it today. There will be an additional press event involving many law enforcement partners, the mayor and others, the day before the election. But sometimes with extremists, it's necessary to knock on their foreheads early. And that is what we're doing now. We're making sure you have all the information you need so you do not get yourself into a pair of handcuffs, because believe me, if you try to interfere with or erase the votes of Philadelphians, that's exactly where you're going to be. It is my honor to introduce City Commissioner Omar Sabir, who's on a tight schedule and has a few words, and then we will continue with this announcement. Thank you.
Good morning. Go Phillies. We're in the World Series, but we're also in the World Series of elections. This is the most important election in my lifetime, and rest assured, Philadelphians, it will be safe for you to vote the same as it's always been. Philadelphia is the birthplace of democracy, and I will be damned if democracy dies here in Philadelphia on my watch. I want to be clear that over 161,000 vote-by-mail ballots applications were mailed in, and we mailed out over 97,000 ballots, and we will mail out continuous ballots. But right now, if you receive your mail-in ballot, please bring your ballot into one of our 18 drop-off locations. They're 24/7, they're under video surveillance, and we're encouraging everyone to hand deliver your vote-by-mail ballots when you receive them. And when you vote, there's a blue secrecy envelope that will come inside of your package. Please put your ballot in your blue secrecy envelope. After you put your ballot in your blue secrecy envelope, please put it in your return envelope. After you put it in your return envelope, there is an item on the left side and where you can sign, and then you put the date. It's very simple. You need to complete those steps so that order for your vote to be counted. And if you're not going to vote by mail, we will have over 700 polling locations open. Polls open up from 7 a.m. They close at 8 p.m. And again, it will be safe for you to become a poll worker, to work, and it will be safe for you to vote. You have my assurance. You have my guarantee. We have, I believe, the best law enforcement officers inside of the country. We have our Sheriff, Rochelle Bilal. We have Daniel Outlaw. We have Larry Krasner. We're going to make sure everything is protected for you to cast your vote. As we know, free and open fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, I know you got other places to be. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. All right, I'd like to acknowledge some of the folks who are here today to provide a variety of extremely important perspectives on these issues. We have with us from this office Assistant DA Thomas Gaita, who will be the Assistant Chief of the DAO's, the District Attorney Office, Election Task Force. They are working now, and they will be working very intensively, as we always do, on and after Election Day. We have already heard from Commissioner Omar Sabir. We have with us Sheriff Rochelle Bilal, whose sheriffs will be playing an incredibly important role, actually starting now, but through Election Day and afterwards in various different types, and the sheriff will be speaking about that. We have remotely Mary McCord, who is the Executive Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. Mary, the former federal prosecutor, is arguably the national expert on trying to address paramilitary activity and organized unconstitutional activity around elections. I had the pleasure of attending with many other law enforcement leaders from around the country a national conference back in April, which was organized by Mary. She will be beaming in to explain some of the important aspects of where that line is, the line I was talking about between legal and illegal conduct in relation to Election Day and also in relation to extremist activity. We have with us Mohan Sheshadri, who's the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Political Alliance, and we have Megan Jerena, I'm going to spell these for you, BSW, who is the Director of Make the Road Pennsylvania. So Mohan Sheshadri is M-O-H-A-N. Last name is Seshadri, S-E-S-H-A-D-R-I. He is, again, the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Political Alliance. And Megan Jerena, that is M-A-E-G-A-N-L-L-E-R-E-N-A. She is the Director of Make the Road Pennsylvania. All right. Without further ado, let me make sure that we have available Mary McCord by Zoom. Mary, are you there?
Hello, District Attorney. Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. Mary, take all the time you need.
Sure. It's a pleasure to be here even remotely and just, level set some expectations about how the Constitution applies to voter intimidation and intimidation of election officials. Sometimes I think people misunderstand the scope of the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. The First Amendment does not protect against threats, harassment, violence, incitement to imminent violence, and voter intimidation. And voter intimidation can take many different forms. It can be verbally threatening violence. It can be misleading and fraudulent information about voting, suggesting that things are illegal when they are not. It could mean challenging voters as they're approaching ballot drop boxes or polling places. It can be loudly yelling at them, following them to their cars, recording their license plate numbers, videotaping them. And certainly it can be by showing up armed at polling places. And that includes even in a state where the open carry of firearms is permitted. I want to call your attention to a order issued by a federal court in Arizona just yesterday. Now, this was on applying federal law that prohibits voter intimidation. That law also, of course, applies in Pennsylvania, as do state laws that, of course, the district attorney is very familiar with that prohibit voter intimidation. But even under federal law, a judge just yesterday prohibited the videotaping of people who are coming to deposit their ballots in ballot drop boxes or at polling places, prohibited videotaping them while they are within 75 feet of those ballot drop boxes, prohibited anyone from being within 250 feet of a ballot drop box or a polling place with firearms or body armor on. He prohibited the posting of photos of people, their license plate, any kind of personal information on social media about voters. And so this is very significant, but it was because it was this acknowledgement of that all of these things could be voter intimidation. And that's the case in Pennsylvania as well. When it comes to the Second Amendment, just briefly, again, even when in a state that permits the open carry of firearms, that does not mean that you can use a firearm to intimidate a voter or to intimidate election officials or election workers who are doing their jobs even after the election in tabulating the ballots. That means organized groups of paramilitary organizations. Sometimes they call themselves militias, sometimes they don't. They're not lawful under federal or state authority. They're in fact prohibited by federal and state authority. The only lawful militia is the National Guard or a state militia that reports up through the governor. And that's been the case in our history, even since before the founding of the Constitution, even when we are a set of colonies that had their own militia laws that allowed for able-bodied men to be called forth in defense of the colony and reporting to the governor, but never rogue militia organizations. They're not protected by the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court has been clear since 1886 that states may prohibit private paramilitary organizations in order to protect public peace, safety, and good order. That's been reaffirmed as recently in 2008 by the U.S. Supreme Court. Even in the case that held that people have an individual right to bear arms for self-defense, the court was explicit in 2008 that does not protect private paramilitary organizations. And there's nothing about the Supreme Court's most recent case this year that undermines those well-established historical principles. It also means even in small groups, even if it's not an organized paramilitary organization or a private militia group, small numbers of people brandishing firearms around polling places, purporting to be protecting against election fraud. These kind of things can be voter intimidation in violation of state law and federal law with both criminal and civil penalties. Pennsylvania, like every state, has built into its constitution a prohibition on rogue militias. It has anti-paramilitary activity laws, and it has voter intimidation laws. If you have any questions about this, the district attorney has our resources from Georgetown Law, our Institute of Constitutional Advocacy and Protection, and they're also available on our website. Thank you so much, District Attorney.
Thank you very much, Mary. I know you got things to do, so if you have to cut out, we understand. All right.
Appreciate it.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:23 on the East Coast and 7:23 on the West Coast. You are listening as the DA in Philadelphia issues a warning to quote-unquote extremists ahead of the election, urging them not to do anything illegal here, because he says anyone looking to intimidate or disrupt voting on November 8th will be arrested. Let's listen back in live, raw, and unfiltered here to more of these speakers.
Who are making sure that our people can vote and vote safely, not just this year, but always. As DA Krasner said, I'm Megan Jerena. I'm the executive director of Make the Road Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania's largest Latino organizing group, representing more than 10,000 members across the state of Pennsylvania. Voting should be a joyful and safe event, but we know that's not always the reality, especially for people of color, for Black folks, for poor folks, and for people who do not speak English. There are many barriers between people and the polls, and we are very proud to be knocking on thousands of doors in our outreach program to make sure that people who are often left behind or thought of last are part of our GOTV efforts. Those are young voters, people of color, Latinos, and Spanish speakers. This year, we've registered over 7,000 people to vote. Every single one of those people should be able to cast their ballot. We're making sure that our neighbors and friends and families know that their voices and their votes matter. Voting isn't as easy as it should be, and this is why we're here today, to make sure that folks feel safe as they go to cast their ballots. This year, Berks County has brought danger, intimidation, and harassment to the polls by putting guns near voters, stationing armed law enforcement at drop boxes to question voters returning their ballots. As the lawyers in the room today can confirm, intimidation and harassment of voters is illegal. This trend of intimidation, harassment, and suppression of voters across Pennsylvania is not only happening in Philadelphia and in Berks County, but also Lehigh County as well, where the DA announced his plan to monitor votes voters attempting to vote by stationing more armed law enforcement to observe drop boxes. He has falsely stated that you can only return your own ballot, forgetting about seniors, homebound, and disabled folks who rely on assistance to vote. The ACLU called it an intimidation tactic designed to discourage legal forms of voting, which is a crime under state and federal law. And in suburb counties, election conspiracy groups are recruiting extremists to watch polls and mail ballot counting. I want to be very clear, voter suppression and manipulating elections is not going to fly. These attacks on voters and democracy aren't new. As DA Krasner knows all too well, there are sad people in Harrisburg who want to overturn the will of the Philly voters who elected DA Krasner not once but twice, all because they disagree with what voters choose. I got news for them. In Philly and across Pennsylvania, politicians don't decide our elections. The people do. Our job is first to rip down every hurdle and show folks the way to the ballot box, and then we're going to fight to make sure that every single vote is counted. Thank you for having me.
Welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:27 on the East Coast and 7:27 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As you can see, we were listening in there as the DA in Philadelphia has issued a warning to quote-unquote extremists and says do not intimidate voters because you will be taken right to jail. So he is issuing a very stern warning during that news conference. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but after that we will listen back into that news conference still underway there in Philadelphia. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you to some breaking news that we are following from overseas. The White House now saying that North Korea is covertly shipping, quote, a significant number of artillery shells to Russia in support of its invasion of Ukraine. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said the U.S. believes North Korea, quote, is trying to make it appear as though they're being sent to countries in the Middle East or North Africa. He declined to provide a specific estimate on the quantity of ammunition being sent to bolster the Russian effort. Kirby said North Korea is covertly shipping the ammunition to Russia, but that we are, quote, still monitoring this to determine whether the shipments are actually received. Kirby insisted that the North Korean shipments are, quote, not going to change the course of the war. We will keep you updated, of course, as we do get more information here, but the White House would not specify the mode of transportation or whether the U.S. or other nations would attempt to indict the shipments or intersect the shipments there to Russia. Again, we will keep you updated as we do get more information. I do want to listen back into that news conference that is underway with the Philadelphia District Attorney as well as several other people there in Philadelphia about voter intimidation. They are issuing a warning saying if you do try to disrupt the voting process, you will be taken right to jail.
In every language that our people speak, because that is what our Asian American communities can deserve. And we are calling on the state legislature to act to expand language access across the board. And lastly, voting this year is safe and secure. Voting by mail, voting by drop box will be safe and secure. If you're an Asian American voter across Pennsylvania, especially in Philly, your vote will be counted. So on or by November 8th, please make sure you turn out to vote. Thank you again to DA Krasner. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you both for those very informative, wonderful comments. We now have presentations from two people. First, Tom Gaeta, who will be the Assistant Chief of our Election Task Force, is here to offer some comments. By Election Day, Brian Collins, who is the chief of that unit, will be here, and I say that for a reason. Please don't think the work that is done by the Election Day Task Force just lasts a few days around an election. On December the 14th of 2022, there will be a sentencing, and it will be in front of the Honorable Judge Clemens. That will be a sentencing in the criminal case of Antonio LaMotta and Joshua Macias. For those of you who have forgotten, Antonio LaMotta and Joshua Macias decided they could mess with the last election, the presidential election. They drove up from Virginia in a Humvee, armed. They had an AR-15 in the back of the vehicle. They had more than 100 rounds. They were clearly, by all indications, on some kind of a mission to mess with the vote count that was happening here. And after going to a trial recently in front of Judge Clemens, they are now looking at a sentencing that, in my opinion, they richly deserve. So anyone who thinks we're kidding about the consequences of trying to prevent or erase Philadelphia votes, we're not kidding. And the Election Task Force and the Special Investigations Unit that supervises it will be here to make sure that there is complete follow-through for people who are trying to do things that are fundamentally authoritarian, fundamentally anti-democratic, and fundamentally un-American. It is my pleasure at this point to introduce first Tom Gaeta, and then Sheriff Rochelle Bilal, who, in my view, during her entire career, has set a standard for fairness and for supporting the rights of everyone to equal treatment and equal access to the vote. For those of you who do not know, before the sheriff was elected in Philadelphia, she was a career police officer. She had been for many years the head of the Guardian Civic League, which is the African American Officers Association in Philadelphia. She was a high-level member of the NAACP, including being on the board. This is a life dedicated to fairness for everyone and extremely important in the largest and most diverse city in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. She will be taking her usual very active role before, during, and after the election in making sure that this election is free, fair, and final. So then, in order, Mr. Gaeta and Sheriff Bilal.
Thank you, DA Krasner. So I'd like to give you a little information about what the District Attorney's Office is going to be doing to ensure, as everybody has said, the free, fair, and safe election in Philadelphia this year. First and foremost, we have already been in close contact with our state and federal and law enforcement partners, and will continue to do so for the next several weeks or as long as it takes to end the count and have a reliable result. For our part, the DA's office has over 50 assistant attorneys and detectives who will be available on election day should there be any reports of electioneering, interference, or voter intimidation to be dispatched to a location and to conduct an investigation for potential prosecution. The public will be able to call and report any potential election code violations. That can be done now. Our Special Investigations Unit hotline is 215-686-9608. The Special Investigations Unit may also be reached at DAO_SIU@phila.gov. Those are always active, and voters may always report any potential legal violations there. On the day, the Election Task Force will have a separate hotline, which we'll discuss more next week. That number will be 215-686-9641. That will be active from when polls open until they close. I think that's all I had.
Good morning. Thank you, D.A. Krasner, for inviting me. Everybody has the right to vote without fear, threat, or intimidation. The Sheriff's Office is active in this process. We have started as of today. We are warning you, do not come here to attempt to intimidate, harass anyone voting in the city of Philadelphia. We are telling you today, do not come here to intimidate, harass, or attempt to interrupt our election process here in this city. My deputy sheriffs are already dispatched around this city. Anything that come into the courts in order to remove you, or we will remove you if you are out there violating anybody's legal right to vote. So my comment is very short and sweet. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And if you do it, we will deal with you accordingly. Everybody has the right to vote.
Thank you, ADA Gaeta and Sheriff Bilal. Direct and powerful as always. I just have a couple more comments before we conclude. It would be nice to live in a world where we didn't have to do this so many days before Election Day. The way this has been done historically is the day before the Election Day. We get together with our excellent U.S. Attorney, Jacqueline Romero. We get together with our excellent Chief of the FBI, who is SAC Jacqueline McGuire, SAC Jacqueline McGuire. We get together with our Police Commissioner, who does an excellent job, always, and especially on Election Day, and that is Danielle Outlaw. We get together with the Mayor. We get together with the City Commissioners, and as a united front, we make it clear that we are out there and that everybody needs to behave. The problem we have and the reason we're here today is some people don't get it anymore. We are dealing with an alarming national phenomenon of extremism. January 6th happened, and we cannot ignore it. And we have a lesson about this, and that lesson is this. We need to knock on the foreheads of the Oath Keepers. We need to knock on the foreheads of the Proud Boys and the 3%ers and white supremacists and other extremists, regardless of their political affiliation, because there's a hollow sound when we knock on your foreheads. You're not getting it. Your authoritarian, un-American, anti-democratic conduct on Election Day, if it is illegal, will put you in jail. And if it is illegal civilly, then look out, because what was done in Charlottesville with the madness that occurred down there and the homicide that occurred down there was dismantled by Mary McCord in civil court. She dismantled all the right-wing fascist organizations, and she dismantled a left-wing extremist organization who participated in that horrifying violent riot. We are not having it in Philly. Our national friends are not having it in Philly. Yes, this is a crucial state. It's a state that everybody is watching in this superheated election cycle. We all know that. And this is the largest and most diverse city in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It is an enormous vote generator. So there will be extremists, conspiracy theorists, and other wackos, frankly, who are tempted to do things here. You do things here, I guarantee you, there will be lawful, appropriate, and just consequences. But understand, when you try to end democracy in the United States, you deserve what you get from the criminal justice system. Frankly, I find it shocking that I've watched the news for 2 straight days, and we have national leaders, we have incredibly wealthy people who want to come up with some conjured up version of what happened to Paul Pelosi, a man in his 80s who's been in intensive care with a fractured skull from an extremist with a hammer who believed that he was being assaulted by a fairy. Yes, that's right, a small winged creature that flies around. This is a man who, when he wasn't spouting anti-Semitism and racism and other bizarre conspiracy theories, was trying to purchase a fairy house for this imaginary winged fairy that was apparently bothering him, and he could only see it when it assumed the form of a bird. No, I'm not making this up, but check it out. You know what the problem was he had with the fairy house? They didn't have real doors and windows. And I'm listening to what? I'm listening to the former president of the United States say bizarre stuff. Well, here's the truth. The biggest tool in the toolkit of authoritarian people, of people trying to overthrow democracy, the biggest tool has always been lies. That's where it all starts. Falsehoods, lies, repeated over and over and over. And I don't even need to tell you who to quote for that. It ain't that hard to find. So we are here to make as clear as we can to you, Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, 3%ers, white supremacists, extremists of every type, bizarre conspiracy theorists of every type. You got a problem in Philly. Bad things don't happen to Philly, but bad things will happen to extremists who come here to try to stop voting or erase votes. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, so what you were just watching was the DA there in Philadelphia who was issuing a warning to people there in his area saying, do not disrupt the voting process on Election Day or honestly any day before that because you will go to jail. You did hear from several Philadelphia officials there speaking on that, but that news conference here just wrapping up. It is 10:43 on the East Coast and 7:43 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will get back into the headlines right after this.
These publicly because the numbers are quite confusing.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are listening in to Switzerland. This is where the World Health Organization is giving a briefing on global health issues that do include different variants here of COVID-19. They are taking questions from the media, so I do want to dip in and listen here to what they have to say about COVID-19. They'll likely answer questions about RSV as well.
Circulating, looking at properties of immune escape, looking at severity measures in terms of what is observed amongst people who are infected with these variants, as well as studies that are conducted in labs under experimental conditions. And so there's a number of factors that are taken into consideration with that. Right now, we're in a situation where we have more than 300 subvariants of Omicron that are in circulation. And these subvariants are quite similar to each other. It is confusing in terms of the subvariant names, we recognize that, but the names that are in use are the scientific names by the different groups who analyze these from a technical point of view. Of the subvariants that we have circulating, about 95% of the subvariants that are shared with platforms like GISAID are of BA.5, and within that we have that subvariant of BQ.1. About 20% of those are BQ.1. And this recombinant that you've heard a lot about, this XBB, which is a recombinant of two BA.2 sublineages, accounts for about 1% of the sequences that are circulating worldwide. Now, there's variations in countries of the different subvariants that are in circulation, and we've been saying it's a bit of an alphabet soup at the moment. The bottom line for us as an organization is that we need to be in a situation where we can track these. Surveillance for SARS-CoV-2 has declined drastically around the world, which means testing has declined, sequencing has declined. And without the ability to understand what is circulating, to share these viruses, to share the knowledge about these viruses, we're not in a situation to assess them as rapidly and robustly as we would like. But the Greek lettering system is about the differences within the variants that are emerging. TAG-VE just issued a statement last week looking at BQ.1 and XBB, and in the characterization of transmission and of severity of immune escape, they're not substantially different from the other subvariants that are circulating. So we still classify these as Omicron. Now, when I say substantially different, we will be working with our TAG-VE on a quantifiable risk assessment going forward to be able to provide more information about how that is done, because this is becoming more and more complicated. So it's a long-winded answer, because it's very complicated for us to be able to assess these. But we need to reiterate how important it is for us to track this virus, because it doesn't have a predictable pattern yet. And we don't know if the next variants will be more or less severe. We just need to remain vigilant on this while we deal with all of the other crises that we are dealing with worldwide.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhove. We go to the next question. Carmen Baum from Politico. Carmen, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the floor. I have a question on Ebola vaccines. So we know that the ones for the Zaire strain don't work for the Sudan strain, but I was wondering if Dr. Henao can talk a little bit about why the vaccines for the Sudan strain aren't more developed at this point. Why weren't they more tested? I mean, we've known about this strain, and we've known that Uganda has experienced outbreaks in the past. Is it that you really need a sort of like outbreak to be able to test these vaccines, or is there any other reason why, you know, the vaccines are not so advanced as obviously the ones for the Zaire strain are? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. I think we have Dr. Henao online, so if we could connect to Dr. Ana Maria. Ana Maria.
Yes. Good afternoon, Tariq. Thank you for the question. So there are three parts to this. WHO and the R&D blueprint has identified that Sudan Ebola virus is an important priority virus for action. Two, there are projects going on supported by different governments to advance the development of at least 6 candidate vaccines for Sudan Ebola viruses. This is what permits us today to have the conversation on the possibility of introducing these vaccines in a clinical trial in Uganda under the leadership of the government of Uganda. We need to remember that we have 3 of these vaccines now. 2 of them have already phase 1 and phase 1A clinical safety data. plus the preclinical data. So there were efforts supported by the governments of the United States and of the United Kingdom and by the BARDA and the Sabin Vaccine Institute, together with efforts by the University of Oxford to advance these vaccines. So work was being done. Finally, we heard about the BSV vaccine doses that were developed by Merck and now are being moving forward in collaboration with IAVI. So there was work done, but there are challenges to the evaluation of vaccines for diseases like these Sudan Ebola viruses that needs to be recognized. The first one is that we do not have a correlative protection, so we don't have yet defined what titer of antibody titers will be protective, that will facilitate the evaluation outside the outbreaks. And second, that the outbreaks are not very common. So it is not that we need the outbreak to advance the development of the vaccine. It is that to obtain the clinical efficacy, outbreaks provide, unfortunately, a unique opportunity. Finally, WHO is working with partners, with CEPI, with Gavi, and many other partners to ensure that for the future and also for this outbreak, there are sufficient supplies of doses, of unlicensed doses of these candidate vaccines, first for the trial, second for continuing with the response during the outbreak if one or more of them shows evidence that they are effective, and finally moving forward to ensure that there is equitable access of these vaccines in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henao. We will now go to Jamil Chade, who writes for a number of Brazilian media. Jamil, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Tarek. Can you hear me well?
Very well.
Fantastic. Dr. Tedros, as you well know, Brazil has a new elected president. My question to you, what is your message to President Lula in terms of health and climate change? And also, as you have said for so many times, that we have to learn the lessons of the past and we have to learn the lessons of COVID. What can Brazil learn from the disastrous, basically, policies that were taken during COVID? What happened that basically generated 700,000 deaths in a country with the capacity to deal with health issues? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jamil. So there are questions on climate change, but also on COVID, Dr. Tedros.
No, thank you very much. No, first of all, I mean, any message I have to the president-elect, my preference would be to talk to him directly when I get a chance. And then to the lessons learned from COVID, I think the whole world should learn a lesson from COVID, and that's what we're doing. So many recommendations now coming, minimum 300 good recommendations. And based on that, we have already started many initiatives, by the way, and being implemented, and others in the pipeline. So we will help each and every country, including Brazil, to really learn from our lessons and prepare for the next one in a better way to prevent pandemics. That's the most preferred. But if not, to detect early and manage as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Let's go to Helen Branswell from STAT. Helen?
Thank you very much for taking my question, Tarek. It's about the outbreak in the Ebola outbreak in Sudan. The group Global.Health has developed a line list of cases and used data from it to analyze the state of the outbreak. And they've issued a report this morning suggesting that, as they see it, the outbreak appears to be coming under control in all regions in Uganda. That is, of course, based on known cases. And so if there are unknown cases, that would change the analysis. Does WHO agree with that position? Do you think that this outbreak is coming under control?
Thank you, Helen. We'll ask Dr. Abdirahman Mahamoud to try to answer this question.
Thank you, Helen, for always
tough questions. In terms, from our side, we've been working very closely with the government so that this outbreak can come as soon as possible to an end, and that's our wish. You have seen from the government leadership, the minister, the prime minister, and the president, that's all attempt. But we know very well Ebola, I think we have to put all the measures in place so that we can do. In terms of scenario planning, we have 3 scenarios. One is the best case scenario. We already passed that stage. The second scenario is a sustained transmission where the outbreak is limited to certain but can also spread. And the last one is worst case scenario. So the government is to attempt every measures possible so that this outbreak can be contained. Talking about the analysis done by our group, we worked very closely with the monkeypox, and we appreciate a lot of institutions coming on doing that analysis. But more specifically, it's very hard right now to make a conclusion based on the limited data available. As you may know, we had a big cluster in Cassandra where one super spreading cluster, one case has led to 31 secondary cases. So the interpretation based on that will be very hard to make at this stage. But we know very well the government is doing everything possible to contain this, but the end of it is the community and the community support on that so that we don't see cases spend a lot of time in the community. Like this case, he spent throughout his time infecting close family, friends, and also other relatives. So I think the main hour is caution optimistic that the government has the capacity. They have responded previously, and we are seeing in less and less cases. But as DG said, Ebola in a complex urban city like Kampala is not easy, and we have to do everything possible to follow every chain of transmission and work closely with the government and partners. Thank you. Thank you. And maybe Dr. Val would like to add something?
Thank you, Tarek. Just to complement.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to the World Health Organization speaking there in Switzerland, and they are answering questions both about COVID-19 and really other viruses out there as well. You heard a question about Ebola and a vaccine there, but they are answering the questions from the media there in Switzerland. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines from across the country and across the world. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Here we are with yet another day in the red for our stock exchange, down near the 80-point mark. But today we're expecting a few different events that could also make some effects here to our markets. The Federal Reserve may reach a turning point this week as it announces what's expected to be yet another substantial 3/4 point hike in its key interest rate. It is the fourth straight time it would be doing this. Fed officials will likely engage in this debate and whether it may be soon to be time to slow its rate hikes. But we will hear an announcement from Chairman Powell a little bit later this afternoon. So once again, a news conference set for today on Wednesday after the Fed's latest meeting with Chair Jerome Powell. It could be a signal of forthcoming shift to smaller rate increases. Doing so would give officials time to at least assess the impact of the hikes. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We want to continue giving you news stories all across the country. Going to take you out to New York, where we have a United Nations briefing. And just moments ago, we had the United States representative who was speaking at the meeting. Let's go ahead and bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank the representative of Kenya for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by thanking Gabon for your excellent presidency last month. And while I thought that you had set a record, I understand you didn't set a record, but it felt like a record. And we really appreciate the spirit of inclusion you brought to the council. We know that we kept you busy, but you met the challenge. Also, let me welcome the start of Ghana's presidency. The topic with which we start today is an important one. Thank you, High Commissioner Grandi, for your briefing. I appreciate your focusing on the increasing refugee crises and the needs that you have presented to us today. In this regard, the United States and Ireland are hopeful members of this council will support a proposal that we have put on the table to create a standardized humanitarian carve-out for actors who are under sanction regimes so that organizations like UNHCR will benefit. For the United States, our support for the humanitarian work of UNHCR and its partners is unshakable. The United States continues to proudly be the world's leading donor to UNHCR, and we call on our fellow member states to step up and further fund UNHCR in this time of desperate need. And we especially called on those countries who have a record of creating refugee crises to do more. If you caused it, you should pay for it. Right now, UNHCR truly needs our help. You heard the appeal from the High Commissioner. The number of refugees and forcibly displaced people grew dramatically this year, from 90 million to over 103 million. 103 million. The main reason, of course, is Russia's war in Ukraine. Russia has driven more than 14 million people from their homes, as we heard from the High Commissioner this morning. It has exacerbated the global food security crisis. You combine that with ongoing conflicts and unprecedented climatic events, it's no wonder farmers and families are fleeing their lands and homes. Russia is weaponizing winter. Its attacks against Ukraine's energy infrastructure will be life-threatening for the Ukrainian people, especially during the cold winter months. The United States is working to ensure that our humanitarian partners are adequately resourced to help the government with the winterization efforts. And we commend our European allies and our partners for their generosity in hosting approximately 7 million displaced Ukrainian citizens and others fleeing Russian aggression. But I also want to commend Kenya. We have seen the long-term commitment that Kenya has made to hosting refugees in their country. I think the number is close to, if not over, 500,000 right now. I started working on refugee issues in Kenya as a refugee coordinator in 1994, and many of those refugees are still in Kenya today. So again, thank you, Kenya, for being a great host to refugees. On Ukraine, we're supporting Ukrainians at home and abroad. In April, we launched Uniting for Ukraine, a process for Ukrainians and their immediate relatives to seek humanitarian parole in the United States. Through that program and other legal pathways, the United States has provided refuge for over 190,000 Ukrainians. A few months ago, I had the privilege of speaking to some of them in Chicago, and I met a woman and her teenage son who had fled Kharkiv. They spoke in harrowing detail of hiding in the basement of their apartment during shelling, the struggle to find food, and fears for their relatives and their neighbors' survivor. But they also told me that since arriving in the United States, they had found hope. They've been welcomed warmly in their new community, and they are grateful to all the friends and contacts and organizations who helped them settle and begin to heal. Around the world, refugees deserve that same love, attention, care, and support. In Somalia, an unprecedented drought has displaced nearly 1 million people this year. Famine is likely unless the international community, including the UN system, steps up. The United States acted early to address this crisis, providing over $850 million this year in assistance to Somalia as part of our efforts to address the Horn of Africa drought. And we call on other donors to increase their contributions as well. The UN humanitarian agency's family should act now and scale up its response. We do not want to have any regrets on this situation. The drought and conflict-affected communities in Ethiopia and Kenya also face catastrophic food insecurity and impossible choices to cope with scarcity. Parents starve so their children may eat. And as of August, almost 5 million children are acutely malnourished in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia, including more than 1.4 million who are severely malnourished. The recent resumption of violence in northern Ethiopia has exacerbated one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. Humanitarians have had to pull back and suspend operations and report a severe shortage of cash, fuel, and essential relief commodities for the more than 9 million Ethiopians in need. The supply of ready-to-use therapeutic food is completely depleted, leaving the most vulnerable children suffering from the most severe form of malnutrition without this essential lifeline. The United States has provided more than $688 million in support for the northern Ethiopian humanitarian response over the last fiscal year. But needs are extreme, and they're still growing. For the desperate plight of the Syrian people, we're grateful to Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, and Egypt for continuing to provide safe haven to nearly 6 million refugees from Syria. We're alarmed by credible reports that refugees returning to Syria face torture, arbitrary detention, and forced disappearance. The truth is, conditions inside Syria are not safe for large-scale refugee returns. We urge the international community to join us in maintaining support to Syrians and the communities which host them. We also urge this council to put politics aside, as we heard from the High Commissioner, and do the right thing by extending the UN cross-border aid mandate in January, when it expires. Humanitarian needs in Syria are higher today than ever before. The UN and its partners cannot meet those needs without continued cross-border access. Venezuelan refugees and migrants also need our continued support. Nearly 6 million Venezuelans have fled to over a dozen countries in the region. Colombia, which currently hosts more than 2.4 million Venezuelan refugees and migrants, has approved more than 1.6 million applications for temporary protected status. And we commend Colombia and others in the region for doing their part. For our part, we've provided nearly $2.7 billion in assistance for the Venezuelan regional crisis in the past 5 years, and we will continue to take this issue seriously. While each of these situations around the world is unique, they share common themes. Hunger, conflict, and climate are displacing already vulnerable people. To that end, we welcome UNHCR's ambitious new initiative to improve accountability to crisis-affected individuals and communities. The initiative rightly emphasizes the need to bring successful, innovative accountability approaches to scale, especially new digital tools for enhancing community feedback. The United States looks forward to the success of this initiative and learning more about how states can support it. And in the meantime, we're committed to the vision of the Global Compact for Migration, and we're committed to helping refugees everywhere, because refugees are the definition of brave. They are extraordinary, and they deserve our unending support. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
je tiens tout d'abord à féliciter le Gabon et la délégation gabonaise pour la présidence tout à fait réussie au mois d'octobre. Et ensuite, souhaiter bonne chance au Ghana pour la présidence du Conseil au mois de novembre. Je remercie Monsieur Grandi pour son intervention et surtout
his briefing, and above all for his remarkable action at the helm.
Live now from Fox, going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back here, still going to keep an eye out on all different press conferences coming to us here from across the country, including multiple different campaign rallies happening from coast to coast. Here's a live one happening down in Texas, where we do have Governor Greg Abbott out on the campaign trail. We do also have Herschel Walker as well out on the campaign trail today as well. So we'll keep an eye on those. But when we come back, we'll continue hearing some remarks from this meeting. I'm going to take you into the Russian Federation's remarks from the United Nations coming up next here on Live Now.
For their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. My congratulations to Ghana on their presidency this month. And my words of gratitude also go out to Gabon for their successful presidency in October. We welcome the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Filippo Grandi, and thank him for his briefing. Assistance to refugees is an essential component of comprehensive efforts aimed at maintaining international peace, security, and stability. Russia continues to take measures to maintain high standards and further develop mechanisms for providing assistance to persons seeking protection in accordance with its international legal obligations, as well as the Global Compact for Refugees. We attach great importance to developing cooperation with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees as the main international entity for addressing problems in the field of forced migration. We consider the activities of the office to be particularly important in the context of major humanitarian crises, and we see them as an important element of comprehensive efforts to resolve such crises. Mr. President, the expanding geography of conflicts, poverty, economic inequality continue to force populations out of their countries of origin. At the same time, the reasons for these negative phenomena often lie in the irresponsible policies of Western states, which have gotten a taste for imposing their dictate and carrying out geopolitical experiments with weaker countries. The resources of African states have been plundered, their economic independence has been strangled, the statehood of Libya has been destroyed by military force, part of Syria is under occupation, Afghanistan has been left to its own devices with the simultaneous seizure, or rather theft, of its national assets. And all of these countries and regions are hotbeds of mass migration. We draw attention to the importance of continuing efforts to facilitate the voluntary return of Syrian refugees. Russia's initiative to promote the voluntary repatriation of Syrian forced migrants remains relevant. We consider the promotion of favorable conditions for the return of refugees and IDPs to their places of permanent residence to be an absolute priority and an important step towards achieving long-term stabilization in Syria. We call on UNHCR to continue supporting the implementation of the initiative for the voluntary return of Syrian refugees to their homeland. Mr. President, we note the efforts of the office to address the problem of Ukrainian IDPs and refugees. A number of our colleagues today made a special emphasis on the situation of refugees from Ukraine. As you all know, the Ukrainian crisis entered its hot phase primarily due to the unwillingness of the Kyiv authorities, who were encouraged by their Western patrons, by their unwillingness to implement the Minsk agreements. For 8 years, the incessant shelling of the peaceful cities of Donbass by the armed forces of Ukraine led to a mass exodus of the residents of those territories to Russia, and that process accelerated after the Kyiv regime abruptly intensified its shelling of Donbass on the eve of the special military operation. More than 4.5 million people have found refuge in Russia, including 688,000 children. All of these people came to our country voluntarily, saving their lives and the lives of their loved ones from the Kyiv regime. The Russian side is making every effort to receive and host these individuals, accommodate them, and provide them with comprehensive assistance, including in areas relating to employment, the placement of children in kindergartens and educational institutions, and providing social payments and benefits. Persons arriving from these territories are provided with free health care, a free medical examination, and they're also given medicines. Procedures have been simplified for them to obtain proper legal status on the territory of the Russian Federation. They are also granted the right to work in the Russian Federation without needing to obtain a work permit or patent, a one-time lump sum benefit, as well as as monthly payments have been set up for them as well. Thus, the migration and social mechanisms that we have developed have made it possible to fully resolve issues relating to the hosting and providing for internally displaced persons from the DPR, LPR, and Ukraine, and they are facilitating their further integration. The staff of the UNHCR office in Moscow regularly visit temporary accommodation centers for IDPs in various Russian regions and note the effectiveness of the work being carried out to ensure decent living conditions for these persons in my country. For its part, Russia will continue to provide the office with comprehensive support. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank also Gabon for the work done during the month of October.
And thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a step away from this event and, of course, continue to keep an eye on our stock exchange, especially as we're waiting for another announcement from the Feds about interest rates later this afternoon. That's something we'll bring to you live as soon as it happens. Those remarks are scheduled to take place around 2 p.m. Eastern time here today. So once that does happen, once we get those shots inside of the Federal Reserve, of course, we'll be bringing those to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for that brief break, but when we come back, as I mentioned before, we have had a couple different events happening, especially when it comes to the road to the election. I'm going to take us out to some of these campaign rallies already happening here on this Wednesday morning. You can see Georgia still out in full force. It seems like day in and day out we are seeing these candidates out and campaigning, trying to rally up those last-minute votes. So we'll take you out to some of these campaign events right here to you on Live Now from Fox when we return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you this morning, and we are now less than 1 week away to those midterm elections. Are you sick of the text messages? Are you sick of those letters coming in the mail? I know many Americans have shared those thoughts, but it is going to be an important midterm election, especially when it comes to some of our seats that are open in the House of the Senators. They could decide who's going to take control of Congress. So there's a lot of people still pushing out for those very final votes. Record number of early voters have been happening in the states like Georgia, where we've seen quite a few few campaign events still continuing on here into the very final hours until those elections take place. So let's go ahead and bring you a couple more of those events. We did also already hear this morning from Philadelphia officials how they're trying to keep everyone safe and some concerns that they have coming up for next week's election. So we'll replay out that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, especially for those viewers who may not have gotten to see that earlier today. But as I mentioned, right now we do have a few different events that have been taking place. I'm going to take us out to start with the governor race in Georgia, where current governor Brian Kemp, he's trying to be elected for another term as governor. He's been doing a bus tour all across the state of Georgia. He once again was out early this morning. Let's go ahead and bring you his event here on Live Now from Fox.
Crazy with text messages and phone calls, but it means a lot. But what's most important is this election, and it means a lot to our state and the future of our state. So each one of you being here means you know somebody, you're connected to somebody. We need you to get on the phone. We need you to send out text messages. Same way I bothered you, I need you to bother other people. Let them know, go to the polls, early voting's happening. Be there on election day and reelect Governor Kemp to be our governor here in the state of Georgia. If we don't, he's already set the tone for the type of governor he is. He's got us through COVID, first state to reopen, get us back in churches, back at work. I think that's vitally important to the heart and soul of our state. But also, he supported our police all across the state with the crime suppression unit. Went on the other side of the spectrum. Stacey's trying to defund the police and wants to lock us back down, and we can't allow that to happen here. And that's exactly what'll happen if we don't get to the polls and reelect our governor, Brian Kemp. So it's my honor, my privilege to introduce our 83rd governor, Governor Brian Kemp.
I appreciate you, JD. Thank you so much. It's great to be back in Bremen. I want to just thank so many of y'all for coming out. Stacey Abrams said we live in the worst state in the country. Let's look around how beautiful it is. We live in the greatest state in the country to live, work, and raise our families. What a gorgeous day in the great state of Georgia, and I just appreciate John Daniel and his friendship and his leadership in the county. We got a lot of other great folks with us today. I just want to congratulate and thank Commissioner-elect Danny Ellsbury for being here. Your great sheriff, who's a friend of mine, Stacey Williams. Thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate your support. Commissioner Ryan Farmer, Commissioner Ronnie Ridley. We got Chief Presnell with us, City Manager Perry Hicks with us, Martha Smith from the school board. Hardest job in America, serving on the school board. Amen. Lynn Clayton, who's on the Bremen City Council, along with Jay Otwall, Shannon Christine. We got the superintendent is with us from the school system, so we appreciate what our educators have been doing to get our kids back in the classroom. My good friend and former city councilman, Danny Boswell. Danny, appreciate you being here, brother. And I want to thank your former chairman and someone who's continuing to serve to this day, and just a great friend of ours, and that's Alan Powell, or Alan Poole. Where's Alan? Alan's in the back there. Thank you, Alan. And I just cannot thank John Daniel enough for him working hard to get us a great crowd out here. We've got the hard-working Georgians bus tour literally going all over this state to let people know how important this election is, and let them know also we cannot rest on our laurels. We cannot listen to polls, the media, or anything else. We got to keep working hard. And you got a guy that's worked extremely hard for you in the legislature, Tyler Paul Smith. Tyler Paul, thank you so much for your great leadership, for your friendship. You know, I talk about our record all the time, and it's a good one, but it's not just mine. The General Assembly that we have, the Republican leadership that we have, the people representing this state like Representative Smith are doing an incredible job fighting for you every single day. And we have been for 3.5 years since I've been governor. And it's been an honor to serve, and we put a great record to run on together, and that's what we're doing. I did that in the primary, and I'm doing it today, and I'm going to do it for the next 6 days to make sure that Stacey Abrams is not going to be your governor or your next president. We got a few other people in the fight with us besides our great First Lady, Marty Kemp, greatest First Lady in the country. We got 2 of the first daughters with us today, Lucy and Jarrett. My sister, also Julie Reef, is with us. And we got a special guest I'm going to recognize in a minute. But listen, 2 other big partners on our team. One of them that has been in the fight working with local law enforcement, working with our office, working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to go after street gangs in our state, but also working with the First Lady, the Grace Commission, and everybody I just named to raise awareness on ending human trafficking, to go after the perpetrators and support the victims, is our Attorney General Chris Carr and his wife Joan are with us today. And then we're going to make some history on November the 8th. Because we're going to elect for the first time a guy that I had the opportunity to appoint several years ago that's done a great job as our insurance commissioner, but he's done much more than that. He's been part of our team just like Chris Carr is. This gentleman is co-chaired the COVID task force we have. He's served in the National Guard literally all over this country, helping our guests secure the southern border, but also doing COVID response and many other things. And he's just been a great friend and a great partner and a great leader. And when we elect him, he's going to be the first elected Hispanic constitutional officer ever in our state's history. And that's my conservative friend, General John King, our insurance commissioner. Listen, y'all, we're doing good in our state because we've been saying no to everything Stacey Abrams wants us to do. We said no when she criticized me for keeping our economy open and reopening small parts that weren't. She said no when we were pushing to get her kids back in the classroom, just like your local educators were here. Because the data in the Trump administration and the data today in the Biden administration, it's the same data. It says our kids need to be in the classroom. Georgia was one of the first states in the country to go back because we were fighting for you and we were fighting for your children. And you had a governor and a state government that was fighting to give you the decision whether to go to work every day, to give you the decision working with your local back in the classroom. You know, John talked about this. You could go to some states around the country and you could gamble in person in their casinos, yet you could not go to places of worship on Sunday. I mean, that's insanity. They trusted the government in those states more than the people. And see, that's the difference in this race. That's what Stacey Abrams believes, because she believes she knew better than you about whether you could go to work, your kids could be in the classroom, whether you could go to church, whether you need to get vaccinated or not, whether you need to wear a mask or not. And we did not. We trusted you. And that's the way it should be in our state, and it's the way it should be in our country. And we're going to send a message to that effect this coming Tuesday on November the 8th. But listen, she also is the one that said she would defund the police. And in 2018, wrote about her support for ending cash bail. So basically giving a get out of jail free card. She continues to serve on the boards of organizations today, Sheriff, that are promoting and raising money to push the defund the police movement. I want to be clear, as long as I'm your governor, we're not going to be defunding the police in Georgia. We're going to be supporting our men and women in law enforcement. We are going to be standing with them on the front lines when they need us, and we are going to continue to have their back. And because we have said no, and we were open when Stacey Abrams wanted us to be closed, we've seen 2 record years economically here in Georgia. Lowest unemployment rate in the history of the state, most people ever working. We've seen 74% of the jobs in 2 record years in a row, over $30 billion of investment go to outside the 10 metro counties, giving people in parts of the state like this economic opportunity and prosperity, not only for them, but for generations to come, no matter your zip code or your neighborhood. And because of excess revenue, and because we balanced our budget in this state, we gave a $1 billion tax rebate last year that Representative Smith and I worked on to put money in your pocket to help you deal with 40-year high inflation. And you can see we kept the trains running in the great state of Georgia. But we've done more than that. We have suspended the gas tax since March in Georgia. That applies to railroad fuel. It's saving Georgia consumers when they go to the gas pump and business owners 29 cents a gallon every single day to help you fight through Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation. Y'all can't see the other side of the bus, but there's a sign that says honk if you support Kemp for governor. But we're doing those things to help you fight through 40-year high inflation and bad domestic energy policies by this president that have caused a crisis at the gas pump and a crisis at the border. They have raised your taxes. Thankfully, in Georgia last year, we passed the largest state income tax cut in our state's history in the middle of a pandemic. You're welcome. And if you send us back in January, we're going to go to work again because we've had another record year. We're going to send you another $1 billion of your tax money back to put it in your pocket to help you fight through Joe Biden's inflation. Yeah. And we're going to do a one-time property tax relief grant. We believe will save most Georgians between 15 and 25% on their property taxes to help you fight through inflation, just keeping a little more money in your pocket. That's going to be another $1 billion of your money that you sent us that we're not going to need. And instead of creating big government programs and raising taxes like they're doing in Washington, we're going to fully fund our government and we're going to give you the money back. I mean, it's very simple. But listen, we have a guy here in Georgia today with us that's been a great leader in his state. He has led the efforts of the coalition and the task force that a bunch of Republican governors are a part of to help solve the crisis at the southern border. He's done so many things out there, I don't even want to get into the list because I know he's here to talk about us winning in Georgia, not what's going on in his state. But he has been a friend of ours. He's been a friend of the state. He's been a friend to conservative governors all over this country. He's been a great leader at the Republican Governors Association, and he's also been a friend of our family. He was here helping us in the primary, and he's back helping us today. So y'all give a warm, Bremen welcome to Governor Doug Ducey from the great state of Arizona. Governor.
Thank you. Thank you. When my friend Brian Kemp asked me to come rejoin the bus tour, I told my team, clear the calendar, we're going to Georgia. And the reason I'm here is important. You have a leader that has earned and deserves re-election in Brian Kemp. We all know what a resume and what a 4 years of leadership and courage by reopening Georgia, by cutting your taxes, by getting the kids back in school, and by funding law enforcement. And all we need to do is look at a little bit of Joe Biden and his record to know that Stacey Abrams cannot and will not ever be governor of Georgia. Just think how different the last 4 years would have been. She would have kept this state locked down. Kids would not have gone back to school, and she wants to defund the police. There's a reason that 90% of her dollars are coming from outside Georgia. We know the man that should be the leader of Georgia for the next 4 years. It's the man that's been the leader of Georgia for the past 4 years. So if you will get out and vote for Brian Kemp, we know that he is going to win. But we want to be vigilant. We don't want to leave any stone unturned. And let's not only win this race, but let's win it by a large margin. Brian Kemp is at the top of the ticket And the bigger his victory is, the bigger the victory is for other Republicans in this state. And I want you to know it's going to be a good year for the good guys across the country. We're going to have Republicans winning in red states. We're going to have our incumbents winning re-election, and we're on offense in blue states all across the country. But let's lead the charge here with Brian Kemp in Georgia. So get out and vote on November 8th.
Arizona Governor Doug Ducey here campaigning alongside and showing support for the Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, who's up for re-election this year. He is in the race against the Democratic candidate Stacey Abrams. If we do see an event for her, of course, we always like to be fair and show both sides. We'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to take a step away here for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, there's many community leaders out of Chicago who are speaking out after there was that violent mass shooting on Monday night on the west side of Chicago. It left 14 people shot, including 3 children. All of these community members speaking out against this senseless violence. We'll be bringing you their event coming up here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Going to take you out to an event that just wrapped up in Chicago, but we are always recording and playing out all of these press conferences that happen across the country so we don't miss out on anything. As I mentioned, we are just less than a week away from the midterm elections, so we will be bringing you into a lot of those campaign events throughout the day, especially when you have some former presidents who have been out on the campaign road supporting candidates across the country as well. So we'll have more of those coming up here. But as I mentioned, I'm going to take us out to Chicago, where on Monday night, Halloween night, we saw a shooting that left 14 people injured, including 3 children. Community members upset about this, what they say is senseless violence happening in their city. They were speaking out about it here today. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Yolanda Fields, Executive Director of Breakthrough. Yolanda, YOLANDA, Fields, FIELDS. I want to first thank all of these faith leaders and community leaders for standing with us. For Representative Collins, this is her area, and we're thankful that she is also here. We are here today because we are mourning. We mourn the incident that happened October 31st. We recognize today that as a community that we are standing with the family and all of the survivors of this tragic incident. We mourn and grieve over those injured, and we declare today that their lives are worthy of taking a pause from our regular activities. As faith and community leaders, we lament how mass shootings have impacted 3 of our youngest community members. As a community, we are pressed on every side by troubles. We are not crushed. We are perplexed, but we are not driven to despair. We are hunted down, but never abandoned by God. We get knocked down, but we are not destroyed. Our hopes for our community are rooted in this declaration. Our hopes for safety, access to education, access to quality health care, livable wages, wealth creation. These hopes are not dashed, not by 1 bullet, not by 1,000,000 bullets. We still have hope. While the trauma of violence has already taken the tolls on our families, on our houses of worship, on our community as a whole, we will not lose hope for what is possible for our collective action. Together, our commitment to the families affected by this horrific incident is that we are poised to support in tangible ways with resources needed to help them all fully recover. Our advocacy to ensure our community has not been forgotten. It has been our ministers who have paved the way for that advocacy, and for them today we say thank you. Breakthrough is proud to be a partner of Communities Partnering for Peace, a collaborative that stands in the midst of violence to offer supportive services that include case management, peacekeeping, but all of the things that you could imagine, from wound kits when survivors leave hospitals to rental assistance to all of the things necessary to see that our community thrives. So I'm asking us today to have hope, that we would utilize the resources that are available in our community, and that most of all, we would work together collectively to ensure that we never have to gather in a place like this again. I'm going to introduce Congressman Danny K. Davis at this time.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to add just a little bit to Reverend McDonald's prayer. And the addition is I want to thank God for Breakthrough, for the faith leaders who are here, for all of the other groups and organizations who have assembled this moment, but also the assembling that will take place after this moment, because the community itself is rising up saying that something must change. Something must happen. Something must take place that is different than anything that we've seen. Yes, we do have programs. We do have activity. But what we need is a massive infusion of cash, money, resources to really reconstitute and redevelop urban communities here on the west side of Chicago, but also throughout America. I'm a big supporter of helping our other allies and friends in other countries. I'm a big supporter of the money that we are sending to Ukraine to help fight off Russia. But I want that same kind of money to come to North Lawndale, to come to the west side, south side, other sides. So working and fighting with our neighbors and friends, led by Breakthrough and other groups, gives me a great pleasure. And to be in the community with other elected officials who understand the need the help, and we need others to understand as we do. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I am Dominique, D-O-M-O-N-I-Q-U-E.
MCCORD. I am the Director of Behavioral Health Services of the Metropolitan Peace Initiatives of Metropolitan Family Services. Our mission is to coordinate, support, and sustain across agency infrastructure made up of 14 community-based and citywide organizations. In 27 communities throughout the city, we collectively deliver a comprehensive set of services to heal communities at highest risk of gun violence. Our mission is to live in an equitable Chicago that is free of violence, where all children, youth, and families can live happy and fulfilled lives. Since 2019, 2 years into our collaborative efforts, we began to offer behavioral health services as a much-needed resource to our partners. Since then, nearly 200 individuals that have been impacted by gun violence have been offered crisis intervention, individual, and family services. In our efforts to provide trauma-informed interventions that promote and aid in healing and building resilient communities, I recognize three things. One, that trauma-informed care is a daily practice. We have to intentionally aid those impacted by complex trauma. Two, intervention must be immediate and doable. Our community's response to trauma is normal. The regular occurrence of trauma is not. Our main goal as interventionalists is to partner with those impacted by gun violence to restore functioning, reduce symptoms, and assist with physical regulation. In order to be supportive and understand the effects adverse experiences have on individuals and communities we serve, we recognize that there are compounded impacts of trauma. Alongside our partners, Breakthrough, and throughout the entire community's Partnering for Peace Collaborative, we are committed to healing, anchored in post-traumatic growth. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elena Gottrich. I'm the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety. The last thing I want to do today is get up here and talk like a politician about how guns are bad and everything we're doing to get guns off the street. Clearly, we need to do better, and the entire community needs to band together. This is when we band together. Yes, we need cash. We desperately need cash. But what's most important is the trauma-informed services and the compassion that we have to have for our Chicagoans on this very dark day. I urge everyone here, if you know somebody who looks like they're heading down the wrong path, communicate with them, talk to them about how there's alternatives. If you know someone that has illegal guns, show them, teach them that that's not the way to handle conflict. Because in addition to the families that are suffering today, the families and the loved ones of the people that were tragically shot on Halloween, there's entire communities affected by this. Entire cities, communities. Trauma is generational and it snowballs. And we need to come together as Chicagoans, as a community, work together to help, to offer compassion. Have compassion for the street outreach workers who are out here doing the difficult work every day to try and prevent these conflicts from happening. Street outreach workers need compassion too. They see trauma on a daily basis. So today I urge you to pray, to talk. If you're angry, talk to someone. If you're sad, talk to someone. If you want to do something about this, if you're enraged, that's good, that's really good, but we need to talk about those things and turn them into positive efforts, turn situations like these into matters handled with grace and compassion for others. Thank you.
Could you spell your last name?
Gottreich.
Spell your first name too, just for space.
Elena. Thank you.
Good morning, Christopher Patterson, the Illinois Department of Human Services, Patterson. On behalf of Governor J.B. Pritzker and the administration, I am humbled to stand here today. I want to take a moment to let this neighborhood know you are not alone. I repeat, you are not alone because we were all here with you. I know firsthand the impact of intergenerational trauma stemming from domestic violence, community violence, substance use, and poverty. Standing here today because of another senseless act is difficult on so many levels. Each shooting inflicts trauma on entire neighborhoods, as was said earlier. Let me repeat, Garfield Park, west side of Chicago, you are not alone. When a neighborhood vigil turns into a crime scene and injuries so many, one as young as 3 years old, that's beyond tough to take. But through faith, resiliency, hope, and action, we are calling the community to come together as it is doing this very moment. I want to recognize the community organizations working with the families to provide trauma-informed care, victim service, and the outreach staff who are mediating this conflict that created this incident. Together, we have a responsibility to address this trauma and to prevent it. The latest investments being made to address violence in Illinois have the potential to be so impactful. Through the Reimagined Public Safety Act, Governor J.B. Pritzker, we are working every single day to prevent and mitigate the harm of gun violence. Garfield Park is one of 42 communities across the state that have endured the highest rate of gun volume, providing resources for violence prevention and interruption programs, with a specific emphasis on street outreach. Currently, the Illinois Department of Human Services, where I serve as Assistant Secretary, is advancing programming with over 43 trusted community service providers. By lifting the voices of those with lived experience, we will address the root cause of violence and the trauma that follows it. Our trusted partners will engage young people with professionals who know them by name, who have earned their trust, and who have developed relationships. I have been traveling the state, hearing community members and advocates who have lives shattered by violence. And as I bear witness to the deep commitment and coordination of community working to prevent violence, we must keep doing with a great sense of hope and purpose. We are collectively reimagining public safety to ensure every child can accomplish anything they set their mind to. And while it is easy to build strong children, we also have the tools through street outreach, case management, and victim service with our trauma-informed lens to repair broken men and women. This is a moment of urgency, and we are deeply committed to prevent even one more gun violence tragedy, one more grieving mother, or one more lost child. We're in this together. Thank you.
As we continue listening in here with Chicago community leaders, some viewers are going to be stepping away for a brief 2-minute break here. Last one of this hour.
Good morning. Jason Irvin, ERVIN, Alderman, 28th Ward. First of all, I want to thank Yolanda Fields and the team from Breakthrough for their response to this incident, as well as the work provided by the state and the city of Chicago for funding these organizations. Also, we want to thank Institute for Nonviolence from the West Garfield Park community for their response, as well as the organizations in Humboldt Park and Austin for their response to this horrific incident. Last night in my conversation with the governor and the tragedy that this brings, one thing that he said that I really hold to is the fact that not only must we bring resources, but we must change and work in the hearts of men so that we do not continue to go through this cycle. So we must continue to work together, not only in the community, but we also must work together so we can help change the trajectory of our young people that makes this the absolute only solution to how we solve challenges and how we solve problems. So again, we stand at the ready. Also here with my colleague, State Representative Lakeisha Collins, we are all fighting the same fight, working together to bring the resources, the compassion, and the needs of the communities here on the west side of Chicago. Thank you and God bless.
Cornelius Parks, Cornelius Parks, senior pastor, Good Hope Free Will, right down the street, approximately 3 blocks from where we at. I'm here today because we've been serving this community for 52 years. All right, Reverend. Our boots are on the ground. That's right. We do much community outreach. We do the things that we need to do to make things happen, to bring us together. I hear we need partnerships. I hear we need advocacies. We need economic development. Yeah. But let me share this with you, what we need. We need men and women to take accountability of your own community. Come on. Right. There's only so much CPD can do. There's only so much that outsiders can do. That's right. If you don't take a stand in your own community, that could be your son, that can be your daughter, right. That can be your mother, your grandmother, your grandfather, your uncle. This is a travesty. Our heart is broken. Yes. Too many kids are being shot. Come on, man. Too many kids are being victimized of our negligence. There's no safety around. We're afraid to even let them walk to school. Yeah. They can't play in the living room, not just on the front porch. It's happening all over. But when it hit home, it hurts more, especially when you're trying to make a difference. Right. So my appeal to all of us today is not just to stand here and say, hey, we're with you, but let's get to the table in secret so people can see openly that we one unit, that we are together, that we can make things happen. We can make a shift right here in the East Garfield area. I'm grateful for Leaders Network to come today to show their support. I'm grateful for every politician, every clergy that have come to show your support. Yeah. But here it is. Where do we go from here? How do we take a stand together? How do we make this thing happen? How do we say that we love all our communities? Just not too long ago, the same travesty happened in Highland Park. Okay. And there's a big difference. Yeah. I want everybody to know what took place. It's not us. This is not the imagery we want. Right. This is not who the people portraying us to be. We need help here. And we need your support. We need your aid. Oh, well. So we ask that you come on in with us. Don't just wait till something happens. Let's be proactive. Yeah. Let's make sure we get it done before something like this happens. Yeah. I can't sleep at night. Okay. Right. Knowing that kids their life is at jeopardy. That's right. Knowing that some of them may drop out of school because they can't make it there, because they are afraid. Right. Then we talk about getting our kids to school. Parents got to get to work. There was a time when I grew up, I was able to walk to school. Yep. There was a village. There was a community. What happened to the community? What happened to the village? But then can I ask you a question? What happened to the love?
Community leaders in Chicago upset about Monday's mass shooting again, where 14 people were shot, including children. This happening on Halloween night, and they are tired of this type of violence happening in their community. I want to turn our attention, though, to some breaking news we have coming out of Newark. Yesterday, we were just talking about this incident as it was live and unfolding before us. And now here today, police have confirmed that they have made an arrest in this case after 2 officers had been shot just yesterday. Again, they had been searching for the gunman. They said he was at large for multiple hours. It was 30-year-old Kendall Howard who was arrested on Wednesday morning on attempted murder of police officers and illegal weapons charges. So the East Orange man, who also goes by Book, had been the subject of the manhunt since the shooting happened yesterday. Officers were shot as gunfire erupted near this area in this neighborhood in the South Ward just after 1 p.m. on Tuesday. The officers were taken to the University Hospital. One cop was shot in the neck, the other in the leg. Both were in stable condition on Wednesday morning. And now the officers had gone to an apartment complex to check out a tip from a caller about a suspect in a previous shooting. This according to the mayor. The caller had seen a flyer that a photo of a person wanted in a shooting a few days earlier. The caller suspected the person seen in the photo was a resident of the complex. And as officers were leaving the building, they encountered the man seen in the flyer. That man pulled out a gun and shot the officers at close range. And these officers fired back, but the gunman ran into the building and then got away. So it was a very tense intense few hours and into the evening as well for everyone in the Newark area, especially, again, when they had their very own officers who were shot. Again, those injuries are said to, both of those officers are said to be in stable condition as of Wednesday morning. And thankfully, they do now have 30-year-old Kendall Howard arrested and in custody as of this morning. Again, we'll be following this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and continue to listen back in, though, as we were hearing from some of those community leaders in Chicago. Again, they have been speaking out after they had a shooting take place just on Monday night where multiple people had been injured, including some children. We're going to keep our eyes here on this breaking news, continue to take a look at these aerials while Sky Fox is over them. But we'll go back into that press briefing out of Chicago where we were just listening in. We'll come back to that area where we had just left off moments ago.
Speakers today. Now we're going to open up for questions and answers. Yes.
Is there any kind of anguish that this seems to be not just here at East Garfield Park, but all over the city and probably all around the country? It's kind of wash, rinse, repeat. We have these shootings, and then we have news conferences, and we do it all over again.
Yeah, I cannot speak for the entire nation. I can tell you in East Garfield Park, this is not normal. It is not business as usual, and we refuse to behave in such a way. And so we're not washing, we're not repeating, we're not rinsing. Our pastor has already said they're boots on the ground, and we are doing the things that we do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so I want it to be made clear that this is not business as usual. And we are calling people not just to lament and mourn with us, but to be actively involved in the solutions that we already have.
Excellent. Good. Excellent.
Congressman Davis, you talked about needing money here. What are you doing to get more money for East Garfield Park, the west side? Who needs to take action here?
Well, we have different programs, different approaches. Yeah, I do serve on the Ways and Means Committee. A major source of money for rebuilding communities have been new market tax credits, that I'm a real dealer on it and bringing it, and billions of dollars have been used throughout the country for it. I'm also an original sponsor of low-income housing tax credits, of child tax credits. So money is coming, not enough. The Illinois General Assembly has done a good job of providing program money. And much of what is going on is program money. We also need development money. You know, when a child wakes up in the morning and they look out and see a vacant lot and they see dilapidated buildings, they lose hope. They don't have hope. And so keeping hope alive means redeveloping communities. We have the money. Our country still is the wealthiest nation on the face of the earth. There's no country in the world that has as much in the way of resources as we do, but we have these communities like this one. Who wants to live in a community where they are afraid to walk down the street? There are abandoned buildings, there are vacant buildings. And so money is an ingredient. Programs exist, we don't have enough. I commend all of the groups who work and who do the outstanding work that they do. But we also need serious development money to redevelop the areas where we are.
So I don't want to dominate it, but Mr. Patterson talked about the things that Illinois is already doing, the state is already doing to combat gun violence. What's the state doing immediately, like right now, about this tragedy to prevent? What new is happening in response to this?
The state of Illinois, under the Reimagined Public Safety Act and the Office of Firearm Violence Prevention, has currently gotten out a little under $65 million in financing and funding for organizations that you see behind us that are doing the great work here in East Garfield Park and West Garfield Park. There are victim service, as I spoke about. All of the individuals who were wounded, unfortunately, are being contacted by victim service from organizations such as Breakthrough and the Institute for Nonviolence. Those are organizations we're all partnered with under the Reimagined Act.
Has anyone spoken with any of the victims, any of the family members, and what are those conversations like, specifically with the victims and families?
Yes, we have spoken and connected with the victims. 10 of them were part of one family. One parent experienced injury in 2 of her young children. So we know that some of them are being released. We know that one is still in critical condition and that there are 2 others who are in serious condition. So yes, we've been in contact with those. We've offered to support them in all of the ways that they need.
Did you mean, for what you just said, was that from the same family or talking overall?
We've connected with all of the victims. The 10 that I just mentioned are part of one family.
Was that the family that was coming together for the vigil specifically?
It was, yes.
What was their relation to the woman who had died?
Relative. It was a relative.
Are they at all concerned about returning back here to this neighborhood? What are they saying about that?
Yeah, I know the mom is concerned about her children right now. The youngest one was going into surgery yesterday, and so their immediate thoughts are about being well. And so that's been the extent of our conversations.
So I'm State Representative Lakeisha Collins, and I just wanted to comment before on the resources that are coming here to the community. What I would say as a mother of 3, I have 3 black sons who live in the city of Chicago, and the tale of the black community is frightening. To have a mass shooting, because that's what it was. Let's name it what it was. It wasn't just gun violence, it was a mass shooting that took place. When my brother talked about Highland Park, what I would say to that is we want the same emergency in the black community, whether it's on the west side or the south side of Chicago. The resources that we are bringing back to our communities, you can barely see them because it has been oppressed for so long. That's right. And so when you think about the lack of school funding, the lack of economic development, the blind eye to the violence that we're seeing in our community that's rooted in poverty, any type of funding, whether it's $65 million or more, you could barely see it. And yes, our kids, they don't have hope. Their parents are frightened. I know I'm frightened. I'm afraid that every day I might receive a phone call about my 17-year-old or my 14-year-old or my 9-year-old who are simply going home from school or going to the store or wanting to go to their park. A lot of our kids right here in this community or in North Lawndale or on the south side can't even go to a decent park. Right? And so we want the same emergency in our community, the same attention, and we don't need any more allies. We need co-conspirators, people who are intentional about uplifting the black community. Because we have been ignored for so long, and we are tired of the same old cries and narratives. There's good things that are happening here. We have kids who are graduating with 4.0 GPAs and going to, state universities and all of that, but you don't hear enough of that in the media. All you hear is our hurt and our pain, and we're being re-traumatized every single day. So for me as a state representative, no matter how many times I argue the fact that we need these funding and resources, and we have people who are standing here with us today and many out there who have their boots on the ground, they're not getting enough funding. They're not getting enough opportunities to save lives. Our young people are looked at as, intimidating. They're looking for help. They're looking for love. That's all they're looking for. And we have people here who are willing to give it to them. But there's shortage on funding when it comes to that. It's Lakeisia. Last name is Collins, Collins.
All right, so once again, community leaders here have been very vocal after Monday night's shooting, Halloween night, when 14 people were shot, including 3 children. We're still keeping a close eye here on this breaking news that was coming to us out of Newark, where a suspect has been arrested after 2 police officers were shot just yesterday. It was breaking news we had been following all afternoon into the early evening hours. There was a manhunt underway, and police confirming that they do have that person of interest in custody here today. Again, that person was 30-year-old Kendall Howard. He was arrested on Wednesday morning on attempted murder of police officers and illegal weapons charges. Those 2 officers who were shot just yesterday afternoon, one of the police officers was shot in the neck, the other in the leg. Both are said to be in stable condition on Wednesday morning. Live Now from Fox is going to step away from this breaking news. As I've been talking about all morning, we are less than 1 week away from the midterm elections. Thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. We're taking you into these rallies and campaign events happening all across the country, as there are some tight races happening from coast to coast. When we come back from this 2-minute break, I'm going to take you out to yet another campaign event, this one out of New York, where there's been a newly drawn district. This is District 19, and you can see a familiar face out campaigning on behalf of Josh Riley. This is former President Bill Clinton. We'll take you into this campaign event right here in just 2 minutes.
Monica and I, our son was 6 months old when January 6th happened, and I never thought I'd have a moment where I had to question whether my son would grow up in a functioning democracy. I'm running for Congress because we need to protect our democracy, we need to strengthen our democracy, we need to restore our democracy, we need to restore our faith in each other. I had, after I was able to finish my clerkship, I went to Washington, D.C. I served as counsel in the United States Senate, and one of the questions I get a lot when I tell people I'm running for Congress is they basically say, what are you, nuts? Why would anybody want to go work with Marjorie Taylor Greene? And look, it's true. I mean, there's a lot of dysfunction and division in Congress. I saw it when I was there as counsel in the Senate. Dysfunctional things like I was there actually when Ted Cruz shut the government down over Planned Parenthood funding. That was dysfunctional. Dysfunctional like Ted Cruz blocked all of the work we tried to do after Sandy Hook in the committee. Dysfunctional things like Ted Cruz filibustered. a constitutional amendment to Citizens Unite. Basically, anytime Ted Cruz was in the room, there was just dysfunction. But here's the thing. I also saw. I love how all the students got the most excited about the Ted Cruz thing. That's so great. You guys are learning right. So there was division and dysfunction. But I also saw the best of what we can accomplish if we roll up our sleeves, commit to finding common ground, treat each other with decency, get back to giving each other the benefit of the doubt. And because of that, I was able to advance legislation to protect survivors of domestic violence from homelessness and fight the opioid epidemic across upstate New York. And then finally, I was an attorney in private legal practice, and I just want to share briefly with you a case or two that I worked on. One, y'all remember the Muslim ban after Trump? Yeah, so there were so many fights to take on during the Trump administration, and my wife Monica and I decided that we were going to fight him on that. Monica's a daughter of immigrants from India and Ecuador who came to this country legally and lived the American dream, and when a lot of that rhetoric started coming out of the Trump administration, the Muslim ban was enacted, we decided to file briefs in the U.S. Supreme Court challenging it. And then another case that I worked on was with the National Organization of Women to try to get the Equal Rights Amendment ratified into the Constitution. And I knew that case was important when I took it on, but boy, with what we have seen out of the Supreme Court in recent months, it's taken on new meaning. And this is a huge contrast between my opponent and me. After the Dobbs decision came out, he has said time and time again, he has said that he thinks abortion is an issue that should be left to politicians in the states, and he is so wrong about that. My campaign's endorsed by Planned Parenthood. I'm pro-choice. I believe abortion is health care, and women's health care decisions are women's health care decisions, nobody else's. There's a lot of other contrasts with my opponent and me, and we could spend all day, but I'll tell you, I mean, like basic things. I was born in this district. He wasn't. I was raised by you in this district. He wasn't. I live in this district. He doesn't. I'll be able to vote for myself on Tuesday. He won't. Guy can't even vote for himself. I don't know if the president's here. I was going to tell him that and see what his reaction was. But let me leave you with one big contrast, and I think this is actually this is really important. As I've been campaigning across 11 counties, I've met with so many families, and usually the first question I ask is, "What's the thing that's keeping you up at night? What are you talking about at the kitchen table?" And no matter what the answer to that question is, I've found that you can draw a direct line from it to the corrupting influence of corporate money in our politics. And I'll give you just one example. I met with a senior couple on a fixed income in Walton over the summer, and the wife told me with tears in her eyes, she said, we had to cut back on the groceries this week because I'm diabetic. I need 5 shots of insulin, and we can't afford both. We've cut everything we could cut, and now we're cutting the groceries. And my initial reaction to that was, how is that possible in the United States of America in 2022? Had conversations with families who told me every summer, the thing we love to do every summer is take the 3-4 hour drive out to see our grandkids, and they had to cancel that this year because the price of gas was too high. That's happening because the pharmaceutical companies, the oil companies with their record profits are taking billions of dollars, they're putting it into corporate PACs, they're buying politicians, they're sending them to office, and then they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying them to keep their prices high, their profits high, even though that's bad for all of you. That couple that canceled the summer trip, that couple that was cutting back on the groceries, they don't have a corporate PAC. They don't have an army of lobbyists. All they have is their voice and their vote and their representation in Congress, and that is why I have never taken a single penny of corporate PAC money, and I never will, because I'm going to Washington to fight for you and nobody else. So I want to leave you with one thing very quickly. I just, probably, aside from make sure you have a plan to vote, the next most important thing I want to say to all of you is thank you. When Monica and I launched this campaign 1 year ago, we had a real question about what democracy would look like in the year 2022. We are facing huge challenges. January 6th, the middle class is being eroded, our labor unions are being weakened, the planet is burning, constitutional rights are being ripped away, and when you face that kind of adversity, the easy thing to do is to throw up your hands and cower from it and retreat from our democracy. And what I have seen instead over the last year, and particularly in the last few weeks, has given me so much inspiration and so much hope, because I'm traveling across this district and I'm seeing rooms like this of people who are coming out, standing up, fighting back, and saying we are going to win this election, and we are going to save our democracy, and we are going to fight back.
We are listening in here to this campaign event for Josh Riley. He is running against Marcus Molinaro, who is, again, running as a Republican. Josh Riley running as a Democrat in this newly drawn district. And we do have former President Bill Clinton being introduced here. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll listen into his remarks here at this event out of New York when we return.
Thank you.
A real president.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Josh for inviting me up here today, because I miss coming to upstate New York. When Hillary was a senator, we spent every summer up here wandering around, going every place. I love this place. I love being here. And it looks a great deal like the northern part of the state I grew up in and was governor of, Arkansas, and I just love it. Secondly, I think most of what goes on in politics today is just nuts. You know, you read what the names people call each other, the things they say, and it doesn't make a lick of sense, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. In the end, this is about you and your kids and your grandkids in the future. And I'm here today because I think this is really one of the most important House races in the entire United States because of who you are. And because we got to decide what to do. The Republicans are pretty simple, actually. And pretty straightforward. They say, I want you to be very miserable. And I want you to be very angry. And I want you to vote for us, and we'll make it worse, but we'll blame them. I mean, you couldn't make this up. That's a strategy. So here comes Josh saying, oh, how about we make it better? I like this guy because of what he's done with his life, and because he came from a working class family and factories on one side, law enforcement on the other. And I like what he's done with his life. He told you he worked for Judge Kemp Wardlaw in California. I appointed her. And she and her husband were really good friends of mine, and she gave me one of the best gifts I ever got in my life. After I made her a judge, she said, you know, I can't be in politics anymore, and you're president, you've got everything you need, but I did think you might like this. She said, when I was 19 years old, I stayed up all night to get a good seat at an Elvis Presley concert. And I was on the front row when he threw his trademark scarf out. And he signed it. And here it is. And in my little music room, I've got Elvis Presley's scarf. That's really why I'm here for Josh. That's not true, but it was the point I'm trying to make is we were all still people back then. And you know, one of Clinton's rules of politics is, and I've got about a dozen of them I used to share with people all the time to try to lighten things up and also enlighten them, is if you scratch nearly anybody long enough, there's still a person down there somewhere. And the Republicans have developed a theory of making everybody feel like a victim that they think they can get to vote for me. Everybody's oppressed. Nobody, it's always their fault. It's an us and them world. It may be good politics in the moment, but it's a lousy way to run a railroad. And here's the truth. We do have too much inflation. And we do have too much crime. COVID did weird things to people all over the country. But all this tough talk doesn't amount to a hill of beans that the Republicans are making. Who are the two shining stars of the Republican firmament? The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, and the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott. Where the crime rate is 50% higher than it is in New York. Thank you very much. But wait, you can't think you're supposed to be mad. And then there's something else I want to say. They say, well, you got to vote for us because you always vote a protest vote in midterm and the economy's in tough shape. So you got to vote for us. That's pretty much what his opponent's saying, isn't it? So here's the problem. You don't just cast protest votes. When you vote, you're voting for something. And thankfully, this year, Mr. Trump was the only person ever to run for president without a platform. Literally, the Republicans they wouldn't put out a platform in 2020. They said, oh, nobody cares about that. It doesn't fit on a bumper sticker. And besides, people don't like what we do, so we got to cover it up, right? But we got one now. His opponent wants you to send him to Congress so he can help make Kevin McCarthy of California the Speaker of the House. Now, Mr. McCarthy has been good enough to tell us what he wants to do. And I appreciate it. He said, if you vote for us, you didn't cause this inflation, but you're going to pay for it. Because here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut Social Security. We're going to cut Medicare. And we're going to repeal that awful bill that lets the government finally negotiate for lower drug prices, caps senior drug bills at $2,000 a year, and caps insulin costs at $35 a month. This is a really big deal. This bill just passed. You know how many voted for it, Republicans? Zero. Not one. And they want to get rid of it. So vote for me. I'll give you higher drug prices, weaken Medicare, weaken Social Security, but by then we'll figure out a way to blame them for it. That's really what this is about. This is not complicated. It is not rocket science. We are coming out of this. The deficit was too big. Remember, I gave you 3 surpluses. But it was, in fairness, it was different then. COVID collapsed the economy. Nothing could replace it but public spending. We had to get through it. But the annual deficit's going down more than $1 trillion this year. Next year, it's going down $700 billion more. It's getting better. First. Second, President Biden and the Democrats had done 4 big things. And we'll look and see who voted how. When they voted for the rescue plan, which was not as big as the money they spent when President Trump was in office trying to help people stay alive and find a vaccine quick. But we voted for it too, because we put America first. What did they do? 0 votes for it. You know what was in there? They're all claiming about crime now. You should be worried about crime. I think I have a little credibility on that. We have the lowest crime rate in 25 years. And lowest murder rate in 33 years, the lowest illegal gun homicide rate in 46 years. I know about this. But we did it by putting more police on the street, in the communities, knowing their neighbors, working with people, trained to use violence as a last resort. And we work with people to prevent crime. So they had lots of money for that in that recovery bill. Lots of money went to state and local governments. How much money did those guys spend supporting the police, retraining? We haven't had a major overhaul in police training in 24 years. Well, how many people did they hire with that money? A lot of them tried to cut taxes with it. So there's one chance gone. Then there was the infrastructure bill. It's going to create 1.5 million jobs a year for a decade. Within 6 months of the bill passing, in late 2021, there were 4,300 projects underway in America. Some of them in New York. I drove past one today, right? How many Republicans voted for it? 13 in the House. 13. Why? Because they got to keep you upset. They got to keep you angry. And then they figure out how to blame us for what they did. But it passed anyway. You know what they think now? They think you'll begin to feel it and feel good about it after they win the Congress and then they'll claim credit for it. It's amazing. Some of them even show up for ribbon cuttings for projects they voted against. And I hope you're monitoring that, all of you union members that have presence in other counties and other districts. But anyway, so we voted for it. 13 of them voted for it. Then we had a chance to do something that Josh says we ought to do. Bring some of these manufacturing jobs back home. And bring them back home. And bring them back home in a way that fights inflation. Now, inflation has been caused, this inflation has been caused by a couple of things. First, the war in Ukraine. Oh, McCarthy wants to he wants to get out of that and switch sides. I'm not kidding, he said that, I didn't. But it drove prices up. Under Biden, we're producing more oil than we were when Trump was there. The real problem here is twofold. One is price gouging, which Josh mentioned. The other is that when the refineries all shut down during COVID, it's taken too long to get them back up, but they're coming. And when that happens, the price will go down again, especially if we keep a sharp eye out for price gouging. And that'll happen. The other thing is that all the supply chains were broken. And we get most of our chips from China. And they still got their economy closed down. And they're wily. Because they have the government controls the economy, so they have a forced savings rate of about 40%. So they can live for 2 or 3 years, even though it looks like they're doing worse because they're not selling things. What they're trying to do is to keep us from taking our economy back. That's what the CHIPS Act does. The CHIPS Act says, let's bring that home. Let's make these computer chips do it. I see some of you holding your cell phones. You couldn't have one if you didn't have a chip in it, right? Everything you have needs a chip. So we passed the CHIPS Act. This is an amazing story. Unbelievably, but smartly, the ranking Republican on the committee that had the bill testified for it. You know what happened? Kevin McCarthy jumped to his chain and he voted against it on the floor the next day. And then, when the Democrats all practically lined up to vote for it, so he had enough votes to pass it, 24 of them came along and voted for it. So 11% of their caucus voted for the CHIPS Act, and 6% of their caucus voted for the infrastructure bill. And almost all of us did. Yet their story is that we are a radical, crazy, runaway party, and only they can save America. They're running phantom Republicans against phantom Democrats. We need to stand up for real Democrats and talk about what the real Republicans of Washington are doing. And so, this CHIPS Act will help you with inflation. For one thing, we won't have supply chain disruptions like this. For another, it'll be cheaper to get the chips into the machines that are being made in America because they're already here. It'll be faster and cheaper. It's an anti-inflation move. Then we had the Inflation Reduction Act that Mr. McCarthy's already pledged to try to repeal. How many Republicans voted for that? Zero. Zero. Zero voted to give the government the power every government in the world exercises to negotiate lower prices for medicine for senior citizens, to get rid of our $2,000 a year limit on how much low-income people can pay for medicine, to get rid of the $35 a month cap on insulin. You know how many people need insulin in this country who couldn't survive without it? We have virtually an epidemic of type 2 diabetes, but it can be controlled unless we walk away. Their position is walk away. Give it to them again. That's the way they all voted. I know this is not pretty and flowery, but I'm too old to gild the lily. We've got to know what's going on here. And they said, oh, but we don't like all that climate change money. Well, in case you hadn't noticed, we're getting a lot more hurricanes. We're getting a lot more tornadoes. We're getting a lot more droughts out west. We're having a lot more floods. It's all changing. Even when I was president, the insured cost of natural disasters way back in the 90s was triple what it was in the 1980s. And I started talking about this back then, and people looked at me like I'd slipped the gasket. But I'm telling you, the good news is if you change the way you use and produce energy, you create zillions of jobs. Now, what has happened just since we passed the CHIP Act? In New York alone, in upstate New York, there have been something like $20 billion of projects announced. Oh, they want to get rid of all that. Because, you know, if people start going to work and talking to their neighbors again, reaching across the fence and across some of the party lines, we might not be so miserable. That's very bad for their political process. You have got to be miserable. And of course, it's their fault. Always them. So I'm pleading with you. Go out and talk to your neighbors. Deliver this congressional district to a superbly qualified person who's got the right positions on the issues, who cares about you, and will be fair to them instead of the way they treat us. Now, I told somebody the other day, we were talking, I said, you know, when you reach my age, you can almost measure your life by the people you cared about who aren't around anymore. And I spend a lot of my time saying goodbye to people. A few years ago, I had the great honor, because I love music, to speak at Aretha Franklin's funeral. And I won't bore you with how we became friends, but we did. She wasn't a perfect person, never pretended to be, and owned her mistakes and fessed up and made her life, the way most of us try to. But one of my favorite songs I actually played as I was leaving the stage when I spoke. It's a great piece of political philosophy. It says, if you want freedom, you got to think.
Yes, sir.
So I'm pleading with you, go out there, do whatever you can in these last few days. Tell people not to shoot themselves in the foot. And I could go through all these issues. Crime's a problem. You know what the major contribution that the National Republicans have made to crime is? Fighting crime? They packed the Supreme Court with right-wing ideologues who voted not only to rob a woman of the right to choose. And they say, you know, this law, this Roe v. Wade is terrible because it says that the states can't do anything that imposes an undue burden on women. Who knows what that is? What's undue? I swear, I'm quoting from Justice Alito. Undue is inherently standardless, okay? So we give them that. What have they done? They struck down New York's concealed carry law, which had the support of 80% of the people of New York, 80% of us, which means about half the Republicans. And all it says is that you want a concealed carry permit, you got to have a reason. You know what they said? It's just too much. They didn't show one example of how it interfered with the constitutional right to hunt, to sport shoot, and to have a weapon for self-protection if you live a long way from law enforcement. Not anything. They said, we just think it's too much. In other words, whatever they want is now the law. I'm telling you, I know it's not popular to talk about democracy on the line, but it's on the line. It's on the line. Their candidate for governor of Arizona the other day, after she made fun of Paul and Nancy Pelosi. God, how you could do that, I don't know. One of their crazies breaks in, cracks his skull. He's 82, but I know him. He's a game good guy. He was wrestling with the guy over his hammer when the police got there. She thinks that's funny. When you're 82 and you crack your skull, you thank God if you didn't have any brain damage, but you know it's going to take a long time to heal, and you know in between now and then, bad things can happen to you. Yep. Just a bump. And she said that when she's governor of Arizona, she will not certify the electoral vote if she doesn't agree with it.
That's familiar.
God, we'd all like to live with that, don't you? I won't certify my weight if I don't agree with it. I won't certify the fact that I can't hit the ball very far anymore on the golf course because I don't agree with it. I'm telling you, folks, I want you to laugh because you can think when you're laughing. But I'm pleading with you. There is not a candidate in the entire United States that has a better claim to faithfully represent the people he's running to represent than your candidate. Get out there, win this race, and reclaim our future. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We were just in some campaign rallies happening out in the state of New York. Former President Bill Clinton out campaigning there, trying to rally up the troops, get those votes out as we are less than 1 week away from the midterm elections. This is a live look at the stock exchange, down in the red across the board throughout the entire day of trading so far today. We are expecting some remarks a little bit later here from Chairman Powell on the Fed's raising interest rates yet again. We'll be taking you into that press conference as soon as it happens. It's expected to happen around 2 p.m. Eastern time. But let's go ahead and take our final 2-minute break of this hour. When we come back at the top of the hour, we're going to go over top stories happening all across the country. And good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. This is some video from just earlier here today when Sky Fox was over the area where yesterday we had a New Jersey police officers were shot at out of Newark. And now police have said they've made an arrest for the man who was wanted in connection to the shooting of those officers. Again, that happened yesterday afternoon. So 30-year-old Kendall Howard, he was arrested on Wednesday morning on attempted murder of police officers and illegal weapons charges. The East Orange man, who also goes by Book, has been the subject of a manhunt since the shooting happened. Now, the officers were shot as gunfire had erupted in this neighborhood just after 1 p.m. on Tuesday. The officers were taken to the University Hospital. One of those police officers was shot in the neck, the other in the leg. Both were said to be in stable condition as of Wednesday morning. Now, they had gone to the apartment complex to check out a tip from a caller about a suspect in a previous shooting. This is all according to the mayor, who said the caller had seen a flyer that had a photo of a person wanted in a shooting a few days earlier. So the caller had suspected the person seen in the photo was a resident at the complex. And as officers were leaving the building, they encountered the man seen in that flyer. He pulled out a gun and shot at the officers in close range. The officers fired back, but the gunman had ran into the building and then had gotten away. But again, good news happening here this morning of Newark Newark, New Jersey. Police saying they have arrested 30-year-old Kendall Howard, again, for the attempted murder of police officers and illegal weapons charges. And again, the good news also coming from this story, those 2 officers are in stable condition. Well, good morning, and thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we want to continue going over some top stories that we're keeping a close eye on here for you as we head into the middle of this week. And we are less than 1 week away now from the midterm elections. More on that here in just a moment. But first, I'm going to take us across the seas where we continue to see fighting happening between Russian and, of course, Ukrainian troops as Russian forces, they've ramped up their attacks on Ukraine's energy facilities. This coming as Russia decides to rejoin the Black Sea grain deal. So let's go ahead and go out to our senior foreign affairs correspondent, Greg Palcott. He's giving us more on this story.
Russia rejoined a key grain deal on Wednesday, allowing for the safe shipment of Ukrainian food exports through the Black Sea. On Saturday, Moscow backed out of the agreement after accusing Kyiv of using the corridor to attack its Crimean fleet. Ukraine, the UN, and Turkey have continued to send shipments. But Russia's move to suspend participation caused an increase in global wheat prices. Ukrainian officials say Moscow's decision to rejoin is the result of pressure from Turkey.
The Ukrainians made statements that would alleviate those concerns, and at the same time, these were given to us in writing.
Meanwhile, Russian forces ramped up their attacks on civilian infrastructure. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says missile and drone strikes destroyed about 40% of the country's energy facilities. In Kyiv, hundreds of temporary power stations are being set up to help people affected by electrical outages.
Russia will do anything to destroy normal life. They do not take into account the cost of energy terror.
Overnight, Ukraine's Air Force says it shot down more than a dozen Iranian-made drones in the central and eastern regions. Western leaders vowing to step up weapons shipments to Kyiv.
We will continue to vigorously enforce all U.S. sanctions on both the Russian and Iranian arms trade to make it harder for Iran to sell these weapons to Russia.
The White House says it's concerned that Russia might try acquiring surface-to-surface missiles from Iran. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And Delta pilots voted overwhelmingly to go on strike. The announcement coming ahead of this holiday season when we know travel's about to get very busy. But the pilots say their goal is not to strike. They hope they can reach a deal over wages and work conditions. Let's go ahead and get more from Fox's Rose Schmidt. She's talking about the strike and the uncertainty hovering over your holiday travel plans.
Our goal is not a strike. Our goal is an industry-leading contract, but we are ready and willing to strike today.
Pilots at Delta Airlines have voted overwhelmingly to authorize a strike, but there are many hurdles to jump through before that could happen. Union leaders say they want a deal that reflects their hard work over the past few years.
And we've been working incredibly hard through the pandemic, a record amount of overtime to get our customers where they want to be.
The union says Delta pilots are working under the same pay rates and benefits that were negotiated 6 years ago. And labor law experts point out a lot has happened since then.
We're in a period of not only labor shortages and staffing shortages, but we now have rising inflation.
Professor David Larson says couple that with Delta's announcement of a record revenue in the third quarter, and pilots are bound to feel frustrated.
And if anything gets under your skin, it's the idea that things aren't improving for you, but at the very upper end, things are going wonderfully.
Pilots at United Airlines are also fighting for what they feel they deserve. On Tuesday, they voted to reject United's contract offer. Larson says the effects of the pandemic have already meant disruptions for travelers.
We know from last summer, there was all kinds of problems with luggage and scheduling and cancellations, record cancellations. So the public's really frustrated, but the pilots are frustrated too.
And now heading into the holiday travel season, he says airlines will likely do whatever they can to avoid strikes, but that given the many steps in the process, it's unlikely that Delta pilots would walk off the job before Thanksgiving. Rose Schmidt, Fox 9.
And finally, here, one of our last top stories has been a big one. It will be until next week, Election Day. It's quickly approaching. New polls show more troubling signs for Democrats as they try to hold on to their majority in the House and keep control of the Senate. We do have more coming to us from Washington as the campaign trail continues to heat up.
Good to see you.
With less than a week to go before Election Day, candidates in key races are packing their schedules, making their last pitch to voters. And they're pulling in big names.
We cannot rest on our laurels. We cannot listen to polls, the media, or anything else.
In the battleground state of Georgia, Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who's running for a second term, is getting a boost from fellow Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona. Early Georgia voters are heading to the ballot box at a record pace. At least 1.5 million people have already voted in person, well over the pace at this point in 2018.
People are seeing that the lines are moving quickly. We're not seeing any major issues in any area.
In a warning sign for Democrats, a new poll shows Republicans are more enthusiastic to vote in this year's midterm elections. The GOP standing bolstered by concerns about the economy and inflation. Some projections show Republicans winning control of the Senate, with their best pickup chances in Georgia and Nevada.
You see in all of these states beginning a pretty significant shift towards the right.
President Barack Obama.
To underscore the urgency, former President Obama was in Las Vegas on Tuesday, stumping for Nevada Democrats.
The only way to save democracy is if we together fight for it.
Obama is not the only former president campaigning in the closing stretch. Former President Bill Clinton is expected to headline a Get Out the Vote rally for a New York House candidate on Wednesday. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
And that is an event that already happened here this morning. We'll be replaying it out again for our viewers who missed it. He was out speaking and talked about how crime and inflation are just too high. This happening in a newly reorganized district in New York, District 19. We'll go back to that event, as I mentioned, a little bit later here today. But as we talk about the road to the election, there's been a lot of press conferences that are happening all across the country, campaign events and rallies. We'll take you down to one happening that happened in Florida with Val Demings. She's also a candidate this year. She is going to be running for that U.S. Senate spot, and she teamed up with other leaders across the Sunshine State. They held a remarks in Tampa where they're talking about the November 8th election and how many people can get out to help them fight for the abortion rights and vote against the person she's running against, Marco Rubio. So let's go ahead, take you out to that 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll jump into this Florida one for you right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. In Tampa this morning, there were multiple leaders, both at the local and national level, reminding voters to get out on November 8th, and they are trying to highlight what is on the ballot, including abortion rights. Let's go ahead and continue to listen into this event right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Incest or human trafficking. Abortion bans hurt women and girls, and they hurt survivors of sexual assault who deserve every single bit of body autonomy after suffering a sexual assault. But when I argued that on the floor of the Florida Senate, they didn't care. They listened to me tell the most horrific moments in my life after suffering daily sexual assault for years of my childhood, and after a gang assault. After I explained all of what that was for survivors and young girls throughout the state of Florida, they looked at us in the face and voted to pass that ban without any exemption. That would hurt survivors, hurt girls, hurt women. We have a right to make that decision for ourselves. They voted to strip away that right. There is no excuse. This is dangerous. It's cruel and unusual punishment. Last month, we learned about the horrific case of a 15-year-old young girl that you heard Dr. Buckhorn speak about, a medical refugee from the state of Florida, having to travel 3 states away to receive care. She was a survivor of incest. This little girl didn't realize what was happening to her body, and like most survivors of sexual assault, she was too scared about the ongoing abuse committed by a trusted, loving adult. And so 15 weeks came and went, and by the time she was able to get help, Republican laws only re-traumatized that brave young survivor. She was denied medical care. These are the very real consequences of Republican abortion bans in our state and beyond. No exemptions, not even when a pregnancy is the result of rape, forcing victims of incest to flee for care, jailing doctors for up to 5 years for providing needed care. It's more time than a typical child molester would get for a sentence. We should be criminalizing rapists, not women and their doctors. We know this is just the beginning, and we are on the front lines of this fight. We need Senator Cruz in the Florida Senate. And while I have a lot of talking points to talk about how terrible this ban is, what I want to say to everyone watching today, sitting at home, is you can help us in this fight. Go and return your ballots to the ballot box. Get out and vote. Vote early. Come out on Election Day. Bring friends with you, because it's the only way that Senator Cruz and others can come back and help us battle to prevent these horrific laws, these extremist laws, from happening. I've had the privilege and the honor to serve alongside Senator Cruz. Senator Pizzo and I are thrilled to be here today in Tampa on this road tour to show the great work that she has been doing. She has been a mentor of mine. She is a battle-proven leader in this community, and I am proud to invite up to hear, so you could hear for yourself what we already know, that she is the toughest fighter for Tampa, Senator Janet Cruz.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that everyone is here today. I want to give thanks to a wonderful person and an amazing firm, and that is Swope Rodante. You see Councilor Swope here, and Councilor Rodante is somewhere around here, but their doors are always open to us. You guys are in my birth land. I was born here in Ybor City, and I find myself happiest when I'm number one with my children and number two in Ybor City, because the memories are so solid and strong here about hardworking immigrant families that came here to make a better life for their children and their families. And In the corner somewhere, probably taping her mom, is my daughter Anna, and I'm going to tell you a story about Anna. You know, we talk about choice, and it's important to talk about our own stories, because I think people remember that something very private like a medical decision includes the decision to terminate a pregnancy and has a person and a story behind it. Well, let me tell you my story. At 16, I was pregnant and damn terrified. It was 1973. It was the first year that choice was even an option for us. I told my mom that I was pregnant, and she said, let's talk about your options. And this was a woman who is and was devoutly Catholic. She said, let's talk about your options. She was devoutly Catholic, but she was also a realist here. She had a 16-year-old pregnant daughter. I talked with my mom, and I talked with my longtime boyfriend, and I also talked with my God. Come up here, Anna. Come here with your mom. Come on, come up here. And, you know, there were options in Tampa. Number one was the abortion. Number two was, if you guys are as old as me and Dale, I'm not pointing you out or anything, but you probably remember that there was an unwed mother's home on the lake not far from here. And that was an option too. You could go there and have your baby and give your baby up for adoption. And my choice and my decision with my family and my God was to have my baby and get married to my 18-year-old boyfriend, and we would raise this child together. And I will tell you that it was a good decision for me. I have a wonderful daughter that I love very much, but that's not always the right decision. I had a village and I had a family that was willing to support us, and it was hard. I was going to school full time, I was raising a child, and I was working because we were really poor. That choice is not every woman's choice. My God is not the same as everyone else's who might find themselves pregnant under difficult circumstances. My story is a story of the power of choice. The odds, whether it be being the child and the grandchild of factory workers or being a teen mom, has never defined me. I define myself. So everyone should have the freedom and the right to define themselves. My grandchildren have less rights to define themselves today, my granddaughters, than I did in 1973. I firmly believe that the decision to terminate a pregnancy should be made between a woman, her family, her doctor, her faith, her circumstance of incest, or her circumstance of rape. No one should be involved in a private health care decision. To ban or restrict the right to choose is a deliberate action by the people we elect to represent us, to strip us of our rights under our freedoms. And I am going to ask women today to be as angry this week as you were when this happened. You must turn in that ballot. There is so much at stake here. We have given up our right to the state and to the majority. We have given up our right to make a decision about our own bodies, and you were stinking mad a few months ago. You need to still be stinking mad. We're not turning in our ballots, and we're not getting to the ballot box in the numbers that we should be. So wake up, ladies. Wake up, gentlemen who want choices for their daughters and their granddaughters. Wake up and get yourself to the polls. This is one of the most important elections that you will take part in. So I want to thank you, and I am turning this over to you, the most amazing Congresswoman that I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. I call her the gentle giant because she walks softly but carries a gigantic stick of power, and she is a mentor, although much younger than me. And I want to welcome Congresswoman Kathy Castor and all the other congressmen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tampa Bay's Congresswoman Kathy Castor, and also here to reiterate that at this point in time, 6 days out from this critical election, there is so much on the line. I'm grateful that we have a fighter like Janet Cruz in the state Senate who is willing to stand up for our rights and our freedoms, to stand up against the criminalization of women's personal health care choices. Already, the Republicans in Tallahassee and this governor have instituted a 15-week abortion ban that is unconstitutional under our state right to privacy, turning doctors and women into criminals. And they want to go farther. That's why we need Janet Cruz to go back to Tallahassee and stand up for us like she does time and time again, fighting for lower drug costs, fighting for good schools, fighting to put money back into your pockets. But there is nothing more economic than the ability of a woman and her family to determine when to have a child, if to have a child, making that very, very personal choice as she did, and the bravery that she had, the experience that she has, to be able to say to all of you across this community that she knows. She has stood in your shoes. She understands the importance of being able to decide when to have kids. The ability to make that fundamental decision of your pathway in life. It has got to remain in the hands of women and their families and their doctors, and not politicians like Jay Collins. Jay Collins shows up here on the scene, and first he didn't know what to do. He decided he was going to run for Congress. I didn't know why, but he did. Then, oh, wait, no, that's not what he's interested in. He switched gears. He's going to run for the state Senate. Why? He didn't know. He's just following the game plan of the special interests in Tallahassee that have entirely too much power, including the power to go farther and ban abortion in this state, in a state where already people have spoken. We value our right to privacy and the ability to make those decisions, personal health care decisions, based upon our faith and what our doctors say and our position in life. Jay Collins is too extreme for this community. Jay Collins is too extreme to serve in the state Senate. We need the trusted local leader, the fourth generation Tampa Bay's favorite daughter in State Senator Janet Cruz. And I know there's a lot of fear-mongering out there. Heck, you would think we haven't passed Halloween yet, because what they're doing is trying to scare you into casting aside the person that you trust the most, who has stood up for us time and time again here in the Tampa Bay area, Janet Cruz, and try to scare you into going with an alternative. But that alternative is the scary option. Jay Collins is way too extreme. He's going to double down. He's going to follow what the special interests say on taking money out of your pocketbook, on interfering with your personal health care decisions, and we cannot sanction it. And here in up in Washington, D.C., there's the same thing going on with Marco Rubio, isn't there? His ads are crazy. They are way too extreme. Heck, Marco Rubio doesn't even show up for work in Washington, and when he does, he's not on your side. He's already said he wants an abortion ban without exceptions for rape or incest. He's already said that our work on the Inflation Reduction Act to cut the cost of prescription drugs, to cap insulin, to cut the cost of health care, to cut the cost of energy, he's already said he's going to lead the charge to roll that back. Well, that's why Chief Demings has got to be elected to the United States Senate, to stand up for us, to stand up for our pocketbooks, to make that difference. And we brought in some of the folks who have seen this firsthand. My colleagues from Congress know Chief Demings' record, how she is a clarion call that the voters of Florida must answer right now. And one of the champions who's standing with me today is Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, and Congresswoman Robin Kelly, and Congressman Darren Soto, because we're here in force to make sure that families now get that message. Find that ballot. It's on your kitchen table. It's stuck in the closet somewhere. Go find it and fill it out today and drop it off and have a plan to vote. All right, Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware, my sister in Congress, come and tell it. Come and tell it what you know about the truth.
All right, so some Florida Democratic leaders here speaking out, especially trying to rally up their Democratic supporters to get out and vote on the ballot. Do want to show our viewers we are keeping an eye on so many different events happening here across the country. We have a White House press briefing that's going to be coming up. Also, as we had mentioned before, the Federal Reserve is meeting right now, and they are expected to once again, for the fourth time in a row, raise interest rates. So we'll be hearing from Chairman Powell at a news conference coming up in the next hour or so. Plus, we have people still campaigning out on the road. And finally, that lower right-hand box, that's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where we're going to be back inside of the courtroom for day 2 of the sentencing hearing for the Parkland shooter, Nicholas Cruz. A lot of things to keep track of, but the great thing is we do it all for you. We do the heavy lifting. We do the work. All you have to do is stay tuned right here with us on Live Now, and we'll continue to bring all of these top news conferences right here to you on your screens, watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. You can see we're getting close to the start of that White House press briefing. If that hasn't begun, we'll go back out to Tampa, Florida, and listen into a few more remarks that were made by Democratic leaders there. Until that time, though, let's go ahead, step away for that break. We'll see you back here in a moment.
Kathy Castor. Woo! Wow. Truly a champion in Congress, and I am fortunate to serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee with Congresswoman Castor, also Darren Soto, who are working to save our planet, as well as Robin Kelly, who is the head of the Congressional Black Caucus CBC Health Brain Trust. But today, I am here in Florida, and I am Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, and I am proud to be here with my brothers and sisters in support of these incredible candidates. I did want to shout out all the Congress people, as well as Senator Val Demings. That sounds, did I say that? Did I speak that? Senator-elect Val Demings. I am so proud to be here, and I will tell you, I've seen her work. I've seen her work from day one because we both came into Congress at the same time. We are classmates, we are colleagues, we are friends, we are prayer partners. She's the real deal. She is the real deal. So as I said, my name is Lisa Blunt Rochester. My middle name is Blunt, so if you don't mind, I'm just going to be blunt. Can I be blunt? Yes. Can I be blunt about it? Here's just the bottom line fact. And I said this on the floor of the House when we passed major legislation. There is no room and our wounds for politicians. Marco, can I get somebody to say there's no room in our wounds for politicians? That's the bottom line. And with Val Demings, you have someone who knows that. She knows that. We all knew that when that Supreme Court case came down overturning Roe versus Wade, it was a blow to every American, not just people who could get pregnant. It was a blow to all of us. Everything from our constitutional rights to privacy to autonomy over our bodies. It was a blow to all of us. It was a blow to our futures and to our destinies. And in Delaware, while we still have that right to choose, many people, I heard the term medical refugees. There are now medical refugees in this country. And it shouldn't be that way, that you have to travel across state lines and that you need a health passport to get over to another state that will be able to take care of your health and personal needs. Again, I'm standing here with my brothers and sisters because an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. We have two choices here. I'm blunt and I'm quick. We got two choices here. We can have Congress pass a constitutional amendment to codify our personal freedoms and our rights and our right to privacy, or we can have extreme politicians like Marco grab and grasp every inch of what we have received. I joined my friend Chief Val Demings to help pass laws in Congress. We all passed the Women's Health Protection Act and the Women's, I think that deserves a round of applause. We in the House passed it. We passed the Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act, and it is now stuck where? In the Senate. It's stuck in the Senate. And so we have a choice. We could go with Chief Val Demings, who gets stuff done. I call her the get her done woman that's full of grit, because she gets stuff done, she's resourceful, she's innovative, and she's tenacious. She doesn't let go when she needs to get something done. Or we can continue and have the conversation about whether extreme people who don't support our vision for this country to take away our rights. So this election, again, is not about vague or untraceable policies or legislation. This is about real legislation. We have the bills. We just need the right people in power to pass them. And that's what Val is. I will just say, as I close, I think for many of us, we recognize that Dobbs was just the beginning. It was just the beginning. And a few people have already said that, especially you, Senator Cruz, that we need to not just be mad, but do something about it. And for those of you who think we forgot, we didn't forget. We didn't forget what was done. We need you to come out and vote. We need you to vote like you've never voted before. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Robin Kelly, because she's going to tell you what's coming next if we don't support people like Val Demings, Chief Demings, who can make sure that our rights are protected and that our lives have the best quality ever. Because I love her. I'm just going to say, I love her. I came down here because I want you to know she is someone who cares about all of us and wants to get the job done. And so, Senator, I'm just going to say, Senator Val Demings, it's so good to be with you. And now I get to introduce our colleague, the great Robin Kelly from the state of Illinois.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's truly an honor to be here with my colleagues and with all the folks from the State House. That's where I hail from, the State House also. But thank you so much. I want to talk about what I've seen in Congress from Senator Marco Rubio. I hear you guys like to call him Little Marco. When it comes to abortion, as you've heard, Marco Rubio is one of the most extreme and out-of-touch politicians in the United States Senate. Remember, we're talking about a politician who's leading the effort to control and punish women, who wants to put doctors in jail for the crime of providing health care. And did I say I'm married to a doctor? We don't appreciate that. Rubio co-sponsored Senator Lindsey Graham's national abortion ban bill that was so extreme that even the most members of his own party had to pause and say, no thanks. This is a politician who believes in sending doctors to jail, who, if it was up to him, would impose a national abortion ban on every American with no exceptions, as you heard, none, for rape, incest, or the health of the mother. He compared abortion to manslaughter and wants a national abortion ban. He wants to punish women and put doctors in jail. He wants to turn back the clock, take us back to a time where women were treated like second-class citizens and property.
All right, guys, thanks again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we are expecting near the top of the hour, maybe a little bit after, our federal chair, Jerome Powell, to make some remarks on interest rates. So the Federal Reserve may be reaching a turning point this week. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Also waiting for our White House press briefing to begin. So now's a great time for us to send some viewers out to another 2-minute break. We'll continue listening into this Florida event with Democratic leaders as they are trying to get more people out to the ballots and to cast their votes in this midterm election. Let's go ahead, send you out to that break, and we'll be back here with more news stories all across the country and press briefings, as you can see, happening from coast to coast.
And make the American dream more real for Floridians. They'll work, and they are working, to lower the cost of food, gas, housing, health care, and child care, and keep our communities safe. We cannot afford to have men in office like Jay Collins and Marco Rubio who want to control women and restrict access to health care. When Marco Rubio was climbing the political ladder, Chief Demings was putting on a ballistic vest and chasing criminals down dark alleyways. I am so proud to call her my colleague, but even prouder to call her my good friend. She will show up to fight for us, to fight for our safety, our prosperity, and our freedom. And now, without further ado, my colleague, my good friend, and I'm calling it, your next senator, Chief Demings.
Wow. Let me say good afternoon to all of you, and I cannot reduce to words just how honored I am to be here today with these democracy defenders. We're living in some critical times, some strange times, some scary times, and we don't need people in elected office at any level, local, state, and federal, who prefer to play politics and put politics over the lives, the hopes, the dreams, and the fears of people. I'm honored to be standing here today with this powerful group. Senator Book, thank you for your leadership. Leadership matters. Senator Pizzo, thank you so much for all that you are doing to protect the lives of people and to improve the quality of life. Senator Janet Cruz, look, go with the one who has been here fighting for you, not waiting for the sunny days, but the one who shows up on the tough days and the bad days too. There's a clear choice here, Senator Cruz, thank you for your leadership, and come on, y'all, let's send her back to the state Senate. You all know that you've seen just a taste today. We have a bad group, and I mean bad in a good way, in the United States House of Representatives. What you have heard from my colleagues today is just a portion, just a small portion of what they do every day to defend this great nation and to represent their home states. Thank you, Kathy Castor. We know that the 14th Congressional District is blessed to have you fighting for them. My friend in Central Florida, Darren Soto, is here. It is so good. You all know women are not the only ones who think that it's important to protect constitutional rights. Darren, thank you. Lisa Blunt, Rochester. Yeah, we came in together. And I want to thank Lisa, who hit the ground running, for her extraordinary leadership. You all hear the passion and the fire there. And the people in the House of Representatives see that and feel that every day. Robin Kelly, who comes from Chicago, Illinois. And Robin is a leader in women's health. She shared just a little bit of that with you, but she's also a leader working and fighting to reduce gun violence in our nation. Real people dealing with real issues, not just politics. And I want to thank you all for what you do every day. I'm not really sure what's the matter with Marco Rubio. Does he just not get it? Does he just not understand that women and girls should have the freedom, that women should have the freedom to determine their own destinies? Does he really think that it is okay? And this is an important moment in our nation's history. Does he really think that it is okay to treat women like second-class citizens? Marco Rubio wants to drag us back to a time that we are all trying to forget, when women were treated like property. Come on, Florida. Come on, America, regardless of what your...
All right, so we're going to switch gears, go into the White House press briefing as Karine Jean-Pierre just stormed out. Let's go ahead and listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
9, the documented truth about election result and those who seek to undermine public faith in our system of government. Unfortunately, we have seen MAGA Republican officials who don't believe in the rule of law. They refuse to accept the results of free and fair elections, and they fan the flames of political violence through what they praise and what they refuse to condemn. It remains important for the president to state strongly and unequivocally that violence has no place in our democracy. He believes other leaders of both parties, on both sides, have a responsibility to communicate this very clearly as well. The president has been emphatic and optimistic that Americans care about protecting our democracy. He has consistently talked about the fact that America has emerged stronger from some of our darkest moments. And today, there are far more Americans of every background and every belief who reject the dangerous path of political violence than accept it. The president will continue to speak about the challenges facing our democracy and his enduring belief that America will persevere. He'll also keep acting to address political violence, including by continued implementation of the first ever national strategy for countering domestic terrorism that he released in June of 2021. Now, President Biden has made it his top economic priority to lower costs for American families, and he has been delivering. He's beaten Big Pharma, and Medicare is negotiating lower prescription drug prices as well. Gas prices have come down by $1.25 per gallon since June, and Medicare premiums are down as well. Yesterday was our first day of open enrollment season, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, which congressional Republicans want to repeal. That's the first thing that they want to do. 4 out of 5 consumers can find a plan that costs $10 or less a month. Additionally, 13 million Americans will continue to save an average of $800 a year on coverage. And today we're announcing additional actions to lower food and heating costs for American families. The Vice President will be in Boston this evening to announce that we're making billions of dollars available this winter to help bring down home heating bills for low-income families all across the country. We're also making nearly $9 billion through the Inflation Reduction Act available to states and tribes to help families make their homes more energy efficient. And the Department of Agriculture is helping bring down food prices at the grocery store through new measures to expand meat and poultry processing capacity. Altogether, these actions and others will provide families a little extra breathing room. You hear the president say that often. And they are in stark contrast to the plans Republicans in Congress have cooked up to drive up costs. Congressional Republicans want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which gives us the ability to lower drug prices, and that utility CEOs have said will bring monthly energy bills down. They oppose the release of oil from reserves, which multiple industry analysts have said is helping bring prices down at the pump. They're going to bat for big oil, even as they pad the pockets of shareholders and keep gas prices up for American families. They want to raise the age of Social Security benefits and put the program that so many people work so hard for, alongside Medicare, on the chopping block. And they want to restore disastrous tax cuts for the rich. The bottom line is the president is committed to helping families right now, while Republicans officials are committed to raising costs and chilling for Big Pharma and Big Oil. Lastly, this afternoon, in a few minutes, the president will take part in the culminating event for the Talent Pipeline Challenge, which brings together more than 300 partners to expand workforce development for jobs created by bipartisan infrastructure law, along with the CHIPS and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and the American Rescue Plan. The event comes amid a resurgence of American infrastructure projects and manufacturing driven by the president's economic agenda. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, CHIPS and Science Act, and Inflation Reduction Act will create millions of good-paying jobs, and the challenge is helping create pathways for all Americans to fill those jobs. At today's event, the White House will host CEOs, union presidents, community college presidents, philanthropic leaders, and others who have made commitments to this very challenge. With that, Sungmin, you want to kick us off?
Two quick topics. On this speech tonight, can you discuss why this speech is considered a political event that's being organized by the DNC versus the similar speech in Philadelphia, which was an official White House event?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, we're less than a week out, as you all know, from the midterms election. I do want to be careful about talking about elections here from this podium. We do believe in the rule of law in this administration. And so, but we are seeing, as I just mentioned in my topper, an alarming number of Republican officials suggest they will not accept the results of this election. So we've also seen recent political violence that is similarly alarming, disturbing, and that rhetoric continues. The president believes that it is a moment of reckoning. This is not a regular moment in our democracy. This is not a regular moment in time. And this is, as the president has said many times, we are in an inflection point, and he's going to call it all out. Like he did in very direct terms, and he talked about it just last night in front of 3,000 people in southern Florida. So you'll hear from him. I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but this is why we see this as an important moment tonight.
And on Elon Musk and Twitter, I'm wondering what impact the White House believes that his takeover of Twitter is having on political discourse at this point, and also whether the White House would actually pay $8 a month to make sure its accounts were verified.
So on your first question, so look, I don't believe it's an issue that made it to the president's desk yet. It's not a conversation that the president is aware of. As you know, we're focused on many things, including this evening. But clearly, we will let you know if anything changes, and certainly give you all an update.
What about on the second question?
What was the wait? Can you say the second question again? Was it about
actually pay $8 a month to make sure you're?
Well, I know. I just answered that particular thing. You know, that's something for the president that we need to talk to the president about. Certainly has not come across his desk, and so as soon as anything changes on that, we certainly will share that information. All right, go ahead.
You mentioned we're less than a week out. I guess a logistical question. What does the president plan to do on election night? Will he be here monitoring results? Is he going to be with staff?
That's a good question. We will share more when we have that. I don't have anything about his schedule, about him traveling, but certainly we will certainly share more on what his day will look like on November 8th, next Tuesday, less than a week away.
And you have said that the president will deliver remarks after the election, the day after. Should we expect some kind of formal remarks, or did you just mean that he will find some kind of way to weigh in?
Well, I'm saying that you'll certainly hear from the president. He will give remarks. I don't know yet what it will look like, but certainly you will hear from the president the day after the election.
Are those remarks with questions?
I know you guys always ask me this. Well, I don't want to get ahead of it, but you will certainly hear from the president after Election Day. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Corinne. Along those lines, in this final stretch, the president is traveling to California, Chicago, New York, Maryland. Aren't these pretty safe Democratic strongholds? Why would those be his destinations
in this
final pivotal stretch?
You missed New Mexico, right? New Mexico tomorrow. He's going to Philly on oh my gosh, these days, on Saturday. So he will be out there. If there's more travel to share, we certainly will share them. But look, the president, it's not just, I know you're talking about the last couple of days, but the president has been out on the road nonstop. I know I am very tired. We got in pretty late last night. And I've done many of the trips with him, and he has been nonstop, and he'll continue to do that. We will certainly have more travel to share in the upcoming days, and you'll see where he'll be going.
But Maryland, for example, where he'll be campaigning with Wes Moore, I mean, polls show Moore beating his opponent 2-1 at this point. Why does he need the president's help?
So I'm going to be really careful about getting into any kind of punditry from here, political politics from here. But look, the president believes this is an important time. The American public has a choice. There is a choice in front of them. And there are many places to have those conversations and lay that out for the American people. And that choice is very clear. Do you want a congressional Democrats and a president that's working every day to deliver for the American people? Or do you want congressional Republicans who are doing the complete opposite, who want to increase in energy costs, who want to increase your health care premiums? And we feel that there are many places where he can have that conversation. There are many places where it's going to be important for the American people to hear directly from the President of the United States. But let's not forget, he's going to New Mexico tomorrow. He's going to Pennsylvania. As you all know, he's been to Pennsylvania a few times. He was just in Florida in front of 3,000 people last night, which was an important conversation and an event to have. I want to be very careful here and not to get into politics or elections. So I'm going to leave it there without, again, we believe in the rule of law, so we want to be careful. Go ahead.
Karine Jean-Pierre here giving us a White House press briefing. We will be then jumping into live the interest rate remarks made by Chairman Powell. As soon as that does happen, again, they're having a meeting. He's supposed to make remarks directly after that meeting. We'll be breaking into that as soon as we do see him step up to the podium. Some viewers going out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here to the White House press briefing out of Washington, D.C. to you on Live Now from Fox.
And it did not have that context. So in the past, we've pointed out that for the first time in over a decade, seniors' Medicare premiums will decrease even as their Social Security checks increase. That's a little bit of context that was not included. This means that seniors will have a chance to get ahead of inflation due to the rare combination of rising benefits and falling premiums. And let's not forget, as you've been hearing me say for the past few minutes about MAGA Republicans in Congress and their continued threat to threaten Social Security and Medicare, proposing to them on the proposing to put them on the chopping blocks every 5 years, threatening benefits and to change eligibility. So those are the types of context that would normally be with a tweet like that. It did not have that context. It was an incomplete tweet, as I just mentioned, and so that's why you saw the digital team take that action.
And I think part of the reason I asked is because the president mentioned a similar type of thing in both of his events yesterday, saying on my watch in one case, on our watch in the other case. I included the Medicare piece of this that you're talking about in the back end. You believe that as long as the Medicare piece is included, that's not claiming credit for something that is quite literally tied to the cost of living.
We believe that if we want to lay our argument out fully, and that was important to do as we put out information like that, or as we put out a tweet, and that was an incomplete tweet. So we do think it is important to do. Okay, thank you.
Karine, does the White House think that another rate hike from the Fed will be positive for the economy or negative?
So as you know, and you hear us say this many times, the Fed is independent. It's an independent agency, and we believe, the president believes, that it has the best monetary policies to address inflation, and they are also the chairman, Chair Powell, is committed to that very kind of charge that is ahead of them. I don't want to comment on it. I know the meeting may be happening right now as I'm standing in front of you, so don't want to get ahead of it. It's not something that we comment from here about, as you know.
On a separate issue, does the White House have a reaction to newly disclosed emails showing that former President Trump's attorneys saw Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas as their best hope for overturning President Biden's victory in 2020?
So I saw those reports right before I walked out to the podium, and my understanding is that those emails are being reviewed by the January 6th committee. As we know, the January 6th committee is doing incredibly important work to get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, which, as you heard the president say, was one of our darkest days in our nation's history. It was, as we all know and we all saw and you all reported, an attack on our democracy. So we will defer to the committee on this investigation. I don't want to get ahead of that, but as far as I know or understand, they are reviewing the emails.
I'll get to you. To what degree could you characterize how much the Pelosi attack influenced the president's decision to give this address tonight? How much of a catalyst is that? And kind of as a related question, has the president made any personal outreach or considered making personal outreach to Republican leaders to ask them for a more forceful response to condemn that attack, other violence? I understand the power of the bully pulpit tonight, but has he done any direct contact to Republican leaders?
And I appreciate your question, and I understand your question. I'm going to start with the last one first. It should not be controversial to speak out against political violence. It should be something as political leaders should automatically do in a forceful way. And you all have reported on what happened to Paul Pelosi and how horrific it was and how devastating it was and how dangerous that action was. And the rhetoric that we're seeing, that rise of rhetoric that we are seeing, you have people out there who listen and who take that rhetoric very seriously. And so the president believes that it shouldn't have to, he shouldn't have to call them to say, hey, you need to condemn what happened a little more forcefully. That is something that should just be something that's automatic, and they should just do that. Look, the president, again, is making this speech because we're seeing an alarming number of Republican officials who are saying, they're being very clear, they're not going to accept the results of these elections. That's a problem. And yes, when we see what happened to Paul Pelosi, and again, the president spoke. You all know, you've heard us say this. The president spoke to the speaker on Friday. He spoke very forcefully at his event Friday evening. He spoke to this again on Saturday, and just yesterday in Florida, he spoke in front of Florida Floridians about this attack. And so, look, he's going to continue to call this out. What we're seeing is a attack on our democracy, and the president has been very clear. We need to protect our democracy. We need to strengthen our democracy, and he feels it is important as the president of the United States to continue to speak to this. Go ahead, Stephen.
Given the stakes, let me ask you a big picture question. Does the president believe that if the country chooses divided government next week and gives Republicans control of the House, that the federal government can operate efficiently and effectively while he's still president?
So look, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I know you want me to answer to a potential result that we might see next week, so I want to be very careful here. What I can say is that he believes, and I said this at the top and I'll repeat it here, that there are far more Americans of every background and belief who reject the dangerous path of political violence than accept it. We see this in polling. We see that majority of Americans want to protect our democracy and do not agree with the political violence, do not agree with the rise of rhetoric that we are seeing. And so I'll leave it there. That's what we're seeing from Americans, majority of Americans. I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals from here.
In his speech yesterday in Florida, the president suggested that shutdowns and default are likely outcomes if the Republicans take control of the House of Representatives and he doesn't agree with their demands on Social Security and Medicare. To what extent should Americans be braced for those outcomes?
I mean, the president is saying that because Republicans are saying that. Republicans in Congress have been very, very clear that if they do not put Medicare and Social Security on the chopping block, right? You have one senator that suggested 5 years and another senator from Wisconsin who suggested we should put it on the chopping blocks every year. And they said if they don't get those demands, if they are not able to do that, then they're going to put our economy at risk. They're going to put it into a spiral downturn. That's what they said they're going to do. And again, this goes into what the president has been saying. There's a clear choice for the American public. There's a stark choice for the American public. This is what the president has been talking about almost every day for the past several months. So again, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, but we should take them by their word, right? We should. This is what they're saying that they're going to do. Go ahead, JJ.
The news just broke. The Fed did raise rates by the 75 basis points. Just following up to see if you did want to share anything now that the news is out.
This happens to me all the time up here. Okay, so I'll say a couple of things. Again, we see this presidency. Our view is that the Fed is a independent agency, and we respect their independence. The Fed actions help bring inflation down. And as mortgage rates increase, demand in the housing market should continue to cool, and inventory should increase, which should have the effect of lowering housing inflation. This is part of our transition to stable and more stable and steady growth, as you hear us speak about from our economic team and also from myself and from the president. And again, stable and steady growth with lower inflation. This is the kind of economy that delivers for working families, and that's how we see the work of the Fed. I'm not going to go into any specifics, any more details from here.
And then one other thing on violence, political violence. Do you know if the president has had a chance to speak directly to Paul Pelosi yet?
I don't have any calls to read out on a direct conversation that he's had with Paul Pelosi. As you know, he's spoken to the speaker on Friday, and he continues to keep them in their prayers. And he is glad to hear that Paul Pelosi will have a full recovery. And I'll just leave it as that for now. Go ahead, Tam.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to Kelly's first question. Was the attack on Paul Pelosi an impetus for the speech to happen? Was it an inspiration? Had the president already been working on it? What's the timeline on the speech?
Just a little, just to share this is something that the president has talked about for some time, right? This isn't new for this president. He's talked about, we all know about the soul of a nation and how he decided, one of the reasons he decided to run in 2019 was because of what he was seeing, was because of what occurred in Charlottesville, which was devastating to see that in our streets in America. And he spoke very clearly. You saw the op-ed that he wrote when he saw that. And so it has always been something that's been top of mind for him. He spoke about it in his inaugural speech, the soul of our nation and protecting our democracy. He spoke about it on January 6th, the anniversary of January 6th, just this past year. You heard him speak about this in front of Independence Hall, or at Independence Hall, outside of Independence Hall to be more specific, where our democracy started, if you will. And so this is a conversation that he continues to have. Clearly, we are seeing an uptick, a sad uptick of rhetoric, of political rhetoric coming from really extreme Republicans in office. And also, yes, we saw this violent, awful, horrific attack on Paul Pelosi. And so, there are reasons that he believed this time was now to make sure that he spoke directly to the American people. Again, and he has said this before, this is nothing new. We are at an inflection point. These are not regular normal times.
Just one more question, and I know we keep asking it, but I'm going to try it from a different angle.
I wonder what the question's going to be.
I don't know what I'm going to have
the president of the White House.
Okay. Correspondent Association. So I went back. Every president since Bill Clinton has immediately after the midterm election held a lengthy press conference to talk about the results, to answer questions from reporters about what it means for his presidency. Ronald Reagan did it too. And just today, you haven't yet committed to holding a press conference on the 9th. Does this mean that President Biden is going to break with this tradition?
Look, Again, I'm not going to get far ahead of where we are currently. I'm sure the president will take your questions like he does almost every day, and that we will address the elections the day after Election Day. And I'm just going to leave it there, not going to get ahead. I'm sure that the president again will make his voice very clear the day after Election Day, and I'll leave it there. I understand the question. I appreciate the question, and I'm happy to answer it every time it's asked. Okay.
We are listening in live here to the White House press briefing, and just breaking in the middle of this press briefing, you heard it asked about the Federal Reserve did approve a fourth straight rate hike of 0.75 percentage point on Wednesday. We are expecting to hear remarks from Chairman Powell coming up here at any moment. As soon as we see him step up to the podium, we're going to be taking that in full here for our viewers watching with us on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead, while we're still listening in with the White House press briefing, send some viewers out to a quick 2-minute break.
He's taken actions to protect the right to vote, and you see Democrats in Congress also doing the work to protect the right to vote. We are talking about MAGA Republican officials who have been very clear about this, who say they are pro-police, but then they are also pro-insurrectionists. That is, you cannot be pro-police and be pro-insurrectionists, who also say they want to defund the FBI. That's a problem. That is a problem that we are seeing, and who I've said have been very clear that they have been very clear about pushing and peddling the big lie, peddling dangerous conspiracy theory. And so that's what we're talking about. But the American people have their right to make a decision on who they want to represent them, and they should be allowed to do so.
Okay. In the context of calling out election deniers, then, is he going to call out Republicans that deny election results and Democrats that deny election results?
It doesn't matter if there's a D or an R after your name. He will call out any rhetoric that is that leads to potentially political violence, or that calls to political violence, for political violence. That is a problem. The president has always condemned political violence. It doesn't matter, again, if you're a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat.
So President Biden thinks democracy can survive even if Democrats Democrats are not in charge of Congress?
The president is optimistic. He is an optimistic, you know this, Peter. He's an optimistic person. And he understands there is majority of the Americans out there who do not believe in election and denying an election, who believe in actually protecting our democracy. There are a majority of Americans who believe in strengthening our democracy, and that's what we see. But the president, as the president of the United States, he believes it is his duty, it is his responsibility to call out this rhetoric, and that's what he's going to continue to do. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. On the election in Brazil, have U.S. officials made any outreach to Bolsonaro to try and encourage him to accept the results of that election and be part of that transition process?
So I don't have any calls to read out to you on any conversation with Bolsonaro, but we are glad to see that President Bolsonaro acknowledged the results of the election and has allowed the transition process to begin. The Brazilian Electoral Authority has made the determination of who won the free and fair election, and that is President-elect Lula. The will of the people of Brazil should be respected, and that's what we believe.
And any comment on the election in Israel and that Netanyahu appears to be a bit of a victory?
Yeah, don't want to get ahead of that. We are pleased to see such strong voter turnout for this election. It is too early to speculate, as you know, on the exact composition of the next governing coalition until all the votes are counted. I know we've all seen the exit polls. We look forward to continuing to work with the Israeli government on our shared interest and values. So I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
Given the number of Republicans who have said they won't accept the results and just the unpredictability of this election compared to others, is the White House doing any contingency planning for election night or the day after? Just people not accepting results if violence breaks out. How are you guys thinking about that?
So a couple of things. I've been asked about this before, and I want to be clear and say this again. Americans should feel free, safe. They should feel safe going to the polls. They should. And so this administration has taken the issue of threats to the safety of voters and election officials seriously since day one. And the federal government has been working alongside state and local election officials and law enforcement to take the necessary steps to keep people safe. And again, there are agencies across the government that is working on that every day.
I just want to clarify if we're going to be hearing something new tonight. It sounded like you were saying that he'll be repeating what he said before. It just needs to say it again. Is that right, or should we expect something different from what he's been saying, what he said on September 1st
So
speech?
the lawyers have been very clear with me that I cannot get into previewing the speech or get into what the president's going to talk about. I'm just giving you a little bit of what he has said in the past and why this moment is very important, but I'm not going to go into details of the speech.
And one other question. You talked just now, the president's been talking about highlighting the differences between Republicans and Democrats. What issues do you see as having the most potential for agreement in the next Congress if there's a divided government?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What I can say right now is, as we have been for the past several months, is what's at stake and the choices that the American people are going to have to make. Again, I'm not going to get into any elections or politics from here. But again, the president has been very, very clear. So has the vice president. So has the first lady. So has the second gentleman. So has cabinet secretaries have been very clear about what's at stake and what we have been able to deliver for the American people and what we will continue to do regardless of any outcome. Go ahead, Ben.
Anita Dunn said this morning that after the midterms, the White House's priority for the lame duck session of Congress would be keeping the government funded and providing additional Ukraine and COVID aid. What about protecting same-sex marriage? Where does that fall in the president's priority?
That's, as you know, if you know the president's history when it comes to the LGBTQ+ community, this is an issue that has been a priority for him and will continue to be. I don't have anything to lay out on congressional priorities at this time, but when it comes to marriage equality, when it comes to protecting the community, this is something that he's been a strong voice for, a strong ally, and has delivered on.
Will you be pushing for that in the lame duck session?
I'm not going to get into what any congressional priorities at this time. I'm just saying that his history, his record speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. The administration has been leading the efforts at the UN today to expel Iran from the UN Commission on the Status of Women. Can you just talk us through this decision, and do we expect also that you will push for more for expelling Iran from international organizations?
I'm going to let folks get up for a second. I know people have to gather.
They're going to the event, they're not walking.
No, it's clear. I know, Kelly, you're always very sensitive to that because people are watching.
Walking out on you.
And it's okay. I'm not that sensitive. All right, my friends. So Nadia, on your question, look, as it relates to what we've seen, the actions that we have seen the Iranian government take on the horrible actions that they've taken on protesters, women who are bravely seeking to speak for their basic rights. We have been very clear. The president has spoken against that. He has called out and lifted up the brave women and citizens of Iran for doing that, for being out there and speaking out. And he's called out the Iranian government. And we have, across the past several weeks, laid out just what we have been doing to make sure that we hold Iran into account. In the last week, the United States, the European Union, and Canada have sanctioned more Iranian officials for the ongoing crackdown that we've been seeing, the violent crackdown that we have seen. And I think you saw the reports, more than 200 people have died in Iran because they have been protesting. We have hosted a UN dialogue with the special situation of human rights in Iran, welcomed the joint statement by women foreign ministers on events in Iran, and supported Germany's recalibration of their Iran policy. We welcome civil society's call for the immediate expulsion of the Islamic Republic from the UN Commission on the Status of Women. The U.S. government will take action to ensure Iran is removed. To your question, women and men in Iran must have the right to freedom of expression and assembly. That is something that the president believes. That is something that this administration believes. Women should be able to wear what they want, free from violence or harassment. Iran must end its use of violence against its own citizens, simply for exercising their fundamental freedoms, their basic rights. Until Iran changes its behavior, the United States will continue to impose costs and hold accountable Iranian officials and entities that are responsible for employing violence to suppress protest, civil society, and women's rights.
Another one on Iran, if I may. An Iranian delegation is expected to meet in Austria with the IAEA.
And as we continue hearing more reporter questions here during the White House press briefing, I want to remind our viewers, as soon as we see Chairman Powell step out to that podium, we will be taking that in full for all of our viewers. It was approved today. Another rate hike here for that battle against inflation. Live Now from Fox going to send some viewers out to a 2-minute break ahead of Powell's remarks. And again, as soon as we see him, we'll be taking that info for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Movement one way or another on the
I just want to talk to the team before I make any statement on that or take any position. Go ahead.
Thanks. On what you said about the president saying that he's concerned about Republicans who have refused to say that they will accept the election results, does the president think that those refusals will create political violence, will lead to political violence?
Well, he's speaking because he wants to make sure that he's loud and clear, and I want to be very careful because I don't want to go into anything that he might say tonight or into his speech. That what we're seeing, these are not normal times, right? This is an inflection point. That it is important as the President of the United States to speak out against what he's seeing, against this rhetoric, against this political violence. Look, it is an important time in our history, and as I've mentioned before, this is one of the reasons why this president decided to run for this very office. Look, I don't want to get into hypotheticals of what may happen, but what the president believes is that what he is seeing and what we are hearing from MAGA Republican officials, extreme Republican officials who say that they are not going to accept this election is a threat to our democracy. And so I'll just leave it there.
Corinne, about tonight, but beyond tonight, the president is looking for the speech tonight to kind of quell some of the reactions and the upset, this political upset that's happening. But there's more to it than that. What's next beyond the speech? Because on the Hill they're talking about, Capitol Police can't really secure a lot of the leaders who are in need of help. What's next beyond the speech?
So when it comes to the protection of leaders, to the kind of the last part of your question there, I don't want to get into commenting on security-related matters. That is something that we are very sensitive to and want to be very mindful and careful here. So anything that's related to individual safety at the Capitol, that goes to the Capitol Police even on any questions of the Speaker's security. I know that has been something that folks have been asking. But again, for a variety of reasons, we're just not going to comment on security-related matters or discuss issues related to the Speaker's security or any member's security. This is a subject that's best left for the Capitol Police. Look, the president understands that there's a lot of work to do. This is on your first part of the question. This is why you've heard him talk about protecting our democracy, strengthening our democracy, and the work that we need to continue to do for several times. I've listed out the many times that he, and I'm sure I've missed one or two, the many times that he's had this very kind of conversation, given these types of remarks. I'm not going to, again, get into what he's going to say. I'm going to let the president speak for himself. But again, this is an inflection point. This is an inflection point in our country's history, and there is a choice that Americans are going to have to make.
So, and just summarizing what you're saying, there is other pieces beyond just the speech tonight to help change the dynamic of this inflection point from going into a negative.
Again, I cannot get into anything specific that he's going to say. I did mention at the top that one of the things that the president implemented very early on, back in June of 2021, as we talk about security and safety, is the National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism, which is something that the president put out and did over a year ago. So those are some actions that he did take.
And lastly, on the Supreme Court, affirmative action in education and the admissions process. But if there's a rollback, there are tentacles that could go into so many other spaces. How is the White House prepared in case there is? Because we've seen rollbacks already.
Yeah. Look, the president has been very clear about what's at stake, right? Affirmative action. We saw Roe, the decision on Roe, and how a constitutional right that was around for almost 50 years was taken away. Freedoms have been taken away from women, just across millions of women across the country. He's been very clear. Voting rights is at stake. Marriage equality is at stake. The president has listed that out and has been very clear. And this kind of goes to what we're talking about today, and what we have been talking about for the past several weeks, several months, which is so much is at stake. So much is at stake for the American people. When you think about our freedoms, when you think about our rights, this is what the president has been trying to say and has been saying, is that's why there's a choice to be made. This is why, the work that he's been doing and congressional Democrats have been so important, because we are fighting for the freedom of Americans. We are fighting for the rights of Americans. We understand not just our role here, but our role globally. I was just asked, but Nadia just asked me about Iran and what the president has said about that, about protesters in Iran, women who are fighting for their rights, civilians who are fighting for their right, and the violent crackdown that we're seeing there. So the president understands his role more globally as well. So we're going to keep talking about this. We're going to make sure that we're doing everything that we can with congressional Democrats to make sure that we're protecting the rights of Americans. But again, there is a choice to be made. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you. Jen Psaki said from that podium in summer of 2021, quote, "We are flagging problematic posts for Facebook that spread disinformation." Can you tell us whether the White House is still flagging social media posts for disinformation, and are you submitting those to Facebook through a special portal?
Can you say a little bit more?
Yeah, there was reporting in The Intercept about opportunities for the federal government to identify for social media companies different posts that contained what was perceived as misinformation about the origins of COVID, the vaccine, other things as well, such as Ukraine or the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yeah, look, I'll say this. The administration, the Biden administration remains fully committed to our mission to protect the security and resilience of our elections and safeguard election infrastructure. That includes combating disinformation. That is something that we are committed to. We work to protect that, protect Americans from disinformation that threatens the homeland, including malicious efforts spread by foreign adversaries, began before the Disinformation Governance Board was established. In fact, some of that work began before this administration. So, I want to be very clear that cross-agency work continues to this day. Don't want to get ahead of anything else. This is a Department of Homeland Security, so I would refer you to them.
So you are flagging misinformation?
I don't have anything more to add. This is a Department of Homeland Security that I would refer you to.
Does the White House participate in the secret government censorship portal, though? I think that was part of the question. Does the White House submit examples of alleged disinformation and misinformation for Facebook to censor through this portal?
No.
And then I wanted to follow up because you've spoken at length about the threat that those who deny documented truth about our elections pose. And some critics have raised this, so I want to see if you can maybe square the president's current rhetoric when it comes to elections with what he said in January during a press conference when he said of those midterms, quote, "The increase in the prospect of them being illegitimate is in proportion to not being able to get those reforms passed." Obviously, those voting reforms did not pass Congress, so is he confident that the coming midterms are going to be legit? How are those two things congruent?
Yeah, this is something that you're talking about, the Jen reference.
No, the president said in January.
Oh, right. But I think did you ask Jen this question as well?
I may have.
Okay. So just to clear this up, because I think you've asked me this question before, Jen Psaki briefed the following day after this press conference and answered that question that you asked about the president and his statement from the press conference the day before. And she said, "I talked to the president about this last night and this morning. He was not intending to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the 2020 election. He was actually attempting to make the opposite point, which is that in 2020, despite COVID, despite many attempts to suppress the vote, a record number of voters, Democrats and Republicans, independents too, turned out in the face of a pandemic. And we saw that with our very own eyes, and you all reported this. And election officials made sure they would vote and have those votes counted. And this is how Jen Psaki responded to your very question.
So even though those voting reforms...
All right, guys, still waiting on standby here for our federal chairman, Jerome Powell. He is set to make remarks any moment. So I do want to try to squeeze in one more break for our viewers ahead of his remarks. As soon as he does step up to the podium, we'll be taking that in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Ethiopian federal government and the Tigrayan authorities in South Africa.
I have a couple lines for you there. So, as you know, the United States, we are committed to the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ethiopia. We seek peace and stability in Ethiopia to build upon the long-standing strong partnership between our governments and people. The United States commends the African Union panel on their extraordinary leadership to determine efforts to facilitate talks, as well as the work of the African Union Commission. South Africa, who hosted and international partners, the United Nations, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, the United States remains committed to supporting this African Union-led process as it continues, and to partnering to ensure it brings a lasting peace to Ethiopia, and that is something that we are committed to.
And then what do you...
We're going to continue. Go ahead, Courtney.
I want to ask about student loan relief. Excuse me. Have you approved, or is the Education Department in the process of approving any loans or the applications for relief conditionally?
I'm sorry. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah. I want to ask about student loan relief. Are you or is the Education Department in the process of approving any of the applications that you've collected conditionally, or so that you're ready if there is a change in the court pause on distributing relief?
So we're continuing to receive and process